Starsteel, Maggie Cartwright, Book 1. Written by M.N. Jolly. Narrated by Katie Hageman. Dedication. For the fans who told me that Maggie's book had to happen, this story wouldn't exist without you. Chapter 1. Bushwhacked. "All right, sweet thing," Maggie whispered, resting her hand on the copper plate. "Just talk to me, and we'll get you all better." The towering engine said nothing in reply. They never did. Not with words, but sometimes Maggie swore she could hear the metal sing. Today, she only got a quiet grumble. Maggie shook her head. "Don't be so stubborn. This is for your own good." 8 feet tall and twice as long, the machine bristled with copper coils and runes, the latest design of maglev, magical levitation, engine. It was the sort of technology that humans had been struggling to develop for decades. Her people, the Fae, had perfected the necessary technology and enchantments a century prior, and had been refining it ever since. When it ran, the engine could suspend a 50-seat passenger car in the air and accelerate it down a subway tunnel at incredible speed, ignoring wind resistance, G-forces, and completely doing away with the need for tracks. The stone tunnel it sat in was 30 feet wide, enough room for 2 subway cars to pass cleanly by each other, with a smooth floor and rough carved walls, hewn from bedrock far below the surface. With a maglev engine every 2 kilometers, the Fae ran a functional subway at 10 times the speed and efficiency of mundane rail transit. But this engine had stopped running. The demand for transportation didn't let up, no matter the capacity, and things would only get more congested until it got fixed. So, Maggie was getting paid top dollar to diagnose its problems and fix the damage as quickly as possible. A cool breeze wafted up the tunnel and the engine shuddered slightly, the many metals of its composition flexing with the temperature shift. Maggie rolled her eyes. "Don't give me that. You're too young for joint pains. What are you, 5 years old? 10? The metal still glimmered as she looked it up and down, the only iron on the exterior a polished flat plate on top to conduct the magical magnetic lift, looked almost brand new. Given its age and appearance, the damage likely came from a fault in the installation. Maggie walked back to her truck, where her complete set of tools were available to deal with any issues she might face. Since the subway tunnel had a flat, smooth floor with no tracks, she'd simply taken her truck down a service elevator and drove right to the broken maglev engine, which was a blessing. She didn't enjoy having to schlep hundreds of pounds of gear down by hand. Sifting through options, she picked up a 30-inch steel crescent wrench. As an elf, the touch of iron was her anathema and bane. Or, well, she had a mild allergy to the metal, even if it had been alloyed or diluted. Her heavy-duty leather gloves ensured she wouldn't break out at the touch, though, and, like a cook in a kitchen full of sharp, hot, or otherwise dangerous tools, she knew how to work around it safely. There were non-ferrous tools that were strong enough for the job, but with proper PPE, Maggie never had any problems with iron. Her tools selected, Maggie tapped into her innate magic and called up a simple wear-light, a glowing orb that bobbed above her head. She'd never amount to much of a druid or sorceress, but all Fae had at least a little magic, and if nothing else, she never needed an assistant on flashlight duty. Tucking her braids over her shoulder, she walked back to the engine and got to work on the access panel. It was time to see what was going on inside. Maggie had to expend some real effort and grunting, putting her weight into the wrench to free each seized bolt. It was harder work than it should have been just to get the access panel open, but that gave Maggie a theory of what was wrong. Metal warping. Warping could have a lot of causes, and it could cause a lot of malfunctions, but the clue gave her a parameter to work within. "Now, let's see what secrets you're keeping," Maggie said, as the 4th bolt came free. She set down her wrench, pulled the access plate free, and waved her wear-light forward to peek inside. She blinked. The inside looked as though a rat had gotten inside and chewed everything up to make a nest, except rats generally chewed up old linens, not hardened metal gears and conductors. "What on earth happened to you?" she asked, looking up at the engine with concern. This couldn't have happened by machine failure. The engine's contents were absolutely shredded. Raising her light, she looked in more carefully, and from deep within, she saw 2 little red points. Indicator lights, perhaps, except those didn't have blinking eyelids. Pest damage, Maggie realized. A sham worm, maybe, though it'd have to be a big one to do this much damage. Whatever the creature, it built a nest inside the engine, and she'd need to lure it out. "Hey there, little guy," she coaxed, willing her wear light brighter to get a better look at the creature. "What are you?" It wasn't a shamworm. Shamworms didn't have armored plates of chitin or razor claws. They weren't 6-foot-tall bipeds, and they couldn't scream. The creature screamed so loud, Maggie's pointed ears rang with pain. Then it lunged out of the engine, straight toward her. Maggie ducked to the side of the access panel before it took her head off, then spun to face the whatever the hell. Her truck's headlights cast the chittering beast in silhouette, a dark outline the size of a big wolf or a hunched-over man. Glowing red eyes were narrowly placed, and its teeth spread across its face, giving it an almost comical grimace on its disproportionate body. Maggie bent her knee slightly, feeling for... The creature lunged again, and she seized her wrench from the ground, swinging all 30 inches of high-carbon steel at its head. The beast had momentum, but the impact knocked it out of the air mid-leap with force that reverberated up the tool, through her gloves, and into her joints. As Maggie recovered from the shock of the attack, it came at her again, unfazed. She raised the tool in a defensive gesture, putting the steel between her and the thing's gnashing teeth. It bit at the wrench, ripping it out of her hands and knocking her into the engine. The creature landed on the ground, on all fours, and shook the tool like a dog with a bone, then chomped down and broke it in half. Maggie decided, at that point, not to let the creature bite her. She let the wear light wink out and bolted to her truck. The keys were already in the ignition, half-turned to keep the headlights on. She grabbed them and revved the engine to life. A chitinous claw tore through the ceiling. The first creature was in front of her, stalking towards the truck, which meant there's 2 of them. Heart racing, Maggie slammed the truck into drive and hit the gas. 2 impacts. First, a solid whoomp as the front of her truck rammed into the first beast. Then a loud, crunchy wham when the truck and creature both hit the solid metal engine that it had been nesting in. Her truck carried plenty of mass and momentum when she crashed. The impact wrapped the front of the truck around the first monster and flung the second from her roof. A second too late, the car alarm wailed and the airbag kicked in, pressing her into the driver's seat. Not interested in waiting around to be monster chow, Maggie flipped out her pocket knife and slashed the inflated bag, shoving it out of the way to get free of the truck and see what was going on. The creature she'd hit had been pinned to the engine, but it didn't seem injured in the slightest and was more annoyed at being stuck than anything else. What does it take to kill these things? The other one pounced, not at Maggie, but onto the hood of her truck, claws ripping to free its friend. Teeth and claws shredded steel like tissue. It wouldn't be long before it got free. Head ringing, Maggie ran. Deep in the tunnel, echoes amplified and distorted every sound. She had acute hearing, but with all the noise coming at her, the scraping, the yowling, the wail of the alarm, all bouncing at her from every direction, she couldn't tell how close behind they were. Against her better judgment, she stole a look back. The beasts were 30 feet behind, but gaining. She put on the speed and kept going. The maintenance entrance, a big garage door built into the side of the subway tunnel, was barely visible up ahead. She just needed to make it through that gate and close it behind her. Will that even stop them? Those claws don't seem to care what gets in their way. She got closer to escape by the second, but her speed was capped by the limits of muscle and bone. Her pursuers didn't seem to have those same limits. When she glanced back again, she saw that the red eyes were closer. Too close. She wouldn't escape in time. Fighting the creatures was likely a fool's errand, but they seemed to only have animal intelligence. Maybe, just maybe, she could scare them off. Legs still pumping, just to buy time, she considered her options. First, she still had her knife, a trusty tool she never went anywhere without. Second, she technically had magic, but her spellcasting was limited to the basics, barely anything that even qualified as self-defense. Third, she had, well, I guess nothing. Is that really it? It was just those two things, and she scolded herself for not bringing along any real self-defense tools. She'd left herself without much to work with. Calling up magic, she flicked her wrist. The wear-light returned with all the juice she had to give. The glowing ball shot up above her head, shooting off beams of light like a disco ball to blind and stun the beasts pursuing her. The shrieking got louder, and she looked back to see both of the creatures still following behind her, emotions inscrutable on their alien faces. They were 15 feet away, running on all fours like horses at a full gallop. She saw their bodies clearly now, armored in chalky white plates from tip to toe like toy soldiers. The only way that these beings could be this fast with a carapace that hard is if they were arrogant. They had magic to amplify their muscles, or to reinforce the bony plates that protected them, or both. Maggie hoped it was only the plates. If the chitin really was just naturally stone hard, she couldn't do much about it. But if its strength came from magic... One way or another, she had about 2 seconds before they caught up to her, so she had to act. Fast. Pulling the knife from its pocket on her belt, Maggie flipped out the 4-inch blade from its handle with her thumb. Thus armed, she skidded to a stop and fell into a solid karate horse stance. The creature on the left had visible scrape marks on its body from her truck, and either it was more aggressive because she'd hurt it, or maybe it just got a head start on its buddy. Either way, it lunged first, leading with its mouth full of razor teeth, confident that Maggie's little knife wouldn't be able to pierce its armor. It was wrong. Maggie had forged the knife herself decades ago, when she was still learning the art of metalsmithing. It wasn't her finest steel, but it was made from star metal and imbued under the light of a full moon. What it lacked in size and refinement, it made up for in the ability to pierce magic like tissue. She shifted her grip, bracing her body and holding out the blade. She didn't need to stab. She just needed to absorb the shock of the blow and let the creature do the rest. The blade caught it above where the heart would be on a normal animal, and all its momentum and weight were enough to crack its chitin chest plate in half. Its teeth made it only a few inches from her throat before her hand hit the creature's chest and her solid, braced position won out. Her hand smarted with pain, similar to that of punching a stone wall, and something oily and viscous spilled out of its chest cavity, slicking down her arm, threatening her grip on the knife. She felt grateful to be wearing gloves for multiple reasons, from the improved grip to the protection it offered. On another note, Maggie had been wrong before. Up until now, the creatures hadn't been screaming. This was a scream. The kind that scraped against her very soul with a guttural fear response until the blade caught something vital and the creature suddenly stopped making noise. Her knife had buried itself halfway up the handle and slicked down with the monster's oily ichor. She couldn't yank it free in time to duck the second creature's attack. Maggie dropped and rolled, mind racing to come up with a plan as it skittered to a stop and whirled to face her. Even one-on-one, she couldn't fight this thing, not without a weapon. Even if she had her knife, the second one wouldn't just throw itself on her blade. In the full light, she saw its razor-sharp claws were only a few inches long. It didn't have inhuman reach, at least. And, though it was fast, It wasn't pixie quick, darting to and fro quicker than the naked eye could make out. Maggie glanced back at the gate. Maybe... She almost missed the creature's charge, and if she hadn't dodged to the side to put the first one's body between her and its friend, it would have brought her down in an instant. Instead, it skidded to a stop, almost slipping in the pool of dark, oily ichor that had spilled out of the other creature. It panted for a moment, red eyes darting between Maggie and the fallen monster. Good news. Panting meant that it needed to breathe. Bad news? Maggie had never been much of a wrestler. It beats pushing up daisies. She sank back into a fighting stance, waiting. The creature eyed her, wary of another trick, unwilling to leap into another knife. It had a certain level of cunning. That was good. If it were ruled purely by baser instincts, she couldn't pretend to have another blade up her sleeve. Still, once it came at her, she would have to choke out something that was faster than her, stronger than her, and armed with as many knives as it had fingers. It didn't seem like a winning prospect. She had one other option. "Do you understand me?" she asked. It tilted its head. No English, but it recognized speech. Maybe it didn't understand language, and was reacting like a dog hearing familiar words without understanding the base meaning, but maybe not. She tried again, slipping into the old tongue, one of the Fae's innate gifts. "Do you understand me?" It tilted its head the other way, curious. Then, deciding that the sounds Maggie made were unimportant and she was no longer scary without steel in her hand, it lowered its body and got ready to finish her off. Pop! Bam! A piece of chitin on the side of its head chipped away, followed by the boom of hypersonic rifle fire. Another shot rang out, then another, and another, pelting the creature with bullets that pitted its bony armor piece by piece, exposing flesh beneath. Maggie turned, surprised to see a team standing in the surface entrance, half a dozen of her people dressed in tactical armor and acting with military precision. She was too far away to make out precisely the weapons they were carrying, but they were clearly some variety of sniper rifle, and with 6 of them firing, the shots sounded almost like that of an automatic weapon. Their aim was deadly, raining down fire on the creature as it turned, running for its life as bits of oil began spurting from nicks and cuts that made it through its chitin. Scrambling clear of the line of fire, Maggie let the squad do their job. It made it halfway back to her truck before the shots finally overwhelmed it and the creature fell to the ground, motionless. Ears threatening to burst from the screeching and the hail of echoing gunfire, Maggie watched as one sniper set aside their gun and jogged towards her, shouting something indistinct. They probably wanted her to come along and get to safety. That would have been the prudent choice, in case more of those things were lurking in the shadows. But first, she needed to do one thing. Walking back to the slumped body of the creature she'd killed, Maggie rolled it onto its back and planted her work boot on its chest, tugging her knife free. Wiping it off on her oil-splattered shirt, she finally jogged towards the exit. She'd been told this would be a simple repair job. Diagnose the problem, fix the engine, pocket a check. Nobody had said anything about monsters or a firing squad to fend them off. Someone had a lot of explaining to do. Chapter 2. Hostile Workplace Environment. The strike squad remained tense and cautious as they escorted Maggie towards the exit. Through the surface gates at the large staging room and the elevator she'd driven her truck in, and the relative safety of walls. The Fae commandos wore tactical body armor and constantly checked and rechecked the tunnel behind them until she was through the gate and they sealed it behind her. Finally safe, they relaxed. Maggie, on the other hand, shifted from anxious to pissed. What the hell is going on? A particularly tall commando with a snowy pale complexion and an upward tilt on his ears looked at her with just a touch of awe. You killed one. I killed one what? Maggie demanded. And why did you send me down here if you knew those things were in there? I can't answer that, ma'am. We didn't send you in, he said. As soon as I heard there was someone in the tunnels, we geared up for the rescue. Watching you fight the things, though. How did you kill it? Maggie raised her knife, folding out the blade with her thumb. With this. Another of the commandos noticed the rippling maker's mark on the side of the blade and whistled. Is that Wayland steel? She shook her head. Cartwright steel. He didn't seem to understand, so she pointed a thumb at herself. Maggie Cartwright. I made it myself. That do it? The leader said. Sticking out his hand, he said, Darius is the name. I'm head of the monster squad. We're handling containment. Containment? Maggie asked, not accepting his offered grip. What the hell are you containing? When she didn't shake, he took his hand back and rubbed his neck sheepishly. We are still, figuring that out. Most soirees with these things, they get away before we can hammer them hard enough for a kill. We're still getting intel on what they're doing here. So those things, they broke the carrier engine and you've had to shut off this whole section of the subway because of them? Maggie asked. That about sums it up? Yes. He pursed his lips. Nobody was supposed to be down here without an escort. Why were you down here anyways? Maggie's eyes narrowed. That's a damned good question. Typically, Maggie didn't mind handling her work conversations over the phone. Sometimes, though, an in-person conversation just couldn't be beat. For example, you couldn't kick a door in over the phone. Kansas City below was a bit of a maze to anyone who wasn't native to it, with a design similar to many subway systems across the world, save for the fact that there were no simple, well-illustrated maps and signposts. Maggie chose to live above ground, but she knew the way around well enough to navigate, even if she couldn't tell anyone the fastest shortcuts. The tribunal offices were reasonably close, anyways, a 20-minute walk if she took a main thoroughfare, pushing past other fae who might slow her down. She didn't mind the delay. The walk gave her time to build up a furious head of steam. Carved out of stone in a wide circle, the tribunal offices were an aesthetic call to when they'd held council around a fighting ring. Trial by combat was out of practice these days, but much of the iconography still remained of their old ways, even if the hardwood molding and design had more aesthetic similarities to expensive human offices than classic elven architecture. Maggie stormed in through the front door of the tribunal building, feeling like she wanted to bring the old ways back just long enough to kick someone's ass. Noticing her, a secretary got to his feet, but she just stomped past. He sat back down and started quickly dialing a number. Stopping her wasn't his job. That's right, call security, she thought. By the time they get here, I'll be done anyways. She was after one tribunal judge in particular, and once past the secretary, she made a beeline for his office. It was easy to spot because the door was emblazoned with a brass hammer that Maggie prepared herself to kick in as she finished concocting in her head what she was going to say. She was undecided on just how many expletives to use. There were a few particularly colorful ones she already had ready to go, and she was going to season the rest of her rant to taste. She got to the door, leaned back to sink her weight into a kick, and it opened. "Maggie!" the willowy bureaucrat said, greeting her with a look of genuine concern on his face. "By the earth, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried when I heard what had happened." Mitch was no warrior, but he did social judo with the best of them. His preemptive response deflected all of Maggie's forward anger, and when she tried to keep her fury going, it missed the mark. What's going on?" "Come in, have a seat," he said, stepping back so she could get through the door. His office had a garish streak. with a convincing illusion of a window overlooking Paris projected onto his back wall and a dry bar off to the side, set up with clear bottles full of expensive amber liquids. "Please, let me explain. I thought the monsters were all contained. I mean, we have a containment unit, for cripe's sake. I had no idea they were having such difficulty. If I'd been aware that there was still such a danger, I naturally never would have asked you to come down and work for us." He seemed genuine. Even though Maggie suspected he was bullshitting, she felt a twinge of guilt at the idea of calling him out on it. While she tried to decide what to say, her rant completely deflated. Mitch looked past her and gave the tiniest shake of his head. Maggie followed his gaze to the 2 burly security guards who'd walked in after her. Upon the signal, they nodded and stepped out of the office once again. "It's just been a, frankly, hellish couple of days," Mitch continued, shutting the door behind her and walking back to his desk. "The tribunal's been working overtime. I've barely seen the inside of my home except to go back and shower. We wanted to get this dealt with as fast as possible. And it seems that, in all the shuffle, a miscommunication happened. I thought the problem was contained, and wanted to get the subway up and running ASAP, so I guess what I mean to say is, I'm sorry for not confirming with my colleagues before hiring you." Maggie sat down opposite from him, idly reading the engraved nameplate. Tribunal Justice Michael Smith. The surname wasn't one he'd gotten from his parents. It was another anachronism, more akin to a title like mayor or councilman, denoting his role on the tribunal as the Justice of Assembly. He didn't do any smithing, and he really didn't do any judgment either. He was largely in charge of zoning law, permits, and construction. As was often the case with Faye, though, the old titles long outlived the point where they had any meaning. "I could have been killed," Maggie said, though the words weren't as angry as she had intended. "I nearly was." "And it's a blessing that you weren't," Mitch replied. "You have no idea how relieved I was when we got word that you'd been escorted out safely. My trucking gear were all down there." Mitch nodded, marking down something on his notepad. "If it's still down there once the creatures have been dealt with, I'll make sure it gets returned to you." That almost sounded reasonable, and his tone was so placating that it took Maggie a second to realize that the offer was absurd. For one, Mitch had screwed her over, whether intentional or not. For two, her truck was already a wreck, and those creatures seemed to delight in tearing apart metal to nest inside. Her truck was probably scrap by now, and if not yet, then it would be soon. "Now, wait a minute," Maggie started. "This is your fault, and I need that gear to work. You need to reimburse me." Mitch pursed his lips. "I mean, I can put in a request with the Justice of Finance, but we're in a budget crisis, and I can't promise she'll bend. Maybe once the creatures are dealt with, but—" He sucked in a breath through his teeth, shaking his head. "It's a tough situation." "Huh, anger. That's where you went." Maggie leaned forward, jabbing a finger at him. "Now you listen here. I'll do everything I can," he said, leaning back quickly and putting up his hands. "I want you to be treated fairly, Mags, but don't call me Mags. Maggie, then, I want you to be treated fairly. But I'm just one Justice of 19, and the others aren't going to go with this unless you give me something to work with." He may have been good with coy words and misdirection, but Maggie caught it when they reached the true point. This whole thing had been a setup from the start. Mitch wanted something that only she had, and everything, from asking her to fix the engine to conveniently misunderstanding what the containment squad was doing, was all done to get her over a barrel while remaining just blameless enough that she couldn't pin it on him in any way that would matter. And now that she was over that barrel, Maggie knew what he would ask for next. "What sort of something were you thinking?" she asked. He shrugged. "We need to deal with these Erican before we do anything else. I'd hoped our containment team would be able to deal with them, but it looks like that just isn't the case. We don't have the sort of tools we need to— You want my swords. Maggie cut him off. Stop bullshitting. He chuckled. Well, you suggested it. That would be a solution, though, if— I'm not giving you one of my swords, Maggie said. Mitch nodded, reasonably. I never suggested you should, but if you wanted to lend us a couple, just for a few weeks, they'd be returned to you after the fact. That was a lie. The swords would certainly be misplaced, or just appropriated and never returned. At best, she'd be reimbursed for a fraction of their value. Maggie kept the supply of her hand-forged swords deliberately limited. If she wanted to ramp up production, she could have. Maybe not to industrial levels, but certainly to more than one blade a year. She didn't do that, because they were never meant to be so common that they could be purchased by any two-bit sword fighter who wanted to show off. Her blades were for masters only. That didn't stop bureaucrats from trying to get a hold of them, to put them in a storage locker to be passed out like Halloween candy to anyone who asked. Maneuvering to get a few of her blades would be a nice feather in Mitch's cap. Politically speaking, he'd be the one responsible for ridding their community of the monsters, even when that wasn't his job, and he'd also have scored some tools to keep in his back pocket to use as a trump card whenever he pleased. You ass, Maggie said quietly. You'd really risk my life to score a couple points in your political game? Mitch shrugged, and the insult bounced off him without seeming to impact. It was just a suggestion, one that you brought up. If you wanted to help out, I could ensure you were paid rental for your swords and reimbursed for the cost of any equipment you lost. Who's in charge of the containment team? Maggie asked. I don't see why that's relevant, seeing as you never engage in politics to begin with, and I can't even remember the last open court you attended, Mitch said, continuing to suck the air out of the room. Justice of war or the justice of law? I know it's one of them. Hesitating for a second, he said, the justice of war, but Maggie shoved back from the desk, her chair scraping the floor. Getting to her feet, she stormed out of the room, crossing the tribunal's ring of offices. Mitch followed, but not past the end of his office. If he'd pursued, Maggie would have strongly considered slugging him across the face. She marched straight towards the door that had a pair of crossed swords emblazoned on the front. Spite was fueling her, the very specific desire to make sure that Mitch wouldn't gain any political favor from this crisis. Opening the door, Maggie ensured that the Justice of War was at her desk and spoke without preamble. I've got a proposal for you. How'd you like for someone to deal with your monster problem and give you all the credit? Chapter 3. The Right Tool. Blanche Wallman, the Justice of War, was old school. Old school. The decor of her office wasn't an anachronism or a throwback to tradition. It just hadn't been updated since she first took office more than a century prior. That probably should have scared Maggie, or at least given her pause. You didn't get to be in an office amongst the Fae for 115 years without having serious self-preservation skills and savvy. Back in the day, she'd won her share of honor duels to stave off political rivals. Now she just held on to her title with grit. Let me get this straight, she said. You want a truck. I want a replacement for my truck, Maggie corrected, and all the equipment I had loaded onto it, and cash compensation for the job I couldn't finish. And in exchange, you'll kill the creatures that have been plaguing the construction and expansion efforts to the north of the city. Not because you have any civic duty, but because you want to ensure Mitch doesn't get the credit. She pursed her lips, thinking about it. How long have you been living with humans? Maggie raised an eyebrow. I don't see why that's relevant. Blanche's face was unreadable. You're not a warrior. I have the steel to kill them, unlike your team of sharpshooters, Maggie said. And I'm no slouch in a fight. I already took down one. With armor and the time to prepare, I shouldn't have any trouble." "I've already got a team," Blanche said. "Some freelancers who deal with this professionally. I'll put you with them." Maggie shook her head. "I don't need a team to help me." "Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if you slip up and get hurt, you'll want someone to drag you to safety. This isn't the kind of work you do solo, no matter how good you are. Besides, they're already on contract." "If you've got a team, why would you take me?" Maggie asked. That got no response from Blanche, except one raised eyebrow. "Never mind." Getting to her feet, Maggie extended her hand. "Do we have a deal?" Blanche stood, but instead of shaking, she gave Maggie a simple salute, raising her hand and extending her ring and index fingers. "My team will be in touch with you. Clear out the monsters, you'll get your truck." The quickest way to get between Kansas City below and Maggie's home was an elevator that came up into Union Station. From there, it was only a short walk up the hill. It didn't matter to her how short it was. She still fumed because she should have been driving. Maggie didn't think about what she'd committed to until she was back home in her conjoined auto body shop and house. Slamming the door behind her, she slumped against the wall in her garage. Adrenaline, and then fury, and then a deep, grumbling resentment had all been fuel while she was moving, but now that she was home there wasn't much left to keep her going. Putting a hand to her face, she rubbed at her eyes, then tore off the bandana that she wore around humans to cover the points of her ears. Running fingers over her braids, she sighed. She hadn't been afraid, not when she was fighting the monsters, not afterward, especially not when she was committing to fighting them. Only now, taking a moment to consider the weight of what she was up against, did she allow herself a moment of trepidation. "Don't be a coward. It's just exterminating some vermin. You've handled worse, and you can't afford to not do it." She looked around her shop. It wasn't a big garage. The front space, the entrance, where she had a desk and her coffee maker and some chairs for customers. Beyond that, her main workstation, with room enough for one car and her workbench. Behind that workspace was an enclosed area. Nominally, it was a paint room, and that's what it looked like from the outside. In truth, she never painted cars. The room was where she hid her forge. Sealed doors made it impossible to peek inside, and nobody questioned the large ventilation system she'd installed to keep the work area clear of fumes. Beyond that was the space she kept all her magical supplies and products which she sold on the side, and if you went any further, you'd end up in the basement of her house. None of the hidden areas were, strictly speaking, illegal, but all the same she preferred to keep them away from curious eyes. Setting aside her worries, Maggie walked towards the forge, stepping through the steel doors and shutting it behind her. In the course of her career, she'd made dozens of swords, which all sold for exorbitant prices. She could have made them faster, if she wanted to. Her waiting list was long enough that she could ditch the rest of her career and exclusively forge. But she took pride in the fact that only masters wielded her blades. She knew the name, the face, the style of every person for whom she'd forged a blade. She'd tested their skills against her own, and only if they beat her handily would she even consider putting them on the waiting list. If Maggie had come to herself as a customer, asking to buy a blade, she would have turned herself down. She didn't live up to her own standards. Of course, being the smith came with perks. She didn't just have one blade. She had 5. Her little knife barely counted, but it was the first piece of proper star metal that she'd ever forged. Taking it from her pocket, she set it down on her anvil. Next was her rapier, a delicate weapon, light and quick, perfect for puncturing enemies. She took it down from its rack on the wall and swished the blade through the air, making a handful of practice stabs at imagined opponents. With care and precision, going for the weak points of the carapace, she'd pierced flesh without having to force steel through the hardest points. It could work. Her next weapon of choice was the most visibly impressive, a wide claymore that tapered to a razor point. A 45-inch blade with a foot of handle. The sword was almost as tall as Maggie, with mass and power that would shear through just about anything. On the other hand, reach, power, and sheer intimidation came at the cost of speed. Dangerous against creatures as quick and reactive as she'd encountered. She moved the sword through the air in a few guarded poses, using both hands to control the heavy tool. The blade rippled in the light, shimmering with a beauty that contrasted with its deadly power. Maggie frowned. She didn't want to get flanked by a quick enemy and left exposed. The last 2 blades on the wall were a matched set, both equally long, designed to be used together. Using both at the same time took incredible skill, and Maggie hadn't kept up practicing with both weapons, but they seemed the ideal choice for general-purpose combat. Speed, power, or flexibility. Frailty, lethargy, or inexperience. Advantages and trade-offs, no matter which she went with. She set the blades aside. The decision could wait until morning, and there was other work to keep her occupied. Replacing her cell phone, for one. She'd left her mobile device in her truck. That, at least, was simple. She kept an old flip phone that still worked in a drawer somewhere. After a bit of poking around in boxes filled with obsolete cables and technology she didn't use much anymore, she found the old device and its charging cable. While the battery came back to life, she got on her computer, contacted her service provider, and activated the old device. That done, the device chirped, filling in the messages and emails she'd missed since her phone had been turned off. Or, more likely, since it was ripped to shreds. None of the messages were too major. A reminder to pay her energy bill, an expense which would leave her bank account looking pretty thin. A couple newsletters she'd subscribed to. The only thing that she might make some money off of was a text from a human she knew. A journalist who called himself Levy. Most humans didn't know about the Fae, about magic, about the paranormal in general. But he'd stumbled into the world of magic a couple years prior and, well, honestly, he still didn't know much. But he was no random straight on the street who thought fairies were invented by Disney. His text read, "I need some of that souped-up pepper spray ASAP. Do you have any more in stock?" She paused. He'd texted her a few hours prior, but she hadn't seen it on account of the whole "my phone was eaten by monsters" problem. The self-defense spray she'd developed for him was a bespoke mix of chemicals that repel most things supernatural, and she had to prepare it to order. It wasn't cover all her bills expensive, but it'd keep her in the black for a little longer if she could upsell the product and get it sold quick. Besides, she liked Levy. If he needed something urgently, she'd make time. Typing was difficult, using the old number pad, but she wouldn't stoop to using chat speak or abbreviations, even if she couldn't do any punctuation besides periods. "I can set the crystal aside for you, now spray I can mix tomorrow." Then, hoping to make a couple extra bucks, she added, "Do you want me to make a couple so you have spares?" He responded quickly, "Yes, please." "What are you doing up?" Maggie frowned, checking the time. "It's past midnight. When did it get so late?" "Working on a project," she sent back, not going into details. Levy wasn't in the know with Fae affairs. Noting a bit of irony, she sent a second message. "I could ask the same of you." "Can't sleep. Someone's trying to kill me again." Maggie rolled her eyes. Not that she wasn't worried for his safety, but knowing Levy, this was danger that he'd brought onto his own head. He had less in common with an innocent victim and more with a big game hunter who was having a close encounter with the story he'd been hunting. "Don't forget, you're literally going hunting soon," she reminded herself. Stones, glass houses. She looked back at the door of her forge. Despite the late hour, she didn't have any plans to sleep for a while. So, she typed out a message to him, mostly on a whim. "Do you want to come by?" He responded a minute or so later. "Sure." Chapter 4. doomed to repeat it. November 1927. Metal sang when Cyrus hit it, releasing a pure tone that hummed in the air for seconds. When Maggie copied him, she only produced an angry clang. "No, no," Cyrus said, stepping forward to stop her from bringing the hammer down again. "You're not getting it." "The metal is the right shape," Maggie protested, looking down at the anvil. "It's exactly like yours." Cyrus sighed, looking out at the river. The rooftop forge he'd put together in the East Bottoms had a great view of the cargo ships coming through, a reminder of the trade that boomed through Kansas City. "It's not just about the physical shape," Cyrus said. "Any metal can take the shape of a knife, but only ours has the soul of one. Here, I'll show you again." Reaching out, he waited until Maggie reluctantly passed him the hammer. Despite the flecks of gray in his hair, he was one of the strongest elves she'd ever known, and his muscles rippled as he lifted the tool and brought it down on red-hot steel. The softly glowing metal hummed gently. "You've done magic," Cyrus said. "You know how to channel our nature. So, channel it into the steel." "How?" Maggie asked, feeling frustrated at the lack of specific instructions. "I'm concentrating. I'm trying. The energy won't go. Do I force it?" Cyrus shut his eyes, letting the gentle wind flow through his long hair. "You're not making the power go into the steel. You're allowing it to flow through the steel. It's a river, not a reservoir." "Still, how?" Maggie demanded. "I don't understand." "Picture a dream," Cyrus explained cryptically, looking out at the boats as though his mind was elsewhere. "The future of the blade, the world you want it to create. Your thoughts have to be in tune, same as your body, or you'll just end up with dull metal." "A dream?" Maggie asked. He didn't get what she was asking for. Instructions. It was all vagary and poetic language that told her nothing about how to make his steel. "So I'll just fantasize about something while I hit the metal and that will do it?" "When I make my swords, I'm not thinking about hitting the metal," Cyrus said. "I'm thinking about the life that I'm building, the lineage of artists whose skills allowed me to make this steel, and the future I'm going to have here because of it. My swords, our swords, are going to build us a home here in the crossroads of the country. It's what I want to happen, so I'm going to make it happen. Does that make sense?" Maggie wasn't sure, but she extended her hand anyways, asking for the hammer. Cyrus gave it to her. "What do I want to happen?" It was a hard question, especially given that this knife wasn't going to be anything special. It was a practice blade to learn the fundamentals, not a weapon for any particular sword masters. "I want to learn then. I want to grow and make a blade worthy of the lineage." That seemed good, but Maggie still wasn't certain. She looked up at Cyrus, the artisan who'd taken her in, offered to teach her the secrets of metalwork that nobody else knew. "I want to make my teacher proud." When she hit the steel, it sang. Present day. Using the side of her knife's handle as a wedge, Maggie popped the cap off a beer bottle, took a long pull, and got to work on Levy's order. Careful to set the bottle in a spot where it'd be clear of any dust or hazardous debris, she strapped on a full-face respirator, elbow-length rubber gloves, and a long canvas apron. The pepper spray she developed was a slurry of dangerous chemicals and particulates held in a liquid medium. Iron powder for Fae, silver powder for shifters, pickling salt for demons, capsaicin for mortals, wolfsbane and garlic powder to cover her bases. Levy wouldn't get any benefit from holy water against a vampire, so she instead included a few drops of ink from a printing press. The list of ingredients was substantial, and each one comprised just a tiny part of the cocktail. when it came to personal defense, she didn't skimp, covering as wide a spectrum as she could, arranging all the various reagents and repellents and setting them out on her work table before she even started mixing them together. The rumble of Levy's motorcycle sounded outside just as she finished setting it all out. She took off her face mask and went to unlock the door, pausing for a moment to survey his appearance. A bad scrape on his face, bloodshot eyes, clothes that were tattered and dirty, and based on his posture, he was limping. She rolled her eyes, unsurprised. "Levy, you look like crap." "I feel like crap," he said. "Can I come in?" "By all means." Maggie stepped back, giving him the opportunity to walk over to the love seat and slump down. "So, who's trying to kill you? Erican or human?" He quirked an eyebrow. "Erican?" "Monster," Maggie clarified. One of the words from the old tongue that didn't have a perfect translation. She simplified it for his sake. It means monster, basically. Levy stretched, shaking his head tiredly. "Well, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that." "Sure." Maggie stepped to the side to take a pull from her beer before dropping the respirator back over her face and returning to work. Levy rubbed at his eyes, sinking deeper into the couch. "I don't have a lot of brain power for small talk." "Then don't. I just enjoy the company." She did a second count of her ingredients, ensuring she'd measured them all out accurately, that she hadn't missed anything. Her actions were thorough and precise. Levy, eventually, broke the silence, looking up from the love seat. "What are you working on?" "Your order," she said, "just double-checking before I start to mix." He nodded, falling silent while she began to hand-grind a few components in a stone mortar and pestle. As she finished that up and moved the powdered reagents into a measuring cup, he asked, "Did you ever get into trouble after the mess last summer?" It was a reference to some other trouble he'd gotten her roped into. She'd run afoul of human wizards during the chaos, which was mostly his fault, though she couldn't blame him. He'd been trying to save his own neck. "Not really. Business has been slow, and I think they've put me on a blacklist somewhere telling people not to buy from me, but that's as far as they dare go." She paused, considering how much detail to go into. Slow business had been what convinced her to take a job for the city below, and that job had landed her in serious trouble. But Levy didn't need to be burdened with all those details. "Even if they tried to hit me legally, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on since they aren't allowed to regulate my shop." "They're not?" He tilted his head, which looked a bit odd from her perspective since he was leaning it on the armrest of the couch. "Why not?" "Faye, we've been doing magic way longer than any of you," she pointed out, getting out a large ceramic mixing bowl with a pour spout on one side. "When your Commonwealth got started, they tried to make the various Fae nations join, but we were here first. Eventually, both sides agreed that we would be sovereign. We don't mess with you, you don't mess with us." "That sounds like a good deal for everyone," Levy said. Maggie hesitated. It has its downsides. You know the stereotype of Fae as greedy tricksters?" He bobbed his head in a little nod. "Humans made that up, pretty much out of whole cloth. Humans made bad deals with my people, thinking they could just run to the Commonwealth and renege on their side of the deal. When we collected what we were owed, you humans cried about it. It was, 'How can I afford to feed my children when the Fae are taking all my money?' at first, and then, 'The Fae are killing my children,' and it just got more outlandish from there." She paused, trying not to sound mad. "They were trying to cheat us, and they failed. But somehow that makes us the bad guy. They flipped around the aggressor and the victim. It was all a story. You made up lies while you stole from us." She kept herself from going on a more overt rant. Maggie was generations removed from the times when the Fae nations, or the Commonwealth for that matter, were known about by most mortals, but the pattern of behavior hadn't changed. They were still thought of as tricksters. It had just shifted, for the most part, from rumors to literal storybook fiction. Levy didn't need to know about her personal history. How humans ripping off the Fae was a tradition that had survived well into the modern era. She sighed, saying simply, It was never us who were unreliable in a deal. It was always you. Well, not me, personally, Levy objected. Maggie paused, leaning over to stare bluntly at him and to make sure he saw her do it. How many crystals did you pilfer from my shop again? He smiled sheepishly and sank deeper into the couch. I paid you back for that. It doesn't count. Maggie chuckled. Take your shoes off if you're going to put your feet up. He did, rubbing tiredly at his eyes. Still, I get your point. We, humans, that is, pretended that our victim was really the aggressor. Pretty much, Maggie confirmed. It wasn't really what she'd been trying to get at, but Levy had a lot on his mind, and it wasn't strictly wrong. We try to be straight shooters. You humans typically have more to worry about from your so-called friends than from the Fae. Maggie wanted to say that her people were always above board in their dealings, but that was idealism that she knew wasn't true. Her people were just as capable of scams and rip-offs as humans. They just generally kept that trickery in-house. Even so, she wouldn't stand for being called a con artist anytime someone saw the tips of her ears. She played straight. She stuck to her principles, no matter what anyone else tried to do to her. Levy didn't respond, and they fell into another comfortable silence while Maggie worked. After a while, Maggie heard him snoring. Dang. She looked up from her workbench at him. If he can fall asleep on one of those couches, he really is exhausted. She was tired, too, but she wasn't sleepy. Noting that fatigue was setting in, though, she responded with more care, ensuring that she wouldn't make any avoidable mistakes as she poured a set amount of the toxic slurry into 4 canisters, and then loaded those canisters into pressurized spray cans, each about 3 inches long and a little wider than her thumb. 3 for Levy, and 1 for herself. It wouldn't kill one of those creatures in the tunnels, and the ink she'd included for Levy wouldn't help her any more than holy water if she found herself up against a vampire, but it would fit on a keychain. And it would probably hold something back like that if she found herself in another desperate survival situation. She wouldn't be going around without a way to defend herself again. Eventually, she completed the work. Grabbing a cleansing crystal from the back room to complete Levy's order, she set it all out and pulled a blanket from her closet to drape over him as well. No need to interrupt the rest he so clearly needed. The conversation was still bouncing around in the back of her head. She hated the reputation that she got stuck with. And she hated that people like Mitch were so willing to play into it. Putting other people's lives and livelihoods at risk for a bit of profit wasn't supposed to be something her people did. Ensuring that Mitch didn't see any gains didn't seem strong enough of a retribution, and the repayment for her truck wasn't enough of a balm. She wanted to burn him, figuratively or literally. She'd almost died. She'd looked death right in the eye and been ready for it, and it had all been part of a cheap trick to steal a sword or 2 from her inventory. That's not how we do things, she thought, marching back to her forge. She slammed the door, then winced, opening it a crack and glancing back. Levy didn't stir, so she shut the door again, walking up to the forge. She couldn't make a new blade in an evening, but it was possible to do something small. The preparation of the steel took more time than anything, and she had a smallish billet left over from another project. She'd already attuned it under a full moon and done the most difficult parts of prep. The billet available wasn't enough for a sword, and she didn't want another knife. Against those creatures, she wanted speed and power, but she also wanted reach to keep those claws as far as possible from her skin. There was one weapon she had in mind that would work perfectly. She fired up the forge and got to work. Chapter 5. Affairs in Order. Ding, ding, ding. Maggie woke up a little before 11, still tired from the night before. She had deliberately chosen not to set an alarm and let her shop be closed all day. She had more serious problems to worry about. For example, murdering whoever had dared wake her up when she had intended to sleep in late. Her replacement phone continued to ring its cheerful little electronic jingle. Hello? she asked, trying her best to sound like she hadn't just woken up.
Maggie, this is Darius, with the Monster Squad. We met yesterday.
You saved my life, Maggie remembered. Do we have a meeting time?
Tomorrow? We're getting a late start, so be down at the service entrance at 10 a.m. We'll go over debriefing and tactical plans from there.
Should I plan on being away for a few days? Maggie asked, sitting up in bed.
If you have any pets, you might want to have someone check in on them. But if all goes well, we'll be in and out before sundown,
Darius said. All never goes well. I'll plan on being down for 2 days, Maggie said. That gave her the rest of the day to put her affairs in order. No, that sounds too morbid. That gave her 2 days to prepare for battle. Better. She got to work. She'd acquired her armor in a trade for one of her swords back in the 80s, but it hadn't seen much use. It had been custom cut and fitted, assembled out of Kevlar to cover her chest, belly, and shoulders, with a rigid collar that stood up in the sides and the back that gave her room to tuck her chin against chokeholds while it protected the vulnerable areas of her throat. Hardened strike plates covered other potentially delicate targets, with strips of electroplated chain-link steel inside the wrists and upper arm. It let her have free range of motion, and it'd protect from disembowelment should the Erican get too close. Her boots came up to her knees, leather over steel greaves that protected her legs and turned shin kicks into a particularly devastating attack. Maggie tried it on, inspecting the fit in the mirror and smiling. Working her body, exercising, and general athleticism had paid off. Even after 40 years, the armor still conformed to her body almost perfectly. She barely even needed to adjust the straps. Of course, her elvish longevity helped with that, but she'd seen plenty of fae her age give up keeping their bodies toned and falling to flab. Finding a way to transport her weapons took a little more work. She would normally load them up in her truck and drive straight to her destination. But since she'd be taking public transportation, carrying around an arsenal of swords wouldn't be an option. Magic was tricky around the star metal she forged with, and though she dabbled, Maggie was no expert in glamours. She'd need a mundane solution. A bus ride up to the music shop on Broadway solved her problems. Using most of the money she'd gotten from Levy, she picked up a hard case for the largest instrument they had, the double bass. With some judicious use of Velcro, tape, and some old insulation for padding, she made a perfectly serviceable storage solution for all of her weapons that would look discreet in public. All that ready, Maggie did some basic exercises to refresh herself on combat styles she hadn't been practicing, drank 3 shots of Jim Beam to fall asleep, and went to bed before the sun was down. In the morning, it was just a quick bus ride to Union Station, and an even quicker walk to the elevator in the back that served as her easiest access to the city below. Pushing down the door closed, door open, 2 and 3 buttons all at the same time, she waited for a moment, then felt the elevator move down. Deep, deep down. The city below had a few sections somewhat near to the surface, but those were out of favor. Humans had dug tunnels around the city back in the day, and every time they intersected with Fae architecture, it required new illusions, interventions to hide their work, and the evacuation of the Fae structures that had been unearthed. Using magic to cut through stone, they'd burrowed deep enough to be free of any human influence. Not every Fae settlement was like this. Each bloodline had their own preference. Dryads had built sprawling forest settlements, illusory structures that flitted between trees like wind, never in the same place twice. Naiads hid from humans in the oceans. Some of her other Fae cousins, without inhuman physiology, chose simply to live with the humans, blending in among them. Maggie had adopted that strategy for herself, though in her case it required covering her ears and the occasional bit of magic to hide her true nature. Hiding in the earth, though, was the old way, and the way the elves favored above all else. The elevator rattled as it continued to sink, almost half a mile below the surface. When it settled, Maggie took a breath, stepping out into one of the entry corridors and rolling her instrument case through the quiet access hall. She liked the solitude. It might have been quicker to take a more well-worn thoroughfare, but she wanted to keep things straightforward. She wasn't here to socialize. She was here to fight, get paid, and leave. 2 back tunnels and another much shorter elevator ride later, and she was back at the service entrance where this whole mess had begun. Maggie wondered how safe it was. The garage door between the service room and the subway tunnel wasn't made of anything particularly special, just metal alloys and some carbon fiber sections, and the monsters had chewed through metal as an afternoon snack. She'd meant to arrive early, but apparently so had everyone else. She was the last one there. A team of 4 other Fae in disparate outfits were all setting up for combat, stretching, checking weapons, looking over maps. Maggie spotted Darius in his tactical commando gear, looking a little wearier but no less alert than she remembered. He was standing tall with a laden backpack full of equipment and a sniper rifle, and Maggie approached him, propping up the base case on its side. "You're leading this shindig?" she asked, sticking out her hand. "No, ma'am," he replied, exchanging grips and smiling. "I'm leading the monster squad. We're coordinating everything and gathering intel, but it's a joint operation. I've got the scout reports from my containment team, but we're not equipped to go in and exterminate the petriforms. That's up to the rest of you." Maggie raised an eyebrow. Petriforms? From behind Darius, a dark-skinned elf, maybe a decade older than Maggie, turned away from the map she'd been inspecting. She had bright red hair pulled into a ponytail. "What we're calling the monsters? We can't just keep saying the monsters in all our reports. You're Cartwright?" Her accent was a subdued Irish brogue, suggesting she'd grown up in one of the old elf strongholds. Nodding, Maggie went to shake hands, but instead she received a 2-fingered salute by way of a greeting. "I'm Frey," she said, lowering her hand. "I've heard a lot about you." "Good things, I hope," Maggie said. "You're the boss?" "No," Frey said, shaking her head. "Yes," one of the other mercenaries, a willowy dryad, called from the back of the room. The corner of Frey's mouth turned up in a half-smile. "I'm leading our strike team against the petriforms, but it's a democracy. When we're fighting, there's no time for questions, but outside of battle, I'm just part of the team." "Good to know." Maggie nodded down to the gilded scabbard on Frey's belt. "Steel?" "I'm not just an armchair general," Frey said. "I'll be leading the fight with you. You'll be helping me hold the point and deal damage while the rest of the team gives us support. How much experience do you have fighting in groups?" "Mostly theoretical," Maggie admitted, eyeing the hilt with a hint of curiosity. "But you misunderstood my question. From what I saw, most swords are going to bounce right off. What are you carrying?" Frey's half-smile broke into a proud grin. "Ah, you're asking if it's your steel." "Not mine, but yes." The leader drew her blade triumphantly, and the rippled steel shimmered in the cheap fluorescent lights of the service tunnel. The metal hummed like a tuning fork, and Maggie recognized the craftsmanship at once, even without seeing the eagle etched near the base of the blade, a maker's mark that she knew almost as well as her own. She reached out her hand. "May I?" Frey gave it eagerly, almost excitedly, passing the hilt to Maggie for inspection. She took it, holding up the blade. "Cyrus made this," Maggie said, judging the weight. "Perfectly balanced, like she knew it would be. You must be a prodigy." Frey cocked her head ever so slightly, the tips of her ears twitching. "How do you mean?" "I started apprenticing in my 20s, Maggie said, "and I don't believe we'd ever met before. If you earned a blade before I knew Cyrus, you had to have been young." "I didn't get it from Cyrus," Frey said, frowning. "Ah," Maggie said, furrowing her brow. She had a hunch she knew what Frey was saying, but she gave the benefit of the doubt anyways, going for the optimistic choice. "Your swordmaster passed it on to you when they retired?" "I bought it," Frey said, reaching out her hand to take the blade back. "From a dealer." Sighing, Maggie looked at the blade a little longer. Now that she had the time to examine it, she recognized the ripple pattern, a style she'd put into the steel herself. She'd helped make the billet for this sword before Cyrus shaped it. It was, in part, her own work. Frey kept her hand out, patient but imploring. Reluctantly, Maggie passed it back. "Who else have we got?" "You already met Darius," Frey said, sheathing the blade and gesturing to the two in the corner. "Then we've got our resident power couple, Twig and Vera." On the left, the dryad who'd spoken before, taller than Maggie and with deep, mottled brown and green skin and hair like ivy, worked on pouring energy into gemstones she carried in a wrist strap. Next to her stood a heavily tanned fae who stood about 6'4", as broad as a bear and rippling with muscles. Her hair was cut to a narrow buzz, and there was a tattoo of a hammer on her shoulder, which Maggie caught a glimpse of before it was covered by black, flexible armor. Technically, Maggie had no way to be certain that the huge woman was a Svartarvar, but she'd bet a fair bit on it. Chuckling wryly, she asked, "Which one's Twig?" The Svartarvar stepped forward, offering a wordless fae salute in greeting. Maggie paused. "Nice to meet you, Twig." Twig nodded, bowing a couple inches, while the dryad, Vera, walked up and offered the greeting salute. "I need to see your weapon," she said bluntly. Maggie hesitated. "Why?" Vera scowled. "Because I can't do my job if I don't see it." "Vera needs to adjust her wards to work around the star metal," Frey explained. "Had to do the same thing with my blade." "Right," Maggie said, stepping back to her case and popping it open. "Well, hopefully you'll be able to work with me if I mix and match. I brought options." Opening it, she revealed her arsenal, its combined gleam outshining Frey's blade by an order of magnitude. The entire room paused, looking on with awe, while she bent to get out her armor and dress for battle. It was as though she'd opened up the case to reveal a secret Monet hidden inside, or maybe a stack of gold bars that were rife for the taking should she fall in battle. Maggie decided to believe it was the first option. She couldn't fight with people she didn't trust, and as long as they had no association with Mitch, she had no reason to doubt them. Even Frey had her blade honestly, if not honorably. Reaching into the case, Vera touched the tip of the longest weapon. "Does she have a name?" "No," Maggie said, keeping her sneer quiet. Naming swords was for naive children and storytellers. "What's the plan of attack?" Frey blinked, not hearing the question right away as she looked at the weapons laid out in Maggie's case. "Plan of attack?" Maggie repeated, snapping her fingers. "What is it?" "Right. Darius has the maps of the tramway tunnels. The new construction has several branching junctions. But his scouting teams got us a good idea of where the petriforms breached and started coming in. We just need to go in and clear out the nest, seal it off behind us, and then sweep the tunnels to catch any stragglers." She looked away from the case, making eye contact with Maggie. "From the amount we've had open the tunnels, we're expecting their numbers to be around 50, maybe 100. It's unlikely to be more than that." "Unlikely," Maggie noted. "Not impossible." "We'll know when we get to the nest." "How far?" A red light on Darius's backpack started blinking, and he frowned, checking a gadget in his pocket. "Trouble," he said. "What sort of trouble?" Frey said, turning. "Hostiles headed this way?" "If we can thin them out before the next assault, then—" Darius looked ashen as he read out the display. "Not headed our way. Another breach." "Don't tell me," Frey said. "They're in a different subway tunnel. Is it the northern pass? I told them." "No." Shaking his head, Darius spoke quietly. "They didn't breach into a new tramway. They started from the tunnel they were already in and went up." Vera's eyes went wide. "To the humans? Then—" Darius cut her off. "Not that high. Into our city. They dug straight into a school." The whole room was quiet for a moment. Maggie, sensing that they were low on time, hurriedly pulled on the rest of her armor, strapping it in place over her shirt. "Darius, get us directions," Frey said. "Fastest way there." Looking at a readout on his device, Darius said, "The fastest way is through the subway tunnel. We would come up behind them,
But if we get into any trouble on the way, we could be held up until it's too late.
We split up, then, Frey decided. Get the address. Twig, Vera, Maggie. You should know how to get around the city. You take the upper path. Darius, I'm going to need you to lead me through the tunnels. I don't have the connections memorized. My spells aren't ready, Vera started. Move! Frey roared. No more questions. The 5 of them moved. Chapter 6. School's out. The screams reached Maggie's ears long before she saw the school. And the densely traveled streets of Kansas City below, echoes carried around corners and could be heard for hundreds of yards. She wished that the sound wouldn't carry so much. The screams were causing a panic. Nobody knew what to do. Some passers-by wanted to run in and help. Others were fleeing. The former was worse than the latter. Without weapons, they wouldn't be helping. They'd just be getting in the way. Twig, at least, had a broad enough frame to shove a path through the dense, panicked elves, making room for Maggie to follow behind her, 2 sabers rattling on her belt, her newly forged main weapon clutched in her hand. She'd lost track of Vera, but the willowy dryad kept popping up in her peripheral vision, slipping through the people like wind. Even with the Swelltarvar making a path, it was a struggle. It felt like trying to make it into a stadium when the game just ended, though less drunken and more frantic. I hope Frey's route was faster. She rounded a corner behind Twig, coming into a chamber, big enough to fit a few houses side by side, with some playground equipment set out. On the far side, the wall was painted to look like moss and flowers, with a big sign over a set of double doors. Bree Holds Secondary School. It was all designed to mimic an open courtyard and give the school a natural, welcoming feel. With all the sounds of terror coming from inside, Maggie found that the artificiality was only emphasized, making the space feel sinister rather than homey. The doors were open, and a trio of terror-stricken young elves were scrambling to get out. Maggie swallowed, afraid of what they were going to see in there, praying that they'd made it in time. The kids inside needed her. So Maggie put aside her fears and charged ahead. It was laid out like any human secondary school, most resembling the sorts built in the 60s and 70s. A blocky layout, full of long hallways lined with lockers, individual classrooms every 30 feet or so dotted with school spirit flyers and poster boards with announcements. The entry hall was abandoned, but she heard shouts deeper in the school, and they were coming closer, echoing around the corner up ahead. Gripping her weapon tightly, she nodded to Twig and Vera, stepping cautiously towards the sound. Nearly tripping as he came around, a boy in the peak of puberty scrambled around the corner, every breath he took coming out as a scream. Not half a second behind him, a petroform skidded on the smooth linoleum, gouging out furrows in the floor as it slid past the kid and slammed into a row of lockers, bouncing free and resuming its chase with an alien shriek. Roaring out a challenge, she ran as fast as she could towards the petroform, past the fleeing child. It leapt through the air at her, and Maggie finally put her newest piece of steel to the test. Her rapier was quick, but lacked power. Her claymore was heavy and had reach, but lacked speed. Her twin sabers took experience greater than she possessed. So, she'd made herself a spear. Bracing herself, Maggie jammed the magically endowed spearhead right into the petroform's chest. The steel pierced hard, stony chitin, and the wide guard at the base of the head kept the monstrous creature from sliding down the handle or getting stuck on the weapon. Maggie twisted the blade in her grip, and the creature stopped twitching. Jerking back, she freed the spear, flicked it through the air, splattering oily ichor on the walls. Triumphant, she looked back at her 2 companions. "We need to start evacuating." "Get down!" Vera barked in warning, raising her hands and sending out a pulsing blue burst of magic past Maggie. Maggie spun, alarmed to see the spell collide into another petroform that had been halfway to chomping the back of her neck. The magical missile didn't seem to hurt it that much, but it knocked the monster out of the way and created all the opening Maggie needed to strike, catching it between 2 hard plates on its back. The lunge put Maggie even further ahead of the other 2, in the T intersection where both monsters had come from. Turning to look down the hall, Maggie blinked. There were a lot of them. Some petriforms were scrambling with their claws to break down classroom doors. Others were stalking towards the sound of the combat. But once she was in their view, they all rounded on her, and Maggie froze up for a moment as she tried to count them all. They had no such momentary reaction. At least a dozen petriforms barreled towards her, crossing the distance with terrifying speed. There wasn't time for Maggie to run. Her allies were some 20 feet behind her, and she could only skewer one at a time. She braced her spear anyways, getting ready to thrust. From behind her, another bolt of magic seized the first petriform of the pack, launching it back and into 2 others, while, at the same time, Twig jumped in. Literally, jumping the distance between her and Maggie, and brought an enormous warhammer into direct contact with the face of another monster, sending it down in a daze. Maggie only watched, surprised, as a backhanded swing from the Svartarfar's hammer hit another petriform with enough force to launch it back and dent a row of lockers. A third monster leapt at Twig, but a bolt of magic from Vera took it down before it got close enough to strike. They fought as a perfect team, Twig handling the front line, while Vera protected her with ranged support, but neither could punch through their chitin and kill the beasts. Right, that's my job. Getting over her moment of battle shock, Maggie lunged in, thrusting the tip of her spear into the closest dazed monster, jerking it free, and whirling in time to skewer another one that was coming at her. Twig brought down one that tried to slash at Maggie's back, pummeling it to the floor, and she came back with the pointed star metal tip on the back of the spear's shaft, finishing it off. The walls splattered with dark ichor before the remaining beasts realized they were outmatched and started to skitter away, screeching something that was a warning or a cry for help. All Maggie cared about was that they were easier to hit from the back than the front. Going on the offensive, she pursued, and now Vera took on a different role. Instead of throwing the monsters back and playing defense, she tripped them up and held the beasts in place, thin strands of power delaying them long enough for Maggie to catch up and bring them down. None of the monsters got away. With help, Maggie slayed each and every one. 14 kills in total, including the first 2. With terrain that favored small numbers and support, the 3 of them were all but unstoppable. She'd come a long way from her terrified pursuit in the subway tunnel. Today, Maggie was the predator. When they had a moment to pause, though, she took a breath and gauged their surroundings. Doors to the classrooms were in various states of being torn down. They were reinforced fire doors, which was why they'd resisted the petriform's assault at all. Fire safety was critically important when there was no outside to run to, and it had paid off as monster repellent as well. Maggie looked to her team. We need to get the kids out of here. We're lucky they haven't gotten through any doors yet. We can make sure there's a path to the exit while... Another scream from deeper in the school interrupted her. More of them. Hefting her spear, she shook her head. No time. Let's go. Sprinting in the direction of the scream, she rounded another corner and swallowed down nausea. Blood. Elf blood splattered high on the walls and even ceiling deeper in the hall, with a pair of petriforms crouched over a prone, twitching... Maggie screamed in rage and ran in. One beast didn't even have time to turn in response. The other did, and would have lunged at her while she felled its comrade, but Vera held it back and pinned it to the wall with a spell until Maggie drove her blade into its chest. She couldn't look at the body for long. A glance told her it was probably a teacher or some of the adult staff. At least it wasn't a kid. It wasn't the only one. Maggie held back the urge to gag as she looked down the rest of the hallway. They'd been too slow, too late, and there were still monsters about. Start evacuating, she said. We need to get everyone out. We should focus on taking down the petriforms, Vera said, stepping up next to her. Otherwise, those deeper in the school will be easy prey while we evacuate those close to the entrance. I'll kill them, Maggie growled. Don't worry, you just get the kids clear. Vera's face went still for a moment, and the patterns on her earthy skin rippled. Maggie thought it was an expression of frustration, but she didn't know dryads well enough to be sure. After the pause, Vera said, "Fine." Standing on tiptoe, she briefly planted her lips on Twig's. "Stay with her. Don't do anything stupid." Twig nodded. Running back, Vera started tapping doors with magic, calling out, "We're here to help. Line up and follow me to the exit." "I'd rather have you helping escort them to safety," Maggie said to the hulking Svartalfar. Twig nodded in agreement, but stayed by Maggie's side, clutching her hammer tight. Breathing heavily, Maggie stepped through the brightly lit hallway, aromas of iron and blood thick in the air. She watched for open doors, and especially for doors that had been broken through. She saw one, ripped completely off its hinges, and held her breath as she peered inside. It had, at one point, been a teacher's lounge. Now there was nothing alive in the room, and the remains were so gruesome that Maggie couldn't even guess how many people had been inside when the door fell. Taking shallow breaths, she turned away. This wasn't what she'd signed up for. Hunting monsters was one thing, but... Twig whistled, getting her attention and pointing down the hall. There were swinging doors leading to a gymnasium, and through the little windows on the doors, Maggie saw a big shape shambling around. It was bigger than the petriforms, but indistinct. "What do you think?" she asked. "A queen or something?" Twig shrugged. Approaching cautiously, Maggie mentally prepared herself to down the big creature, hoping to take it by surprise. It wasn't even fighting anymore. It was big game hunting. Through the gymnasium doors, there was an enormous crash, and then a high scream. No more time for sneaking. Maggie charged shoulder to shoulder with Twig, slamming through the gym doors and surveying the scene. A whole rack of bleachers had been knocked on its side, and a small elf girl was backed against the wall where the seating had once been. She continued to scream, barely aware of her surroundings save for the monster that had cornered her. The thing that had knocked over the bleachers was huge, as big as a city bus. It looked more like an organic equivalent to a tank than anything else, with row upon row of teeth taking up its whole face. Scanning the room, Maggie saw a smoothly bored hole in the center of the gym, the spot that all the petriforms had come through. The queen, or whatever it was, lumbered towards the screaming girl. Not enough time to charge, Maggie stepped forward and threw her spear. It lodged in between two pieces of armor, sticking out like a single quill on a porcupine, and the queen bellowed, whirling and bucking its head to face its attacker. Maggie went for the sabers strapped to her belt. "Ready to take this thing down?" she asked, glancing at Twig while the queen stamped its feet and snarled at them, a low-pitched rumble harmonizing with the girl's scream. Twig nodded her head sharply. Then a chittering sounded behind her, and more in front of her, even more coming from the doors on the far side of the gym. The queen was calling in reinforcements, summoning every petriform in the school, and more from the hole in the floor. Maggie and Twig made eye contact. They were surrounded. Chapter 7. Getting a Hand. There was one bright side to being surrounded by monsters. At least, that Maggie saw. If they all came to her, she wouldn't have to hunt them down. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, she thought. You'll be fine. She was standing with her back to Twig's as the shrieks of gathering petriforms got louder. The queen, a hulking brute that would be intimidating to face all on its own, was stalking towards them, one lumbering footstep at a time. "If we let them all swarm us, we won't make it," Maggie said, adjusting her grip. The child was still in the corner behind the upturned bleachers. The queen had turned her attention away from the girl for the moment, focusing instead on Maggie. But they couldn't get the kid out of the gym until they'd made a path. They'd have to strike, fast and hard, and cut an opening before they were swarmed. "We've got to get aggressive." Twig made a clicking sound with her tongue, a sign of acknowledgement. "Big sister or little brothers?" Maggie asked, gesturing between the petriform queen and the doorway they'd come in through, where the shrieking of the approaching horde continued to grow in volume. Twig snorted, nodding to the doorway.
Got it. Maggie turned and charged, meeting the first screeching vermin head-on in the opening between the gym and the hall. With one quick slice of her blades, snicker, snack, a decapitated petroform slumped to the floor. 3 more came up the hall. Maggie thrust her offhand blade at the nearest, driving it back, and slashed to parry a swiping claw from reaching her unprotected face, removing a hand from its arm in the process. The third one met Twig's hammer, which struck with enough force to chip the chitin on its shoulder, even without any magic steel to reinforce the blow. Twig leapt at the vulnerable petroform, bludgeoning it over and over to keep it from recovering, while Maggie squared off against the other 2. The one with 2 hands intact seemed more aggressive, but neither were going to charge her outright and take a sword to the face. In other circumstances, Maggie would have been happy to take the reprieve, but they only had a few seconds before the Queen and its minions caught up to them, and she needed this part of the fight to be over by then. The fray in the doorway was already taking longer than Maggie had wanted, so she charged the one she'd wounded, bringing both blades down in an overhand sweep. It tried to dodge to the side, but she'd anticipated the attempt and whirled in response, catching it in the chest and collarbone, splattering ichor through the hall. While she took it down, though, the one-handed petroform came at her back, slashing through the Kevlar and padding over her spine. The armor protected her, but she felt something come loose as its claws cut through both strike plates and straps, nearly making it to skin. Her armor shifted on her body as she wrenched her sabers free and turned to drive a shin kick at the beast. Though she'd accounted for the beast's carapace, its stance was remarkably well braced against her kick. Even with the solid steel greaves built into her boot, the kick pushed Maggie back as much as the monster, and she stumbled into the open gym door, raising her swords in a guard so the petroform couldn't pounce on her. She almost didn't notice in her peripheral vision that 2 more of the monsters were coming up from the tunnel behind her, rocketing forward on all 4s across the gym floor, shoving each other to be first into the fray. Maggie spun and pointed one of her blades out towards them, watching both her flanks, unable to take on one threat without leaving the other. A powerful but distinctly unclawed hand grabbed Maggie by the collar of her armor and yanked her through the doorway. Twig wrapped an arm around Maggie's chest, crouched, and bounded with preternatural speed and strength, crossing nearly the whole length of the gym and landing on the far bleachers with enough force to dent the aluminum bench seating. "Thanks," Maggie said, taking a couple deep breaths while she got her bearings. Her armor was loose and didn't seem to be belted around her torso properly anymore, but there was no time for a proper fix. Monsters were coming for her, and the girl was still curled up behind the ruined bleachers across from them. Reaching back, she used a little spark of magic, the spell equivalent of Scotch tape, to hold the armor together for a couple more minutes. "We have to get that kid out of here." In the space of an eye blink, she surveyed the room and came up with a plan. 3 petroforms were at the door on the right that they'd just fled from, 4 at the far door to her left, and half a dozen were climbing out of the hole in the gym floor, taking the time to help out their companions so they could all attack in unison. And of course, there was still the Queen in the center, snapping and snarling at them, Maggie's spear still lodged in its back. Why hasn't it charged us? It was big enough to shrug off her attacks, magical blade or no. Maggie would need to hit it somewhere particularly vulnerable to do any real damage. The throat or an eye would be best. The other petroforms seemed to have little in the way of self-preservation, favoring nearly pure aggression. Maggie had only seen them flee when victory was utterly hopeless. Whatever drove the small ones didn't seem to hold true for the Queen. It had been stung once and wouldn't risk it again while there were minions to spare. Most importantly, while the bulk of the beasts were focused on Maggie and Twig, a few latecomers were favoring easy prey and stalking towards the girl. No more time for planning. "Get her out of here," Maggie shouted, getting Twig's attention with a gesture of her sword. "So, you're afraid of a fight, eh?" Maggie pressed her lips into a furious grin. "Let's make sure you can't ignore me." Her sabers weren't designed as a ranged weapon, but she hefted her left-handed blade and threw it at the nearest cluster of monsters anyways, It dealt no damage, but the petriforms staggered back from the lethal steel, and Maggie seized the hesitation to charge through, her saber out to the side, barreling towards the queen. The other petriforms scrambled to pursue, and once Maggie was in reach, the queen swiped at her with a massive clawed foreleg. Had Maggie been trying to attack its face, she would have been repelled. It was just as well that she wasn't going for the face. Maggie juked to the side, jumped up with her free hand extended, and seized the shaft of the spear that was still embedded in the queen's back. It held fast, the spear locked into the chitin it had cracked open. Perfect. With the spear as a handle, Maggie rode the petriform queen like a bizarre windsurfer Viking hybrid. Just for good measure, she'd planted her boot on the flared base of the spearhead and shoved her weight into it, driving the steel an inch deeper into the queen's back. If that didn't get the monster's attention, nothing would. The queen howled and bucked, but Maggie had an iron grip on the shaft and stayed upright. All eyes were on her, and the monsters swarmed in her direction, including the ones that had been in the doorway to the hall. Twig's path to the schoolgirl was open. Maggie had just one objective: survive until Twig got the girl to Vera and came back to join the fight. It wouldn't take long, maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute, but that would be an eternity in a fight. Fortunately, Maggie had reach, and she had the high ground. The thrashing, bucking, screaming high ground. A petriform lunged up at her and Maggie slashed its face, knocking it back. She spun around and kicked in time to knock another one away that was trying to climb up and face her on a level footing, whirling in time to drive a heavy thrust into the shoulder of a third. A leaping slash shaved off the rear spike at the base of her spear, but she kept her head and shoulders free of the attack and knocked the attacking beast to the ground. She wasn't fighting. She was thrashing in every direction to keep the beasts at bay. In her peripheral vision, she saw Twig scoop up the kid and gun it for the open doorway. Great. Now I can... One petriform got wise, striking low. Maggie jumped back to protect her ankles, mistaking its true target. Razor claws cut through the shaft of her spear right at the head, and the handle she'd been relying on for balance was transmuted into a long stick. Maggie tumbled backward, landing between the queen's shoulder blades. In a moment of poorly honed instincts, she dropped her saber but held on to the useless spear shaft, clutching it like a security blanket as two petriforms jumped onto the queen's back. She pushed with her legs, getting traction off the queen's layers of chitin and rolling backwards, slipping off and falling down in a heap to the gym floor, right in front of the queen's face. They made a moment of startled eye contact. The queen seemed just as surprised as Maggie. If Maggie had kept a hold on her sword, she could have gotten in a sucker attack and cut the beast's throat right there. Instead, she had a wooden stick. So, she poked it in the eye. It screamed, and Maggie rolled back as it slashed at her, half blind. A petriform jumped off the queen's back, and Maggie had to roll even further. All the while, the 10 or so remaining little ones skittered from where they had swarmed around the back of the queen. Maggie used her stick as support to jump to her feet. She was, once again, wanting for a weapon. Feeling silly, she pulled her last two options out of the pouches on her armor: a canister of her homebrew pepper spray and her knife. A petriform pounced, and she sprayed it in the eyes, momentarily blinding it, giving her a chance to duck away. Another one got in close and brought its claws down on her wrist, slashing right through the Kevlar guards she wore and drawing blood. She dropped the pepper spray, but got her revenge, stabbing the monster through the eye, jerking the blade free with a sick little shucking sound. More of them, coming from both sides. Maggie turned to run, but an overachiever had already gotten behind her. She ducked back, spinning, looking for an out. There wasn't one. Maggie was surrounded, and the situation was... September 1929. Not hopeless at all. We just need to find a solution, Cyrus said, leaning over his books. How much do we need? Maggie asked, leaning in to peek at the notes her mentor was taking. He'd been working on the books all evening, trying to make them balance. We're running about $500 in the red every month, give or take. If we downsize and get a cheaper lease, that'll help. Those numbers didn't make sense to Maggie. Business had been going well. Cyrus's Star Steel was renowned, and he had more potential buyers than they could keep up with. How were they running so far behind on their bills? "Didn't we have money saved?" she asked. "In a bank, yes," Cyrus said, pursing his lips. He didn't quite lose his smile, but it came close. "The bank closed." Maggie had never paid much attention to the politics of humans, but now she wished she had. Something had gone horribly wrong, she knew, but the details, the reason mistakes by men she'd never met could ruin her mentor's finances, escaped her. "We might have to go to Hopkins," Cyrus said, looking over the numbers again. "He's an old friend. I can take him up on his offer of a partnership." Raising an eyebrow, Maggie asked, "He's human, and you said he was a I know," Cyrus said. It was almost a snap, but not quite. "But when you are in trouble, you can't be picky about whose help you accept. Hopkins has the space we need, and the money to keep us afloat. It'd be temporary anyways." Grimacing, Maggie sat back. "I like the building we have now." "Maybe we won't have to move," Cyrus said, closing his books and relaxing into his chair. "We might not even need to work with Hopkins. I'll look into some options tomorrow." Maggie was dubious, but Cyrus had been doing this a lot longer than her. She trusted his opinion. Smiling like he always did before dispensing wisdom, Cyrus said, "Remember, whenever you're in need, look around. There's always someone with a helping hand waiting for you." Present day. Nobody was coming to help Maggie. She knew it, deep down in her bones. Any escape from the monsters who encircled her would have to be her own doing. At least they'd learned to be wary of her. They were waiting, lining up to form a dense wall, watching to see if she'd produce yet another weapon from within her arsenal. They wouldn't strike until all— Maggie had lost count and didn't bother trying to tally them up again. Of them were in position. Wheeling to face the nearest one, Maggie said, "Boo." Then she jumped at it in a low-knee tackle. She may as well have tackled a statue. Her plan had been to knock it down and then scramble past. It was a desperate, unlikely move, and it didn't work. Her hardened shoulder pads hit the chitin of the Petriform's shins, and she was stopped cold. It struck her with a bloody stump of a wrist, and Maggie fell, rolling onto her back. You again, Maggie thought. It was the Petriform she'd unhanded in the hallway. It slammed another powerful blow down on her chest with its other forearm, ichor splattering from the severed spot where its left hand should have been. Without armor to distribute the force, it might have killed her. But as it was, it cracked ribs. She couldn't run, or even really crawl, so her brain picked up the slack while she covered her face with her arms in a limp, defensive posture. "I didn't cut off both its hands. Why does it have two stumps?" For that matter, several more Petriforms that scurried to strike her downed body seemed to be injured, with a gash across the chest or a crack on a piece of chitin. Pain burst in her ankle and then on her arm as claws ripped into her body. Nobody, not Maggie and certainly not the Petriforms, noticed the grappling hook that fired out of the hole in the floor and hooked into a basketball goal that had been raised to the ceiling. Until it began to sharply retract and tow up the person on the other end. Frey burst out of the hole like a red comet, bearing steel and a terrifying battle cry. She unclipped from the line and, with a burst of wind magic, crossed the whole room in a single pounce, her sword cleaving a Petriform in two. Crouching over Maggie defensively, Frey snarled at the monsters and they scrambled back. "Where are the others?" Frey demanded. "They evacuating the school," Maggie stammered, scrambling into a sitting position. "Shit," Frey said. "Get up." Maggie tested her leg, unsure if the cut would keep her from standing. "I don't know if—" "Get up!" Frey snapped. "We didn't come alone." Chapter 8. Long Live the Queen. Frey swung her sword like a scythe, wide and powerful, forcing the beasts away. She held her stance, guarding over Maggie like a mother wolf protecting her young. "Damn it, Maggie!" she bellowed. "Get on your feet!" 5 seconds ago, Maggie had been convinced she was about to die, and her body hadn't yet caught up to the program. It took the force of Frey's will to kick herself back into gear, pushing up and raising her knife in a tight fist. The petriforms seemed disinterested in attacking for the moment. They retreated slightly into a ring around the queen. 2 warriors, it seemed, were enough to make them cautious. Maggie tentatively put weight down on her hurt leg to see how it would hold, never taking her eyes off the cautious petriforms. She stood, though the wound burned a little under her weight. "Where's Darius?" As if on cue, a rumbling explosion echoed from the pit, and the leader of the monster squad zipped out on a grapple line. He didn't leap gracefully off the line, but, instead, just pulled himself all the way up, clipping to the basketball goal he'd grappled to. "That should buy us 30 seconds, he shouted, unslinging the sniper rifle from his back. More explosions boomed out of the hole, each one making the gym floor shake. "How many?" Maggie asked, tightening her grip on the knife. Her voice was wavering. "How many are coming?" "Best I can figure," Frey replied, holding out her sword. "The whole nest." Eyes darting around the room, Maggie located her sabers. One lay behind the ring of hissing monsters, but she spotted the other next to the upright bleachers. "I'll be right back." Moving slowly, not wanting to startle the petriforms into action, she edged towards the available weapon. If she acquired a proper blade before the music started again, their odds of making it out alive would be significantly higher. As she scooted towards the bleachers, a razor-clawed hand reached out of the pit. A petriform clambered out, tilting its head to shake off dirt, scooting forward on all fours to join the defensive ring around the queen. Another came up behind it, and another. 5 more. 10. An army of densely packed claws, teeth, and stony armor. Maggie's foot bumped the edge of the bleachers, and she stole a glance down. Her saber was a couple feet to the side, and she knelt, scooping it up, slipping her knife back in its pouch. That done, she began shuffling back towards Frey. The monsters didn't charge. Even as the stream of reinforcements slowed to a trickle and the wall of petriforms grew to be 4 layers thick, the petriforms stayed defensive. "What are they doing?" Maggie asked quietly. Frey glanced up. "Darius, got any ideas?" He was looking from target to target with his rifle, but not firing. "I can't tell," he said. "What's that thing in the big one's back?" "It's what remains of my spear," Maggie said. "I pricked the queen good, but she's too hardy to go down to just 1 hit." "The queen," Darius repeated, rolling around the name for a moment. "Okay, that works. What's our bug-out plan if this all goes pear-shaped?" Frey glanced at Maggie. "Don't need one." Maggie started to reply to the negative, but she quickly got what Frey really meant. They couldn't evacuate and run. They were the line of defense against these monsters, and if they bugged out, nothing would stop the petriforms from rolling through Kansas City below and killing as they pleased. As this thought crossed her mind, though, the other interpretation of Frey's statement hit her. The patter of light feet in combat boots sounded from the doorway behind them, and she turned her head just enough to glance that way. The cavalry, as it were, was riding over the hill. Twig sprinted on ahead, joining their lineup in the front, while Vera stayed back to offer magical support. The whole gang was together. "I count 52 hostiles, including the big one," Darius shouted down from his perch. "That's only 10 to 1. "That's 10 to 1, Vera called. "They could overwhelm us. They are not. Why?" Maggie paused in thought, then shifted her weight forward and turned her blade to make the gym's fluorescent light flash off the steel. The wave of bristling claws and chitin moved like a single unit, their posture shifting to face Maggie, to make sure there were as many bodies as possible between her and the queen. Maggie said, "They're protecting the queen. They're going to retreat." "Piss on that," Darius said. "They don't get to come and go as they please." "We could use the chance to regroup. Don't be too excited for a fight, Frey cautioned, watching the mass of monsters. While she said it, the queen started shuffling backwards, taking a lumbering step towards the pit. Her guard moved with her, shifting a couple feet at a time, watching its exit. The back of the swarm moved around the edge of the pit as they reached it, extending the wall of bodies so that the queen had a clean exit path. "I'm with Darius," Vera called from the back of the room. "All respect, ma'am. You haven't seen the extent of the damage. They don't get to leave." Frey glanced between Twig and Maggie. Twig gave a short, curt nod. Maggie set her jaw in defiance. "We need a plan, then," Frey said. "Maggie, are you confident in a wedge formation?" "No," Maggie said, eyeing the spearhead still jutting out of the queen's back. She wanted it back, and the only way they'd get a chance to pry it free was if the queen was dead. Frey followed her gaze, her face flashing with insight. "Twig, you know how to put in a tent stake." Twig flashed her teeth in a defiant smile, waited for a nod from Frey, and then leaped into the air. Not for the first time in her life, Maggie was jealous of the Svartafar's grace. Twig didn't need a handhold to keep her balance on the queen's back. She just planted her feet and raised her hammer to strike. A single, powerful blow drove the spearhead 8 inches deeper into the queen's back, so far down that the flared base designed to keep the spear from going too deep actually went into the thick chitin, along with the remaining 2 inches of handle. The queen screamed, a sound that made Maggie's teeth stand on edge, and every single petriform turned and swarmed at Twig. Breaking an amulet around her neck, Frey kicked off of nothing and jumped into the air, swinging on an invisible strand of power, like Tarzan, to go support Twig. From behind, Vera swooped in on a current of power, throwing down bolts of energy to tangle and bind up the swarm. From above, Darius dropped the line that held him clipped up high, lowering like something out of a spy movie, to drop a pair of explosive charges into the deepest parts of the horde before grappling back up and out of reach. Maggie hefted her weapon, grumbling to herself. "Everyone's got tricks but me." The horde was focused on avenging the critical wound Twig had just dealt. It wasn't just a desire to deal with the greatest threat. They were frenzied and focused with a horrific level of single-mindedness. And not a single petriform was looking at Maggie. While the rest of the party battled atop or floating above the queen, Maggie started cutting her way in from the back, encountering almost no resistance, save for the force she had to exert to drive her sword through chitin. She wasn't a hunter anymore, but a butcher, hacking through a stony tide to get to the rest of the fighting. Near the head of the queen, Frey took her sword and plunged it into the space between 2 plates, adding to the wounds on the giant beast, and adding herself to the targets that the petriforms were diving at with a fury. Twig continued knocking them away like a switch hitter at batting practice, and it looked like the 4 of them would keep this up, keeping the swarm at bay until there weren't any left standing. Maggie made it through the line, clearing the space between her and the queen, making a moment of brief eye contact with the beast. It was hard to read an alien face. Its eyes were black pools with deep red veins, and Maggie wasn't even sure if it had a nose. Still, she thought she recognized a deep, animalistic fear in its face. We cut off its flight, she realized, interpreting its expression. It's desperate. The queen roared out a lingering basso cry, and its eyes flared with sudden fire as its body went stiff and it worked power. Maggie had felt the magic when Vera brought it out, but this was deeper. The power it was wielding wasn't coming from the earth. This wasn't even the old magic of her people. It predated that, primordial and almost incomprehensible. Whatever the spell might accomplish, Maggie didn't want to find out. As long as it was frozen in a roar, its mouth was open. She stepped forward, ignoring the bodies piled up behind her, and raised her saber. Before it recognized her intent, Maggie stabbed it right through the throat, angling her blade up so it carved towards where a brain would typically rest. The queen lurched, stopped, and then the light in its eyes went out. With that, the pulse of power vanished, sucked away by the anti-magical properties of Maggie's saber. There were still more than a dozen petroforms swarming to get to the rest of the team, too single-minded to notice that they'd already failed in their task. Their queen was dead. Only when the queen's body slumped forward and settled with a heavy whoomp did they get the picture. The petroforms staggered back, confused. For the first time since Maggie had encountered the monsters, they suddenly looked uncertain, maybe even in shock. They didn't know what to do now that their queen was dead. The team, on the other hand, knew exactly what to do. Unsteady, hesitant petroforms were easy targets, and Frey kept up her relentless assault against them, supported by the rest of her team. Maggie planted a boot on the queen's chin and pushed, using the leverage to get her blade free. She didn't need to defend herself. Nothing attacked her. Adrenaline still coursed through her as she took a couple steps back, watching for any monsters that might be coming. Only one did, and it appeared to be fleeing more than charging. She cut it down. For the rest, she just watched the team work. There wasn't much else she needed to do. With a team working together, not a single petroform got away. Her leg started shaking. It stopped taking her weight completely and she fell to one knee. God, it hurts. When did it get hurt? She blinked. She was hurt in a lot of places, she realized. Some injuries she remembered getting, others she didn't. Now that there was no adrenaline coursing through her system and she was safe, her body was sending up pain flares all over. One thought stood out to her, though, amid the mental claxons and indicators of injury. I'm a fool. Her proposal to Blanche had been ridiculous. There was no way in hell she could have done this all on her own and lived to tell the tale. Maybe, if she played it cautious and engaged them a couple petroforms at a time, she'd have survived. But if she'd done that, then nobody would have been around to evacuate the school. Once the coast was clear, and every last one of the monsters in the building were dead, Frey strode to Maggie's side, looking down at her. You need a healer? I'm fine, Maggie said automatically. After a moment of hesitation, though, she shook her head. Yes, I do. I think I can walk, but... Yes, I do. Her thoughts felt a little sluggish in comparison to the lightning reflexes and energy she'd felt in combat. Reaching down, Frey offered her a hand, calling over her shoulder. How close is medical? Darius dropped to the ground, checking the readout on his wrist. They're right outside, already helping the wounded. Pulling Maggie to her feet, Frey addressed the group. If you're hurt, go get patched up. Otherwise, help me do a sweep for injured and pull them out. We did good, but the day's not over yet. Chapter 9. Recovery. June 1935. Maggie's heart raced faster than it ever had in her life. She parried the attack, swiping her sword with all her strength. The move barely worked, and she had to lunge backwards to avoid the next slashing blow. Holding her weapon's hilt with both hands, she went on the offensive, chopping down with all her strength. Wood swished through the air, meeting her opponent's training sword and deflecting sharply to the side. While she staggered, thrown off by her failed attack, her opponent lashed out with a closed fist and hit her with a sucker punch. It wasn't hard enough to do serious damage, but the sharp blow drove the wind from her lungs and she dropped her weapon. That was cheap, she exclaimed after her bout of wheezing had passed. We've talked about this, Cyrus said. We're not in an honor duel here. Our steel is for warriors, not fops trying to impress their suitors. The goal is to win. He was right, and Maggie knew it, but she resented the low blow anyways. She'd been so close to finally landing a hit. If he just... No, I was never close. She pulled at the laces on her padded practice armor with haste, half annoyed, half eager to get out of the hot layers of thick cotton. The day's lesson had ended with her defeat, and it was time to get back to work, setting up the new forge. The replacement shop was smaller than the last one and didn't have the same view, but it was still close to the river, and if Maggie snuck to the roof, she could watch over the city at sunset. Why do I need to learn this, anyways? She said, feeling bitter. I'm not going to be a warrior. I want to make swords, not use them. And who do you want to make swords for? Cyrus asked. The best warriors in the world, Maggie said, repeating what she'd heard her master say 1,000 times. The people fit to use the best steel in the world. Cyrus nodded, stretching out his arms. Our steel matters. It's got history. If just anyone could come in and buy one of our swords, then it wouldn't be special. I'm not arguing against that, Maggie said. And how do you know if the person who sought you out is the best warrior in the world? Cyrus asked. Maggie had spotted his point already, but she was feeling stubborn. Ask them what deeds they've done. Stories can be exaggerated if they're not made up out of whole cloth, Cyrus said. Ask someone else what deeds they've done, Maggie suggested. Who? Their enemies or their friends? People they've paid to rank them? Who do you think will always give an honest answer? Waylon didn't fight his customers, Maggie argued, making one last final bid to win the verbal sparring match. As on the practice mat, Cyrus deflected her comment effortlessly. Wayland forged for knights and kings of old. I carry his mantle as a master smith, yes, but I don't know any knights of old. So, unless you happen to know one. No, fine, you're right. Maggie sighed, giving up. If we want to know how they can fight, we have to fight them ourselves. You have to fight them yourself, Cyrus confirmed, seizing a jug of water from the bench by their practice ring. You have to become the best fighter you can be, and then you only sell a sword to anyone who can beat you blindfolded. You sold a sword to Hopkins, Maggie pointed out. He's a bastard and a human, and he couldn't beat you if you were blindfolded. Cyrus's expression soured. He paid in gold, and treble my usual price. He's teaching his son to fight with the long blade. The man wanted the best for when the boy came of age. You have to make ends meet, sometimes. Isn't that why we moved? Maggie asked. Times are lean. They'll get better soon, he said. Don't forget our legacy. This is how we do things, Maggie. If you don't want to be the best, you don't have to be. But first you'll need to find me another apprentice. She blinked. He'd never been that cold with her, no matter how moody she got about the more exhausting parts of their job. Cyrus, I'm sorry, he said, shaking his head quickly. I'm just tired. Let's get back to work. Present day. The subway's magical levitation and inertial dampening made the ride so smooth that Maggie almost didn't notice the movement. She might not have noticed even if they were rattling down the tunnel on a roller coaster. Her mind was on other things. 9 people had died that morning. 7 adults, teachers and staff, and 2 kids. Another 15 were seriously wounded. I was too slow. If she'd been even 1 minute sooner, she could have saved another life. Maybe several. Most of the victims had been caught off guard in the hallways, with no chance to hide or flee, but not all. If she'd been better at fighting, she might have made it through the first wave with time enough to save one of the teachers. You're wrong. Maggie looked up at him. Darius had taken the seat across from her on the tram. What? You couldn't have done better. He sat forward, his expression somber. I know I couldn't. Maggie felt the sting of his words, even if it was meant as a comfort. I should have trained more. If I was better, not what I meant. Darius interrupted, brow furrowing as he searched for the words. You shouldn't beat yourself up. You can never save them all. We saved lives today. Let that be enough. She sighed, sinking into her seat. Was it that obvious, what I was thinking? He chuckled, though there wasn't much mirth in it. We're all thinking it, but it's wrong. We did everything we could. Maggie scratched at the bandage on her arm, unconvinced. The magically medicated cotton would have her wounds healed in a matter of hours, but it itched something fierce in the process. Of course, the healers could have patched her up in an instant, but that took energy, and others needed that energy more than her. She'd gone with the bandage. "Can you hear a bright side right now?" Darius asked. "Sure," Maggie said, shaking her head. "I guess." "Including the ones Frey took care of in the tunnels. We killed 115 of the bastards. By our estimate, that's the whole nest. Give or take a couple stragglers. I want the bastards exterminated," Maggie said. "No stragglers." "I've got my team out scouting," Darius said, "loading up the whole tunnel system with motion sensors now that it's safer to travel through. We'll be ready to go after them tonight." "Tonight," Maggie repeated. The few surviving beasts would get the rest of the day to live. It was more than they deserved, but she would have to content herself with that. "They won't have a chance to hurt anyone else," Darius insisted. "If they so much as blink in the direction of the city, my team will catch it and we'll get there to stop them. I don't think they can make a hole like that without their queen, though. That tunnel had all the hallmarks of geomancy to me, and the little ones haven't done any magic that we've observed." "Okay," Maggie sighed, standing up in the subway car. Her armor was still busted and no longer stuck in place with magic, flapping around on her body when she moved. I don't know. I'm going to go see Frey." She had gotten her other sword back and pried the spearhead out of the queen's back, wrapping it up in a plastic pouch to carry it around. It would need a new shaft, but the shaft wasn't made from a priceless alloy and imbued with her spirit. It'd be an easy fix. Walking down the car, she got Frey's attention. The squad leader had her eyes half closed and seemed to be between meditation and sleep. But she looked up when Maggie approached. "I need to retrieve my stuff from the maintenance chamber." "Darius says his people getting it for us," Frey promised. "Don't worry about it." Visions of her other swords and gear being lifted and spirited away filled Maggie's thoughts. It had pained her to leave the metal behind at all, but it had been an emergency. She shook her head. "No offense to his people, but I'd rather get it myself." Frey raised an eyebrow. "If you want to double back and go get it, I won't stop you. But Darius's people aren't the tribunal's people. You're in good hands." Maggie was dubious, but leaned against the wall of the car. A few seats down, leaning against Twig, Vera turned her head to face Maggie. "This was your first time, right?" Maggie shook her head. "I've been in fights before." "Not like this," Vera said bluntly. "Life or death. Kill or be killed. This is your first time in a real fight." Frowning to one side, Maggie shook her head. "It's not my first fight." "Sure, if you say so," Vera said, dubious but unconcerned. "First time I had to get in a real battle. We were in a jungle, tracking down a Barrero. I wasn't supposed to get up close, just lay down some warding spells to pin it into one part of the jungle. But I was halfway through laying lines of power when I looked up and saw the thing, staring me down 100 feet away, just looking at me." "What did you do?" Maggie asked. Chuckling, Vera admitted, "I froze up. Got so still, it didn't know if I was a person or a tree. I wish I could say I tricked it on purpose, but I just panicked and couldn't move. I still don't know if I was there for a minute or an hour, just watching it watch me. Finally, the team noticed I wasn't checking in and came to find me. Took the thing out. It just kept staring at me till they shot it full of holes." Vera got up and crossed the car, offering her a hand, overtly going with a human gesture instead of a face salute. You did a hell of a lot better than I did. Welcome to the team. Shaking her head, Maggie rejected the gesture. I'm just here until the petroforms are dealt with, and I get paid what I'm owed. It's not a full-time job for me. I'm not joining your crew. It's just a paycheck for you, Vera asked dubiously. You put yourself in a lot of risk for someone who doesn't care. No, Maggie conceded. It's not just a paycheck. But I've got a life to get back to. Uh-huh, Vera shrugged. Well, either way, 115 dead at $7.50 a pop. That's still a pretty nice paycheck. Maggie blinked. Wait, you're getting paid $750 a head? Euros, Vera said, and that's for each of us. It's $3,000 total. Twig, Frey, and I are getting our cut straight. Darius splits it with his team. Though, since you weren't in the contract, I'm not sure how the division works. Maggie ground her teeth. Here they were, getting almost $100,000 each, and she was just getting a replacement for a 20-year-old truck out of the deal, even counting all the equipment she'd get replaced. She was massively underselling herself. No wonder Blanche had taken her on without argument. Before Maggie brought this up, the car started to slow down, the change in force making her stumble and grab a handrail. Over the next 15 seconds, the subway car slowed until they came to a complete stop at the far end of the city. Maggie got out, looking around. She didn't come to this side of the city very often. It was the old town, the first bit of construction done way back when. Frey came out a few steps behind her, carrying a large duffel bag. If you really want to go get your things, do it now, Frey said. We don't strictly need you along for this. We're just getting information. Information? Maggie asked. Isn't that what Darius's team is for? Different kind of information, Frey said. Darius? Darius was a few paces behind them, but hopped off the car and began filling Maggie in. When we made first contact, we didn't know what these things were, and there wasn't enough information to go off of. Could be a new Erican that's never been encountered before, or a variant of an old one that we haven't seen in generations. Too many monsters fall under the blanket of claws, chitin, aggressive. But today narrows it down, Maggie guessed. So we're going to an archive to cross-reference that description with a large quadrupedal queen. Yes and no, Darius said. Yes, we're going to cross-reference. No, it's not an archive. Vera was the last off the train, walking with Twig. We're going to see Aunt Lena. Maggie frowned. Lena. Wait, not the Lenanchi? Smirking, Vera said, You really do live with the humans, don't you? I know who she is. I know the superstition around her name, Maggie said. I don't care. Let's get moving, Frey urged. I want to get there soon. We don't know how long this'll take. And Maggie. Yeah? Maggie asked. Don't let your guard down. Lena can be as dangerous as any monster, and I'd like to have you watching for trouble. Maggie ground her teeth. I know. Let's get this over with. Chapter 10. A challenging situation. Trudging up the stairs, Maggie debated whether to ask for clarification. On the one hand, she had a solid guess about their goal, but on the other, she hated surprises, especially Lenanchi-related surprises. Is someone going to explain why we are going to the Lenanchi, or are you going to make me ask? Lena has been around a long time, and she knows power, Frey explained. She's given it away. She's taken it. And most important, her memory doesn't blur with time. If anyone on the continent knows what these things are, it's her. Besides, Vera added, smirking back at Maggie, not many goddesses are still around. Hard not to pass up the opportunity to meet one while we're here. Darius leaned into Maggie, speaking in a low tone. You know the rules about our auntie, don't you? Of course. Don't give her anything without asking for something specific in return, and don't accept anything unless she explicitly gives it away without strings attached, Maggie said. I know. I've met the Lenanshi. Regardless of what the team thought, she refused to use any cutesy nicknames. Call her what they like. Aunt Lena, the godmother, or any other of a million alternatives. It didn't make the Lenanshi any less dangerous. And? Darius asked. Maggie frowned, noting that the whole group had stopped to look expectantly back at her. I didn't get anything from her. She looked away, dismissing the route that the conversation had begun to take. She didn't get anything back. No one ever walks away clean, Vera said. She didn't add, You're lying to us, but the implication hung in the air clearly. She offered me a bad deal, Maggie clarified, giving the minimum amount of information necessary to stop talking about it. She knew the terms would hurt worse than not getting anything. I don't like the Lenanshi, and I think going to her is a bad idea. Well, like her or not, we're going to see her. Frey looked away and continued to walk. If you can't be civil, go find something else to do. I can be civil. Maggie hustled to get alongside the rest of the group. I'm only saying I don't care for how she does business. It gives the rest of us a bad name. They exited the subway station and entered Old Town, built into a deep fissure in the bedrock beneath Kansas City. There were paths and scaffolding going up hundreds of feet on either side, narrow passages and rickety stairs that'd never be approved if the builders tried to get zoning approval today. Shops, from tiny street vendors crying out wares to large emporiums that sank deep into the sides of the fissure and spread many stories up, all clamored for the attention of customers. There was more wood construction in Old Town than in the rest of the city combined, despite it being a fraction the size. Shops, sometimes built out from old homes or just jutting out as blocky construction in the street, were scattered haphazardly all around. The place was sensory chaos, colors and lights and voices all calling for attention. Maggie ignored the vendors. This close to the subway station, they were effectively in a tourist trap. Nothing of value would be sold around here. Right over there, Frey said, pointing to a shop of knickknacks as they passed it, is where I bought my sword. I tell you, Mia can find anything if you've got the coin. Grumbling, Maggie kept her head down and kept walking. Fortunately, nobody harassed them. Even the most aggressive of merchants were keen enough to avoid hawking their wares to a team of well-armed warriors moving through the street with a purpose. Only Twig stopped, bartering for a moment to buy some street food on a stick. Glancing back, Maggie read the sign and saw that the vendor was selling cultere, a name she didn't recognize, though the bee on the label told her it was probably made from honey. Some truths were universal across all the Fae. An affinity for honey was one of them. Maggie rolled her eyes. You're a stereotype, you know, she told Twig as the Svaltafar caught up to the group. Twig shrugged, unconcerned, and bit into the snack. The Lenanshi's temple was up 3 flights of stairs, deep in the Old Town market, set onto a stone outcropping that overlooked the entire district. It was visible from almost anywhere in Old Town, a constant reminder of the Lenanshi's presence and power. Maggie kept her head down, focused on things besides the garish reminder of the Lenanshi's overstated ego, and kept her hands on the hilts of her sabers, a growing sense of unease building in her the longer she touched them. She wasn't worried about a fight, but a thief might try to lift one of the weapons and disappear into the crowd before she could pursue. Either her strategy worked, or nobody had wanted to steal her swords. They made it to the temple in peace, and once she released her fearful grip on the hilt, she breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike the wooden buildings that comprised most of Old Town, the temple was hewn from stone with an artist's touch. The temple hadn't even been built, in the strictest sense, instead having been carved directly out of the old bedrock. Everything was a single, uniform piece, without a single seam or mortar line to be seen. Naturally, there was a statue of the Lenanshi carved out in the front, showing her in all her smooth, feline grace and splendor. Show off, Maggie thought, as they walked around the statue and into the temple. She lagged behind the team, staying for a moment to look up at the stone. She builds herself a statue and calls herself a goddess, Maggie commented dryly. Oh? A sprightly-looking fae in long robes turned and raised an eyebrow at Maggie's comment. She looked like a supplicant, someone who came to the Lananchi to beg for some kind of blessing or boon. Leave now, Maggie thought. It's never worth the cost. Out loud, she said, a lot of things can live for millennia. Being old and arrogant doesn't make someone a goddess, though it can make them insufferable. You speak awfully freely for someone in her temple, the supplicant said. Are you not worried about the consequences of such an insult? I haven't insulted anyone, Maggie said. You said the mother of muses is no true goddess. You called her arrogant, insufferable. The woman cocked an eyebrow. Is that not an insult to you? Maggie, Frey snapped, looking back, only catching the end of the conversation. What are you doing? Maggie smirked, looking over at Frey. We came to talk to her, didn't we? Then, looking at the Lananchi, she added, You know I made general statements, nothing directed specifically at you. I was careful with my words. The supplicant, that is, the Lananchi, didn't skip a beat. You were. Wait, hold on a moment. What? Darius asked, frowning. Isn't it obvious? Maggie asked, gesturing between the fae in front of them and the marble effigy. She's literally standing right next to a statue of herself. Just because she's dressed down and she's not 10 feet tall doesn't change what she looks like. Let's take this inside, the Lananchi declared with a toothy smile. And you've grown quick as well, little maker. Most don't notice who I am. I've got some basic pattern recognition skills, Maggie replied. Anyways, I'm not here for you. She is. She gestured to Frey. Frey was scowling, but when she turned her gaze to the Lananchi, she smiled. It's an honor to speak with you. And you as well, Olive Frey Amelia Rose. The semi-goddess replied, sashaying into her temple with a knowing smile. Maggie raised an eyebrow. Olive? Then she felt her stomach drop as she interpreted the smile. She already knows what she wants from us. The Lananchi was subtle, but she wasn't subtle. If she had already begun smirking before negotiations even started, it was because she knew how the conversation was going to play out, and she liked what she would be getting from it. Well then, let's just hope we can afford to pay. They followed into the temple, past fountains and glittering murals of natural crystal. The Lananchi's chamber was behind a doorway, filled with flowing silk curtains, and inside there was no furniture save for a single throne sized for someone of immense proportions. Only one person was intended to sit in this room. It made the power imbalance clear. As the Lananchi approached her throne, she grew, her scale increasing to something more befitting a goddess. Shifting from a mortal of average height, she grew until she was 11 or 12 feet tall. A woven crown shimmering into visibility on her head as she took a seat, her elbow propped on the armrest and her hand on her chin, inspecting the team. She was a being of ancient, raw magic. There were legends about how she became so strong, including some who said that she was there for the birth of mortal magic, and she knew the old ways more deeply than anyone else in the city. Maggie was unimpressed by those rumors. Power was just power. It didn't get any special boost for being old. So, what did you come here for? The Lananchi asked. Frey knelt, looking down at the floor. The rest of the team followed suit, and though Maggie was dubious, she did too. Their leader spoke, a little slowly, as though she were trying to ensure she was using the proper sentence structure. We come, seeking knowledge of an ancient power. Tell me, the Lananchi said.
What ancient power do you speak of?
It is an unknown being, Frey said, pausing for a moment. We seek knowledge of its history and origin, so that we can know if it's truly been defeated. Surely you felt the power building this morning.
Do you doubt my senses?
The Lenanchi said.
What is even the point of this show? Maggie wondered. She knows what we want. She knows our price. This is ridiculous.
I have no doubt in your ability, Frey said, choosing her words with slow deliberateness. I only seek your knowledge. If I describe the beast and its minions, what would your price be for telling us everything you know of its ilk?
The description won't be necessary. I know the enemy you faced today,
the Lenanchi said.
And for my price, I ask only one thing.
Here it comes, Maggie thought. What's it going to be?
A sword from your little maker.
Nope, Maggie said, getting to her feet and spinning towards the door. Nope, nope, nope. Frey got up and caught Maggie's arm before she could leave. Maggie! We don't need this, Maggie said. We already killed most of them. We'll kill the rest. I'm not giving away a single one of my blades. We'll pay you for it, Frey said. It's in the budget. Money's not the issue, Maggie said. She could use the money, but it wasn't worth compromising her standards just to get some cash. Then what? Frey asked. Looking back at the Lenanchi, she called. Is that the only price you'll accept?
It is,
the semi-goddess replied from atop her ridiculous throne. Turning back to Maggie, she asked, Is there any way to convince you? You said I shouldn't insult her, Maggie replied under her breath. If this goes poorly, don't blame me. Frey furrowed her brow, but she didn't say no. Maggie spun and stared the Lenanchi right in the eye as she started to take off her loose armor. You want one of my blades, then? I'll make one for you, designed perfectly to fit in your hands. But I have my own condition.
What's that?
The Lenanchi asked, and everyone else seemed to be wondering the same thing. Maggie drew one of her sabers, leveling it at the ancient, powerful being looming in her throne. You have to show me that you're worthy. Then, and only then, will I give you leave to buy one of my swords. The whole room was already silent, but at her ultimatum, nobody so much as breathed. All eyes went from her to the Lenanchi. The goddess laughed, and her voice was rich and golden, like a whole chorus of singers.
You want me to fight you in an honor duel, little maker?
Hell no, Maggie said. There's not going to be much honor in this. I just want you to fight me. The Lenanchi's eyes flashed, and Maggie recognized something in that expression. Excitement. I accept. Chapter 11. Face Off.
Are you insane?
Vera demanded, shock making the skin on her face wrinkled and more bark-like than ever.
You think you can beat Lena in a duel?
I didn't say she had to beat me, Maggie said, stretching her arms and turning her hips to warm up. Her wounds were still healing from the morning's battle, but the bandages had made it so that her cuts wouldn't tear open at the first sign of physical activity. I said she had to prove herself worthy.
She's a goddess.
The dryad ran her fingers through mossy hair.
Of course she's worthy.
Then she won't have any trouble proving it, Maggie said. Darius, how much longer? He checked his wrist display. They're on their way, maybe 5 minutes. Maggie wasn't the only one warming up. The Lenanchi didn't need to stretch her muscles or prepare her body, but she sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, lips moving subtly. She wasn't working any power that Maggie felt, but she was clearly doing something. Vera has a point, Darius said. even if she hasn't focused on sword fighting, she's got thousands of years of experience and grace that we can't come close to. What outcome are you expecting?" Maggie eyed him and debated explaining. Frey beat her to it. "It's a ritual." Making eye contact with their captain, Maggie nodded. Vera didn't get it. "A ritual?" "The swords aren't just steel," Frey said. "They're made with purpose and a plan. The duel is just the first step in making one." Maggie nodded. "My blades aren't a consumer product. If I'm making her a blade, that blade is going to be hers, not some one-size-fits-all bit of metal you can buy from a knick-knack shop." She didn't look at the sword on Frey's hip, but Frey's expression twitched. Frey knew that her ownership of Cyrus's steel was illegitimate at best. "So you don't expect to win?" Vera nodded, the creases in her face smoothing out as she understood. "I expect to test her," Maggie said. "We'll see if she gets her blade when she's done. Deities get held to a high standard, after all." "If she fails, we don't get the information we need," Darius added, leaning in and speaking in a low tone. "Don't be too harsh." "If she succeeds, I have to make her a sword. I'll be as harsh as I need to." It was a lose-lose situation, and Maggie already regretted ever agreeing to it. Before she received any more naysaying, she stalked over to the Lananshi. The semi-goddess hadn't reduced her size to something in a mortal range yet, so despite the fact that she was sitting on the floor, Maggie had to look up at her to make eye contact. "What style of blade will you be using?" The self-styled goddess opened one of her eyes and glanced down at Maggie. "I'm deciding that." The Lananshi's mouth turned up at a corner. "Do you want me to explain?" Maggie didn't respond with anything that could be interpreted as a request. She didn't want to owe anything to this being. "I know 1,000 styles from 1,000 lifetimes," the Lananshi explained, despite the lack of prompting. "It takes time to consider them all." "Let me know when you decide," Maggie said. "I'm in no hurry." "Even still, haste is a virtue," she declared, getting to her feet at the same time as she shrunk down to mortal proportions. Maggie found it strange, watching the Lananshi go from sitting to standing without having to adjust her eyeline. Even when the Lananshi had finished reducing her size, she was still far taller than Maggie, built on the scale of an Amazon warrior. "I believe you've made one of these before." Extending her hand, she conjured a ball of light, which grew, extending out, longer and longer, well past 2 meters. The energy solidified into a shimmering marble claymore, which the Lananshi gripped in both hands. She had perfect posture and stance. Unsurprising. Maggie would have been shocked if she selected a sword she didn't know how to use. More helpfully, it was a style that Maggie knew. She was no master, but she knew how to use a claymore, and she could tell if someone else knew what they were doing with it. A sword that big would take a lot of meteorite metal to make, and it'd be expensive. As long as the check clears, the bigger, the better. Walking back towards Darius, Maggie asked, "How close?" "Right outside. Want them to come in with it." Maggie nodded, and Darius spoke into his wrist. "Bring in the package." 2 elves rolled in Maggie's double base case, dropping it off in the doorway. They saluted to Darius. He dismissed them, and they hurried away. He's got them running like a Swiss watch, Maggie considered, as she walked over to her bag. Unzipping it, she checked the contents first. Nobody had disturbed her things. Good. She returned her spearhead and rear point to the straps it belonged in, put her double blades back, and took out her claymore. The sword was heavy, almost 6 pounds, though still not quite as long as the Lananshi's own weapon. That thing was just comically big, and Maggie couldn't tell what it was even made out of. It couldn't be real stone, no matter how it looked. Maggie had trained with her blade. She knew its balance, its weight, its grip. She could have told her claymore from any other blade in the world just by how it felt in her hand. It was a tool she knew how to use, very nearly a friend. And with that tool, she was going to lose the fight with the Linanshi. There was no question of that. "Use whatever tactics you want to best me," Maggie called, looking at her steel. "I will not hold back. Are the edges of your blade dulled?" She turned to look at the Linanshi, who smiled back at her. "Are yours?" "No." "And neither are mine." They'd be fighting with sharp edges. Even if the intent was not to kill, it would be dangerous, and neither of them would be holding back. "I don't particularly care if you win," Maggie continued. "If you sucker punch me with magic, you'll win in a few seconds. I can't stop that. You have to show me you're a master with your blade, not that you can overpower me." "Understood." The Linanshi smirked. "And how do I know you won't decide I've failed for some arbitrary reason?" "I take this seriously," Maggie said. "If you deserve it, I won't lie." She looked down at herself. Her pants were missing one leg. It had been cut free to get to her ankle wound. Oily ichor was splattered on her shirt. She looked a mess. The Linanshi held 60 inches of razor-sharp matter and wore a flowing golden gown that shimmered in the light of her throne room. She was somehow making the two disparate elements look like they were designed to go together. Maggie took a deep breath. "Are you ready?" The Linanshi nodded her head, whispering something in the old tongue. "May your blade..." Maggie charged, ignoring whatever oath the Linanshi had intended to make. It was a cheap move, but she wanted to see how her opponent reacted to surprise. Naturally, she didn't catch the Linanshi off guard. The goddess raised her blade and batted away Maggie's first attack with a deft block. Claymores were not delicate weapons. Swinging around 6 pounds of steel was, at the best of times, awkward. Managing momentum was key. If one attack failed, and against this foe, her attacks were going to fail, she needed to be ready to recover and get her guard up instantly. She reacted in time to block an incoming sweep. The Linanshi was strong, and though Maggie had the skill to intercept the attack, the force of the blow shook Maggie's bones as she deflected it. "Okay, stop deflecting and start dodging." Extending her blade, one hand on the pommel, the other on the guard, she eyed her dueling partner. Now that the initial burst of action was done, they were staying back, squaring off, analyzing. Maggie wouldn't win on endurance. Claymores weren't designed for long, drawn-out battles. If she took her time, her arms would get tired. It seemed unlikely that an ancient being of primordial power would have to deal with the same restrictions. If she wanted any edge at all, she'd have to claim it fast. Readying herself, Maggie prepared to lunge and strike again. But to her surprise, her foe lunged first, dress glimmering while her claymore came down towards Maggie's head, playing aggressive despite the fact that her aggression would only benefit her opponent. Maggie ducked out of the way, slashing in response. It was an easy blow. The Linanshi had left herself exposed and overextended. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't just pull back a sword that heavy in an instant, and her body was bent forward, following her attack, vulnerable. The Linanshi jumped, doing an honest-to-earth backflip over Maggie's sword. The goddess landed gracefully on her feet behind Maggie, instantly stable, instantly aggressive, and Maggie had to spin and slap away the Linanshi's attack to avoid being cleaved in two. The flip was an absurd display of grace and power, but Maggie caught something out of the corner of her eye. A tiny golden scrap of fabric was fluttering to the ground, cleaved cleanly away from the Linanshi's dress. "I hit her," Maggie realized, shocked. Sort of. Before Maggie could ponder her micro-success, the Linanshi drove in again, swinging her massive sword as though she didn't even feel the weight. Maggie ducked to the side of one blow, caught the next on her sword's guard, and twisted, going on the offensive. She swung once, knocking the Lenanshi's blade to the side and whipping in the wicked sharp edge of her star metal sword at the ancient being's throat. Again, it was a narrow thing, and the Lenanshi dodged away in time, ducking her head, but losing a lock of hair. Maggie's eyes widened in surprise as she drove her attack harder, playing the aggressor, striving to land a solid blow. Even now, she had begun to doubt the Lenanshi's skill. The pseudo-goddess displayed near unlimited strength and grace, but not talent. Perhaps thousands of years of experience led to thousands of years of overconfidence. A failure of practice, neglecting to keep up her skills, and... No, that doesn't make sense. Attacking more harshly than ever, Maggie put her strength into it, pressing her advantage. The Lenanshi was forced to back up. Though agile and quick, her control over her blade was sloppy, and when she slashed at Maggie's chest, Maggie blocked, deflected, and made another opening for a killing blow. It's like she's not even trying. Maggie didn't even press the attack, even though she felt she was a heartbeat away from winning. She lowered her blade. Stop. Sounds of muttered confusion echoed from the back of the room where the team watched. Maggie had forgotten about her audience. "What is it, little maker?" the Lenanshi purred. Maggie felt like a fool. She'd known who she was up against, the tricks that might be played. Despite this, she'd assumed she could handle the conflict in her own straightforward way. The Lenanshi was trying to lose on purpose, without it being obvious that she'd thrown the fight. Maggie only had guesses as to her motivations, but it seemed like it was just another test, one to see how Maggie would react if put in a position where she had to choose between her team's success and her own honor. If the Lenanshi lost, even if she just underperformed, as she had been, Maggie wouldn't make her a sword. If Maggie didn't make her a sword, her team wouldn't get the information they wanted. Without that information, they might run into another potentially lethal surprise while they worked to exterminate the last few petriforms. If Maggie gave in and made her a sword anyways, it would mean ignoring her own rituals, her own standards. Maggie saw only one way to respond. She stepped closer to the Lenanshi, close enough to whisper, "I know what you're doing." The rest of the team wouldn't hear her from so far away, not with her voice so low. "Tell me, then," the Lenanshi requested. She grinned, and Maggie noticed for the first time that she had too many canines in her mouth. The pointed teeth went all the way back. The Lenanshi was a predator, down to her core. "What exactly am I doing?" Maggie spat in her face. Then she turned and stormed away. Chapter 12. Burning Bridges. Maggie ignored Frey's call, dragging her weapon case out of the temple. She paused, just for a moment, to consider if she could knock down the statue of the Lenanshi with tools on hand. The claymore strapped to her back might make it through the stone, but it risked chipping the metal, so she shook her head and kept walking. "Maggie!" Frey repeated, stepping out of the temple. "Stop!" She stopped, whirling on the captain. "What?" "You cannot abandon us like this." Frey stalked up to her. "We need you on this mission. We need the information that Lena has. I don't care." Maggie was loosely aware of the way her shouting was causing a stir, attracting attention from the Fae in the street. It didn't stop her. "I came into this job wanting one thing, and you want me to throw that away." Frey didn't shout in response. Her tone was deadly calm. "I don't know the agreement you set up with Blanche. It wasn't my business, but you made a deal with Aunt Lena on our behalf, and then you spat in her face and walked." "My assessment was over," Maggie said, turning to glare at the statue that was looming over them. "She's not worthy. She doesn't deserve a sword from me." "Because she was holding back?" Frey had noticed then, but that didn't change Maggie's assessment of the situation. She wheeled on Frey. Because my legacy is not a game. The rest of the team watched from the temple's entrance. A few other supplicants, too, come to seek a trade with the Lenanchi, but now taking in the show. Fine. They can hear this, too. Maggie reached back and seized the handle of her claymore, drawing the blade, turning it sideways so it would catch the light in Frey's eyes. What is this? Frey was clever enough not to answer with the obvious, though she still got it wrong. It's your passion. No. Then what? Maggie turned, snapping at a stranger walking by. You, what's the greatest sword in history? There were a couple answers that would have been reasonable, but Maggie got the result she wanted. Excalibur. What did it do? I think it protected Camelot. Right. And who forged it? That got her a blank stare. Thanks, Maggie said, though her tone was so harsh that the stranger just looked nervous. The fact that she was holding up a massive claymore probably didn't help. Frey cut in. Waylon, the smith. All right. You know that. But where was he born? Who did he love? Why did he die? Maggie asked, turning back towards Frey. Can you tell me one detail about his apprentice? Any of the master smiths who passed down his legacy? Frey didn't have an answer. Do any of you know? Maggie demanded, looking past Frey at the team, the supplicants, even turning to see if there were any history buffs wandering by who'd been intrigued by the argument. Nobody had an answer. Of course you don't. Because nobody cares about the smith. All they care about is the sword. Frey looked back at the temple. What's your point? This sword isn't just an object, or my passion, or anything else belonging to me, Maggie said, leaning her claymore forward. It's me. My legacy. When my time here is done, nobody's going to remember Maggie. They'll only remember the swords. Darius stepped forward. Apparently, he wanted to shove his foot into his mouth. So, make more. More swords, more chances to be remembered. What's the problem? What? So the steel I make can be so cheap and plentiful that it's cluttering up pawn shops? Maggie snapped. You don't understand how this works. Frey swallowed, her gaze darting down to the sword on her hip. Maggie hadn't exactly been subtle with her disdain in the last comment. Maggie, I don't blame you for buying that sword. You didn't turn my predecessor's legacy into a joke. You just got the spoils after the fact. Maggie looked down. It just shows that nobody's going to protect my name if I don't do it myself. Vera snorted from the doorway, then stalked up to Maggie. Her turn. This is crap, you know? I didn't ask you, Maggie said. What matters more? Vera asked, raising her hands and making air quotes. Your legacy? Or those kids we saved today? Those kids didn't ask me to throw away. Who's going to protect them? Vera cut in. Sure, they're safe today. But if we don't get the information we need from our auntie, and we get slaughtered down in the tunnels as a result, is your legacy going to fly in on a dragon and finish the job for us? You don't need that information. Darius said that we killed most of the nest, and Darius is fine and all, but he's not thousands of years old, and he doesn't have the best knowledge of prehistoric powers this side of the mortal world. He's kind of winging it. Vera glanced back at Darius. No offense, pal. We don't have any reason to distrust his intel right now, Maggie said, even if he didn't know about the Queen. Ha! Vera stepped right up to Maggie's face. Bullshit. You don't believe a word you're saying right now. You're just selfish and looking for an excuse not to care. Maggie didn't have a response. Vera wasn't wrong, much as Maggie hated to admit it. She'd seen kids dead because of these monsters. It didn't matter who'd stabbed the knife in Maggie's back. If she walked away, more kids would be the ones to suffer for it. Fine, Maggie growled, holstering her claymore and turning to her double bass case. Grabbing the zipper, she yanked it with a lot more force than was strictly necessary, opening the whole pack. Fine. You want the problem dealt with? Frey took a step back, putting a hand on the hilt of her blade. What are you doing? Maggie looked at her options, but there was really only one good choice. She took one of the 2 paired sabers and threw it onto the ground. Give that sword to the Lananchi. It killed a petriform queen. That's gotta be enough legacy for one piece of steel. Frey hesitated. For a moment, Maggie thought she might try and talk her out of it. But she didn't. She just picked the sword up off the ground and waited. As far as I'm concerned, this settles our bill. Tell Blanche I expect to be paid in full for my work and for the sword. Maggie added, not looking back as she zipped up the bag. And if you ever need a 5th member for your team again, call someone else. I'm done. July, 1941. Maggie? She ignored him. Maggie, come down here and tell me what's wrong. Glancing down, Maggie considered disobeying. Cyrus was getting older, and he couldn't climb up the shop's rafters to make her come down. If she wanted to stay up and brood, there was little that could stop her. Please, I would like to talk. Not an order, but a request. That tipped the scales. Putting a hand on one of the beams that held up the roof, Maggie jumped down, dropping the 12 feet or so to the shop floor. Cyrus winced. Oh, to have young bones again. You're not that old, Maggie said, pushing him lightly on the chest. You can still toss me around the practice mat easy enough. I don't have to move much to do that. You exhaust yourself just fine without any input from me. He pointed out, putting his hands on his hips and leaning away from her to stretch his back. You'd beat me in a foot race. No question. Then it's a good thing you don't need to race to be a sword fighter, Maggie said. Old man. He chuckled, but wouldn't be distracted from his initial goal. So, talk to me. Why were you up in the rafters? Maggie swallowed, looking away. You've been good to me, Cyrus. He got it in one. You saw my books. I noticed when you started locking them up, Maggie admitted. It got me curious, so... Yeah, I lifted your keys. Sorry. Cyrus didn't look mad, but his ears twitched and his shoulders slumped. I wish you hadn't. She looked at the floor, shuffling her feet. I know you're disappointed. Disappointed? No. I just didn't want you to see that, Maggie. You don't need to worry about that stuff. They were in the red. Even with business slowly crawling its way back, Cyrus's finances just hadn't recovered from the crash. Moving to a smaller shop, borrowing money from Hopkins, taking the jobs he sent their way. It had all helped in the short term, but they just weren't paying the bills. Worse, the war had made the price of raw materials skyrocket, and there was talk of rationing soon if things stuck their course. I should leave, Maggie said. I've got $20 squirreled away. I can go find work in a factory. Lots of factories are hiring these days, and you'd be doing better without a second mouth to feed. No. Cyrus put a hand on her shoulder. Maggie, no. I'm not going to kick you out because of a rough patch. 10 years isn't a rough patch. You've been burning through everything you had to keep me around, and I need you here, Cyrus insisted. To do the things I won't be able to. I can't lift a hammer forever, and someone needs to pick it up when I retire. Maggie turned, looking around the workshop. It was a little cramped compared to their old space, but still had the room and equipment for 2 people to work together without getting in each other's way. A smaller space, for only 1 person to work, would have been cheaper. What's it matter
If I can help you 60 or 70 years from now, if you can't afford to keep the lights on today? Maggie asked. I've got a plan, Cyrus replied, glancing out the window. I've kept a list for a while. For emergencies. Perking up, Maggie faced him. A list? People who failed their test when they came to me for a sword, Cyrus explained. Ones who could fight, but not as well as our usual standards. Maggie hesitated. But I know it's not ideal, Cyrus conceded. But none of them are amateurs. I sent out letters to some of them already and have 4 replies. 3 of them said yes and sent a check with their deposit. Turns out, quite a few of our cousins are fighting in the war, and even with all that modern weaponry, they still want some of our steel to back them up. Blinking, Maggie asked, Why didn't you tell me sooner? He frowned a little. I was waiting for the ore I ordered to arrive so we could get to work. It was going to be a surprise. Maggie did the math in her head. You said 3 of them said yes. 3 out of how many? Just the first 8. I've got another 20 or so letters I can send from the most skilled of the failed applicants over the past 50 years. And some more replies might just be waiting in the mail. I only sent these out a couple weeks ago. Maggie brightened. That's enough cash to keep us in the black till the end of the year. Longer, even. Cyrus nodded. And if we lower things to just beat me in a sword fight, instead of beat me easily, we'll bring in even more new customers, too. It's enough to turn things around for a good long while. It doesn't bother you? Maggie asked, glancing at his eyes. His ears twitched a little, but he shook his head. My old standards were half there just because I couldn't keep up with demand otherwise. Reaching out, he ruffled Maggie's hair. With you around to help, we can stay on top of orders no matter how fast they come in. Maggie chuckled, but pushed his hand away and straightened her hair with a couple of fingers. Cyrus, I'm not a kid. Anyone born this century is still a little bit kid, as far as I'm concerned, he said. Now, since you know what's up, let's get this shop clean and ready for some major production. We've got swords to make. Chapter 13. The Sword. Present day. Maggie slumped through her front door, locking it behind her. It was still early enough in the day that opening up shop was an option. All she'd have to do was flip the sign on the door. She was too drained to deal with anyone at the moment, even if a walk-in was unlikely. She kept the shop closed. I'm an idiot, she said, speaking to an empty room. Leaving her double bass case by the door, she walked over to the couch, collapsing into it. She'd been tricked. Maggie had tried to outwit a being of ancient power and impossible cunning, somehow not realizing that it was another trap. She should have known better. She did know better. But she'd walked right into the trap anyways. I shouldn't have gone to see the Lenanshi, she said, pressing a hand to her face. But that wasn't it. Her mistakes started sooner. None of this would have happened if she hadn't been conned by Mitch, by the tribunal, by her people in general. Things had been fine, if a bit cash poor, until she'd gone back to work for the Fae and put herself under another person's thumb. Everyone always tried to take something from her, and she'd been naive to the point of lunacy to think that she'd be accepted on her own terms, as a mechanic, as a shopkeep, even as a warrior. Her swords. That's all anyone wanted, no matter what they said at the start. Even if they didn't try to take one of her blades, they would use her swords as leverage. We want you to come along to see the Lenanshi because you're just so smart and clever and we love you. Maggie paraphrased what Frey had told her. As though Frey could hear her, she said, You wanted me to come along, so you'd have a bargaining chip. She balled up a fist and slammed it against a couch cushion, her furious blow diffused by comfy padding. Replaying the past few days in her mind wouldn't accomplish anything, and Maggie knew she was just winding herself up.
She got to her feet, determined to put the events of the day behind her. She could put away her weapons, find a project that'd been on the back burner, and start working again. Work would give her something to focus on that wasn't exploitation or betrayal. Crossing the room, Maggie dragged her double base case over to the locked forging area to put her weapons away. The spear would need a new shaft, but there was no hurry to make one. She set it aside, taking out her swords. Her 3 swords. A reminder that she'd left one behind. Wait a minute. She leaned in, frowning. You're not supposed to be in here. The double base case had spots for her left and right-handed sabers, but the handedness was a nominal difference. The blades were shaped identically and were practically interchangeable. That said, Maggie knew her steel like the back of her hand. Each had a fingerprint, and the saber packed into the left side of her case was, traditionally, the blade she held in her right hand. It had been packed wrong. She'd given the Lenanchi the wrong sword. It didn't really matter. The story would be the same. People would say that the Lenanchis had killed a petriform queen, but it wouldn't be true. She just had a bit of well-made star steel, and Maggie had the queen killer. Somehow, that felt better to Maggie. The Lenanchi didn't deserve a blade with a legacy. Hey there, girl. I'm glad you made it home, Maggie said, reaching in and taking the saber. You, darkness. Confusion.
Where am I? This is not me! Where am I? This is not...
Maggie screamed and stumbled back, dropping the saber. It clattered on the ground, and she winced instinctively. Steel on cement wasn't good for the edge. What the hell? She yelped, stepping forward cautiously, crouching down on one knee next to the blade. Reaching out, she touched the hilt of the sword again, gingerly picking it up.
Who are you? This is not me! Why am I...
Maggie didn't scream this time, but she pulled her hand back as though burned. The contact hurt, not a physical pain. Rather, it felt as though her mind was being split into 1,000 pieces. She had no intentions of just picking up the sword for a third time. Instead, she got up, looking for one of her heavy leather gloves that she used when forging. Putting it on, she flexed her fingers, returning to the blade. Nothing. When she picked it up, it was just a sword in her hand. Reaching out with her left hand, she touched the blade with her index finger.
Not me! Not me! Not...
Nope, she yelped, pulling her hand back and setting down the sword. The thoughts she had when she was touching the blade were distinctly not her own. There was a consciousness inside her saber, screaming to get out. Maggie didn't even understand how that was possible. She also wasn't about to leave a soul trapped inside her blade. If someone's mind had gotten trapped in the sword by accident, that was horrifying, even Kafkaesque. It'd be total sensory deprivation, a hellish prison. How? She started, but there weren't many options. Either the Lenanchi had done something behind her back, or it was the Queen's magic. The monster had been doing some kind of ancient, primordial spell when Maggie killed it, and the final blow had been struck with the very sword that Maggie now held. Maggie couldn't imagine what the Queen would have done that left a person's soul trapped in a sword, but it was the only theory that made even a bit of sense. No matter how it happened, she needed to talk to the person in her sword. But she couldn't just grab the handle. The mind scream would turn things into a pretty one-sided conversation if she tried to hang on for long. Leaving her forge, she walked to the storage room, where she kept her surplus magical items. The perks of selling raw supplies to locals, she always had whatever bits and bobs she needed on hand for a bit of magic. She wasn't a proper sorceress, but she had a little magic, and the construct she had in mind was simple. It wasn't even a spell, really, just an insulator. Some copper wire, a handful of crystals, a couple runes, and a pathfinding stone. Normally, the pathfinding stone would be used to pull magical power from the air and transfer it into the construct, but she could misuse it a bit to direct the power radiating off her saber, and hopefully the consciousness inside. Putting together the construct took about 10 minutes. 5 crystals connected by copper wire created a neat circle, which she set around the blade. Runes on the inside and the pathfinding stone on the outside, and she was done. "All right," she said, taking a breath and sitting cross-legged in front of the stone. Pressing her hand to it, she waited, trying to think loud thoughts. "Hello? Can you hear me?"
I can hear me. Why can't I hear me? I did not think that. Why?
Maggie gasped, pulling her hand away. Even muted, the thoughts in her head felt wrong. Not just the wrongness of thinking something that she hadn't thought, but slimy. Evil. She tried again. "Please, listen to me and try not to think. It hurts when you think, and—"
Get away from me. Go away. I will hurt you. Go away and—
"No, stop it. I want to help you, but I can't if you're hurting—"
Why am I here? Why am I not me?
"Stop it!" Panting, Maggie pulled her hand away. She felt dizzy. It was strange and uncomfortable to have her own mind interrupted by thoughts that weren't hers, and deciphering the communication was fraught. "What am I doing?" she said aloud. She should just turn this over to an expert, maybe someone at the tribunal, and— She looked down at the blade. It was petty and stupid, but she didn't want to let someone else deal with this problem, because giving someone else the problem would mean giving them her sword. She'd already given up the blade's twin. She wasn't giving up this one, too. She put her hand on the pathfinding stone. "Do you understand what I'm saying? Can you understand me?"
Yes, I can.
"Then listen, and try to answer my questions. Okay?"
Okay, I will try.
"Good. What is your name?" "Pain. Pain." Maggie pulled back her hand. This hadn't just been psychic discomfort. When her brain tried to think this thing's name, her whole body tensed and physically recoiled as though struck by infernal lightning. She pushed away on her butt until her back bumped into a shelf, irrationally afraid that the entity in her sword would manifest and come after her. It wasn't an elf, that was for sure, or any sort of fae or human or anything with a mortal mind. She thought she knew what was in the sword, and she didn't like it, but she had to know. Crawling forward again, Maggie reached out, touching the stone. "Do not think your name. I'm going to call you Dane."
Why Dane?
"Because I have an ex named Dane who gave me headaches like you, and it doesn't matter. My name is Maggie. You are inside my sword."
Maggie.
"Yes, Maggie."
Maggie, you killed me. You killed me! You—
Maggie pulled her hand back again before the thoughts could coalesce and form into anything more painful. Just this brief conversation had been exhausting, but there was more she needed to do. She had to learn more, and that meant she had to keep talking to this thing. Dane had said that Maggie killed it, and that confirmed what Maggie was afraid of. The petriform queen was inside her sword. Chapter 14. Peace Talks. "All right, take a breath," Maggie said to herself, pacing in her workshop. "This is fine. It's fine. It can't hurt you if it's inside your sword. But how did it get in there?" She had to know. Even if it was painful, a burning curiosity refused to let her walk away from the problem. That said, there was no reason for it to be painful. Sitting back down in front of her magical circle, she pondered it for a moment. The simple construct could contain, diffuse, or otherwise influence energies. It was one of the simplest forms of magic that got taught to school children in Kansas City below, and even middling magical talents understood how it worked. Maggie could do better than a simple circle. She wanted to talk with this thing without inducing a migraine.
A proper sorceress might have known how to do what she wanted with just an incantation and a flick of a wand, but Maggie was going to need some supplies. She walked out of her forge and back to her rack of tools, examining it for a moment, tapping a finger to her lip. If she just made a radio, then the queen, Dane, could scream and shout, and it'd be obnoxious. She wanted a way to cut off communication, to ensure that she always had the power to walk away. A few magical reagents selected, she walked back to the shop side, getting to work on building a plywood frame. While she worked, cutting down wood and kicking up sawdust, she thought about questions to ask. Why did you attack the school? How did you get in my sword? Why didn't you say anything when I touched my sword before? Are there more of you? She used the plywood to make a tray with a wide lip around the edge, roughly the size of her copper wire circle, then brought the tray into her forge. Stepping around the sword on the ground, she felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Rather than do the soul-searching necessary to figure out why she felt that way, Maggie moved on and set the box down on her work table. Once in place, she proceeded to fill it with a sack of fine sand. She didn't know Dane's heritage. Erican was a broad term, and the literal translation was a bit of a misnomer. Taken from its root meaning, the word referred to a cousin of the Fae that had been corrupted, turned evil and soulless. Some Erican were that. The lineage of boggarts and trolls traced directly back to pixies and svartalfar, for example, but in practice, Erican could refer to any countless breed of monster, and every monster had its own weaknesses. Fortunately for Maggie, those weaknesses tended to come in clumps. Distant cousins of the Fae shared a vulnerability to iron, while carriers of ancient curses were weak to silver and sometimes mercury, and the list went on. Not knowing what Dane would be vulnerable to, Maggie would just have to go with a broad-spectrum approach and then use trial and error to determine its origins. She pressed the sand down smooth with a piece of plywood. Then, using a protractor and compass, she inscribed 5 perfect circles, a 1/4 inch deep and wide. Once that was done, she added a few extra grooves, notches, and markings, then set the tray aside and went to fire up her forge. Maggie found herself humming as she worked. This was what she did best. Not monster fighting, not politics, but mechanics. Working with tools, with metal, with fire. It was more relaxing than a spa day, and a lot more productive. Filling up a crucible with 2 silver ingots, she set it in her casting forge, turning up the propane fuel supply to really crank up the heat. Once that was burning, she covered it and left it to melt. This process would need to be repeated 5 times with 5 metals. She had time to kill and was buzzing with productive energy. So she filled that time with other work, fixing the straps on her armor, drilling out the old broken spear shaft and replacing it with a new one. And every so often, when the metal in her forge was molten, she'd carefully take it out with tongs and pour it into the sand mold, making a perfect metal ring. I should call them. She put the thought out of her head. There was no point contacting Frey and the team, not when all she knew was that something had happened. Besides, she'd already given them plenty. Her sword, a day's work, and far, far more trust than they had deserved. If she learned something important, she'd call. Otherwise, there was no reason to go out of her way for their sake. Finally, she had the 5 rings cast and cooled enough to touch. With a bit more work and a little epoxy, she attached a couple antennae and crystals to convey energy and, finally, pulled the whole thing free of the sand mold. She had a 5-ring circle with adjustable valves that would let psychic energy bypass any individual ring. Silver, iron, copper, lead, and just for the hell of it, aluminum. With this, she could determine Dane's legacy, find out what she reacted to, and then adjust how strongly its thoughts were trapped inside the circle. Using insulated tongs, Maggie moved her sword from the makeshift copper circle on the floor to the new, improved one on her work table, setting it in an upright stand. All the crystalline valves were completely closed, so if she'd done everything right, Dane wouldn't be able to speak through it at all. She pressed her hand to the pathfinding stone on the outside and waited. Hello? Dane? Nothing. No surprises there. Now, to see what Dane was. Turning the valve on the silver ring, she listened. If Dane was the result of an ancient curse inflicted upon a mortal, cousin to vampires and werewolves, the silver would hold it back. By bypassing the silver with the crystal valve, she would start to hear its thoughts. Dane? Still, no response. She shut the silver valve and moved on to iron. She had to be careful not to touch the iron with her bare skin, only touching the crystal valve so that she didn't break out on contact with the metal. No result from the iron, so Dane wasn't a cousin to the Fae. Good to know. Lead was next. It would block anything undead, soulless, or otherwise left behind by ending a life. Maggie really didn't want to hear something through the lead. And she didn't. With only 2 metals left, Maggie expected the copper to give results. Copper was more magically pure than the other elements. Constructs, elementals, and other creatures made primarily of pure magic would be blocked out mostly by copper, and Dane had reacted to her makeshift copper circle already. She slowly turned the valve, listening. Dane, can you hear me? No response. Maggie frowned, wondering if she'd done something wrong with her construction. The only element left was aluminum. She swallowed. Reaching out, Maggie turned the valve on the aluminum ring. Slowly, waiting to hear.
Maggie killed me and trapped me, and now I'm not me.
Shit, Maggie blurted, slamming the valve shut and stumbling back. Dane was being blocked by the aluminum ring. The aluminum ring. Dane wasn't a creature of mortal lineage at all. The petriforms were ancients. She took a breath. Ancients were usually powerful, but not universally. Ancient was just a category of being. It didn't mean that Dane and its kin were going to bring about the end times or anything. It just meant she needed to be careful. Conventional wisdom was that the ancients were either dead, banished from this plane of existence, or left in such a weakened state as to be a non-threat. A few were still scurrying around, causing trouble, driving humans mad, or worse, compelling them to write pulp horror novels. But those were all shadows of the true ancients who'd once ruled the earth. Okay, Maggie said, running a hand through her hair. Okay, let's hope you're just another shadow. She touched the runestone outside her circle again, opening the valve the barest amount so that Dane's thoughts were little more than a whisper. Dane, I am Maggie. I killed you, and I trapped you.
You are powerful, Maggie.
Yes, I am. Now, I want you to answer some questions so that I don't destroy you forever. It was an idle threat. Maggie didn't know how to destroy the consciousness inside her saber. Melting down the steel might just set it free, or it might just leave her with a possessed lump of metal.
I will answer.
When did you get in here?
When you killed me.
How come I didn't hear you before? Why now?
I am dark and cold, and my mind didn't know how to think in this cage.
That answered her first question. It had needed time to wake up. More importantly, the creature was working with her, answering her. What were you trying to do before I killed you? Dane didn't respond. Maggie had to press the question. You were working power, casting a spell. So why—
I do not understand. You know this. Why are you asking?
Maggie stepped back. She didn't know, so why would it think that she did? Just tell me. I want to be clear.
I was escaping. My body was dying. I did not know you had a trap for me.
A trap? You mean how I trapped your mind in this sword?
So I am in the sword. This makes sense. Yes, that was the trap.
Pulling her hand away, Maggie ran it over her head. Dane was escaping. Oh! She slapped her forehead, feeling foolish for not realizing it sooner. Dane had been trying to do a spell to transfer consciousness out of the body it was in, presumably to another vessel, maybe another body, asleep and waiting for a mind to control it, or maybe a pupa that would grow into Dane 2.0. Either way, Maggie's weapons were a void of magic,
sucking it in and distorting it. So, when she'd interrupted the spell and killed Dane, she had disrupted the mind transfer and pulled it into her saber. But that meant there was another body for Dane to transfer into. Oh no. Maggie put her hand back on the pad. Dane, I need you to tell me where you were trying to go.
My siblings were waiting for me below to prepare their tunnels and tell them of the mortal prospects.
Your siblings? How many of you are there?
There were 12 of us. Now there are 9 plus me.
And they are close?
Yes, they were waiting to hear of the mortal strength. I was brave and went ahead, did not know you were so powerful.
And each of you have an army of the smaller ones to serve you? How many?
Army, I do not understand.
The smaller armored creatures you were fighting with. What do you call them?
They were a part of me, they are not separate.
But each of your siblings has those?
Of course we share. Do you want me to show you?
Show me. Images flashed in Maggie's head, sudden and unbidden, like memories of places she'd seen in dreams. They were vivid but subtly wrong, as though she'd perceived them without really seeing them. An artifact of being shown memories captured through an alien being's eyes. She saw tunnels bursting through the ground, dug deep below. Glowing eyes, hundreds of pairs, maybe thousands, and other petriform queens of many shapes and temperaments curled into balls, sleeping, waiting. And then there was something. Maggie gasped. What is that?
Our master.
But I don't. Pulling away, Maggie tried to arrange her thoughts. The creature she'd seen was monstrous. Huge. It was to Dane what Dane was to an ant. And it was waking up. Chapter 15. Rescue Efforts. Unavailable right now. Please leave a message after the beep and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Come on, Darius, pick up, Maggie grumbled before the obnoxiously synthetic beep. Desperate, she left a message. Darius, do not go after the petriforms. You can't beat them. And if you try to chase them down, you will lose. I'm coming to help, but do not go after the petriforms. She hung up, wishing she had her old phone. It had all her contacts in it, including the numbers of several ministry members who could get her in direct contact with Darius, Frey, and the whole team. As it was, she had Darius's number from their talk a few days ago, and not much else. Maggie shoved her various tools into the double base case and turned her attention to Dane's saber. She couldn't haul the whole communication circle around, but she needed Dane along in case she needed to ask more questions. Hell, it's just aluminum. After a quick dash to the kitchen, she had a square of aluminum foil, crumpled around the sword's handle, and made a simple sleeve that insulated against Dane's painfully alien mind. It wouldn't be a perfect seal, but Maggie didn't want one. She wanted Dane's thoughts to come through. She pulled on a beanie to cover the tips of her ears and ran over a mental checklist. Everything she could hope for on such short notice had been packed into her double base case. That done, she was ready to go back into battle. She just had to hope she wasn't too late. Dragging the heavy double base case behind her, Maggie moved at a pace between a jog and full run. She didn't know when the next bus came around, and she couldn't afford to lose 10 minutes waiting because she missed her ride. Her haste was unwarranted. Maggie arrived with a minute to spare before the next bus came around. In the meantime, she stretched, testing her legs' flexibility now that the magical healing was complete. It felt like she was at almost 100%. She took that as a reassurance. Still, what can I do against a creature that big? Maggie checked the time repeatedly as the bus moved. The bus's speed was normal, and the driver's route hadn't grown more circuitous in the past 8 hours, but each second seemed to be slipping by faster than it should. A minute could be life or death in a fight, and if Darius wasn't answering his phone, they were probably already in the fray. Overwhelmed. Surrounded. No, they're fine. You just need to be quick. The bus came to a stop just outside of Union Station, and Maggie bolted out of it like a bat out of hell. No time to justify herself to strangers, no time to care about anything. She pushed through the humans that were blocking the closest door and ran across the train station's marble floors with her double bass case rolling smoothly behind her. 4 buttons in the elevator, and she was headed down. Come on. Come on. Ding! No time for the calm, isolated back hallways. To get to the service entrance where the team had met up last time, it was a 20-minute walk or 2-minute subway ride. Maggie turned left and bolted for the station. This time, it was a narrow thing. She got to the stop just as the car was pulling up, and had she been a few seconds further behind, she'd have been stuck waiting the 4 minutes for the next one to come through. A bell chimed, and an automated voice said, "Next stop, West Point Station." She had 2 minutes to wait, and she used every second of it. The other passengers gave her strange looks, but Maggie ignored them as she shucked out of her jacket, opened the double bass case, and began hastily putting on armor. The ride was remarkably smooth, as stable as if she were on solid ground, and it wasn't hard to clad herself in protective gear. Under normal circumstances, the subway would run in a complete circuit around Kansas City below, but it needed the levitation engines, spaced every mile or so, to run. Maggie had first-hand experience with a damaged engine up ahead, so for now, the stop coming up would be the tram's last before it would have to turn around and hover back the way it came. Maybe she wouldn't need to fight, and all this was for nothing. Maybe. But she doubted it. Armored, she strapped Dane's sheath to one side of her belt, and her rapier's sheath to the other. Her claymore went in a holster on her back, and her spear stayed right in her hands. She felt a bit clumsy carrying all 4 weapons on her person at the same time, but Maggie's experience had taught her not to go in with too few weapons. Better to have an extra sword weighing her down than to be unarmed with a petriform chewing on her face. The subway's speakers chimed again. West Point Station. Maggie tugged on the handle of her case, waiting for the doors to open, and bolted out. A large steel wall stood between her and the tunnel she'd almost died in, but the maintenance area was unlocked. Moving at a full clip, Maggie slipped around back, through a short hall and 2 doors, and ended up in the service entrance where this whole mess had started. 2 uniformed elves she didn't recognize looked up at her, members of Darius's monster squad. How many people does he have working for him? Maggie wondered, but she shook off the thought. Where's the team? Clearing out stragglers in the tunnels, one of them said. They should be back soon. I'm too late. In the tunnels where? Maggie demanded, refusing to let reality sink in, or to admit that she couldn't make it in time. Probably near the far end. There's a construction site where a new maglev engine was being installed. Communication is shaky, but we've got scanners tracking motion blips. They'd be following those. Give one to me. She reached out her hand. The 2 troopers glanced at each other, and the one who'd spoken asked, You want a scanner? Or a tracker pad, or whatever it is that shows where they are, Maggie said, rotating her wrist to highlight the urgency. Show me what they're seeing. I need to find them. What's wrong? They're walking into an ambush, Maggie said. You need to get me to them. For a moment, Maggie worried that they would refuse to take her instructions. She wasn't their boss, after all, and she probably seemed hysterical. It would be entirely reasonable from their perspective to refuse her. I guess I can take you to them, the lead one said, looking back at the other. I'll try to get a ping to them, a warning to pull back, he said. Thanks. What's your name? Maggie asked her guide. The trooper gave her a fey salute as he picked up a high-powered rifle from the rack by the wall, as well as a touchscreen device. Lou. Maggie, she replied, returning the gesture. We need to hurry. Understood, ma'am, Lou said, following the map on his touchscreen as he walked out the door. Lou took the lead with a light jog. The speed infuriated Maggie. She wanted to sprint down the tunnel until she found the team, but he had the map and it wouldn't do any good if they ran into a fight exhausted. Even the lighter pace began to wear on Maggie after a few minutes, though. She'd already had to run for a good long while, and while she wasn't weak, she didn't do a lot of aerobic exercises. Fatigue slowly crept in, moment by moment. She ignored it and kept running, staying behind Lou as they moved deeper into the tunnel, so deep that the only lights were coming from the headlamp on his tactical gear and the subtle glow of his touchscreen. It was enough to keep the area lit, but the stark shadows were eerie. It got to her, even as she told herself it was just a trick of the light, and Maggie felt her panic continuing to rise. Eventually, Lou stopped running, pausing as he got to a fork in the tunnel. One way led to the loop that would eventually come all the way back around to the start of the tramway. The other was a branch that led towards new construction. "Which way?" Maggie called. He frowned down at his screen. "The last major set of blips was this way, but I'm getting a lot of interference. It looks like there's more movement to the right, back towards the start of the loop. But there's too many blips." "It's not too many. There are just more than you accounted for," Maggie thought. "All right, let me check." He turned and frowned, but Maggie was busy putting a hand on the hilt of Dane. "Dane, can you hear me?"
"Yes, Maggie."
"Do you know where they are?"
"I can hear my siblings. They are close."
Maggie gritted her teeth. Out loud, she said, "This is a bad idea." Lou frowned. "Huh?" "Show me." Images flashed in her brain, painful and acutely unfamiliar. Images from 100 sets of eyes, maybe more, pouring out of a hole in the ground. In these visions, she saw perfectly in pitch darkness, but spots of light were blinding and seared her retinas. Some of the images that flashed in her mind showed a dark tunnel with waves of movement. Others were even deeper, ancient caves that hadn't been worked by any mortal tool. And, in just a few sets of images, she saw blinding light and arcs of crimson magic, the team backed into a corner and fighting desperately, Twig roaring as she worked to tip a backhoe down one of the holes that the petriforms were coming. Maggie gasped and pulled her hand away. Even with the insulating sheet of foil, her method of communication with the Queen hurt. "The left," she panted. "They're at the construction site, down to the left." "Ma'am?" Lou asked. Maggie shook her head and returned to her jogging pace. There was no time to explain. She just had to get to the team before it was too late. It took another 40 seconds before she saw light coming around the bend, and another 30 seconds after that before she saw motion. 4 battered Fae were fighting amidst the bodies of several dozen petriforms. Not fighting. Winning. Darius perched up atop a piece of scaffolding, deploying some kind of sonic weapon that the petriforms seemed to hate, disorienting and distracting them. Twig had given up her hammer in favor of a backhoe shovel, swinging around the massive piece of steel with preternatural speed, sending up chips of petriform chitin where she hit. Vera looked like a red comet, spinning through the air and sending down bolts of tangling power. And Frey was leading the way with her blade, hacking apart any petriform that dared breathe in her presence. Maggie's haste to join the fight wasn't necessary here. Only a few stragglers remained, and though she spotted scratches and a few bright red splotches of distinctly non-monstrous blood, the team was alive and handling the fight well. Lou called out, signaling with a quick off-on blink from his headlamp. Darius, from his vantage point atop the scaffolding, was the first to wave at his trooper and grapple down to meet them. "Report," he called, discarding the sonic weapon as he touched ground. "It's Maggie, sir," Lou replied crisply. "She tore through the guard post in a hurry and said she needed to speak with you." "Maggie? Is that you?" Darius put a hand up to his eyes, peering at Maggie. From her position behind the bright point of directional light coming from Lou's helmet, she'd been hard to make out, so she stepped forward. "We need to get out of here, now," Maggie called. "I don't have time to explain." Frey pulled her sword from the back of a twitching monster, looking up at Maggie. "We've got this under control. It already occurred to us that our estimates were wrong, but these foot soldiers are no problem, even if there's twice as many." "That's not it," Maggie said. "The petriforms are ancients." "We know," Vera called, hovering down on a cloud of magic. "Our auntie told us. Weak ancients, but ancients." "How did you know that?" Frey asked. "I will explain Once we get out of here, Maggie said. There is no time. We should already be running. Frey stood her ground. Maggie, I don't doubt your intentions, but you don't do this for a living, and you made it very clear that you're not one of us. So, you can tell us what you found out, or you can trust me when I say that we're able to handle ourselves, no matter what you think of our abilities. Maggie glanced at the team. Darius was uncertain, while Frey and Vera didn't seem to understand the urgency. Only Twig, looking past Maggie into the unfinished tramway tunnel behind her, seemed ready to run. There are 9 more queens, each with hundreds of petriform soldiers, Maggie said, and they know you're here. This was bait to pull you in. Frey blinked. You're certain? Maggie nodded. And it gets worse. Looking back at the scene of the fight, Frey nodded her head once. We run. We'll sort this out later. Sir, Lou called, looking down at his touchscreen. Are you getting this reading? Darius glanced at the display on his wrist. My signal's not going through the stone down here. It's interference, Maggie said, trying to convey urgency with her tone. Deliberate interference, so you can't communicate or get a warning. I've got a little signal, Lou said. Or maybe it's a bug. But if not... He spun the screen around and held it up for Darius to inspect. Darius looked at it, and his face hardened. I see. Frey? Frey nodded once, already knowing what he was about to say. We can't run. A lot of blips coming down the tunnel the way we came in. Get ready to fight, Darius said. They're coming. Chapter 16. The Calm Before. Maggie raised her spear and spun toward the tunnel she'd just come through. There were no petriforms within line of sight, not yet, but she felt naked without a weapon raised. The combat arena was well lit, a mixture of headlamps, work lights, and glowing balls of crackling magical energy ensuring that there was good visibility everywhere. At the very least, they wouldn't have trouble seeing as they were overwhelmed and slaughtered. The tunnel had been dug out far past this point, laying the groundwork for the city to expand. A pair of large excavators were sitting out and ready to dig a space for the maglev engine that sat in the middle of the site, shiny and new, not counting all the claw marks that had shredded into it. 9 queens, Darius said, unslinging a heavy-duty pack from over his shoulder and digging inside for supplies. 9 queens. How do you know that? It's a long story. Adjusting her grip, Maggie took a step back. I'll tell you once we've got time. Frey stepped up alongside her, her own sword held at the ready. Exhaustion shone plain on her face, and she favored her left leg, but none of that could chip at the determination in her posture. I'm glad you're here, Maggie. It's good to have another warrior who can deal with these things. Maggie nodded and shot a look over her shoulder, where the last 2 members of the team were recovering. It'd be better to have 3. The words were like bitter lemons in her mouth, but she knew what was coming. Better to risk a bit of trust and have a chance of survival than to keep everyone at arm's length and die. Twig, do you know how to use a claymore? The Svaltafer grinned and stepped forward, instantly discarding the construction shovel she'd been wielding. I'm lending this, Maggie said. It's not a gift. I expect it back as soon as this fight is over. Twig's grin faltered a touch, but she still smiled as she gave a fey salute in acknowledgement. Holding her spear in the crook of her arm, Maggie took the heavy claymore from her back and reverently offered it to Twig. As strong as she was, Twig could have wielded the blade with one hand, but she gripped it tightly in both, testing the weight, demonstrating her control of the blade. Maggie nodded at her approvingly. Twig might not pass the test to earn her own blade, but she at least knew what she was doing. Earpiece, Darius shouted, holding it out to Maggie, so we can talk without shouting. I meant to get you one earlier, but we broke apart in a hurry. Maggie took it, popping it in place. The piece molded itself to the contours of her inner ear, fitting comfortably. Is this working?
Loud and clear, Frey replied, and her voice sounded like it was right in Maggie's ear, without being so loud that it hurt.
Lou, I wish you weren't here for this, but since you are, make yourself useful,
Darius snapped, unfolding a compact grenade launcher from his pack. The weapon was barely larger than a submachine gun, but it had a dual-drum magazine full of explosive charges, and he checked it out and loaded it up as he spoke.
Get back up on that scaffolding and take up a firing position. These charges won't kill them, but they'll knock the petriforms around like bowling pins. Use that to slow them down. Overshoot. Don't fire anything that'll even come close to us. Got it?
Yes, sir, Lou said, taking the diminutive grenade launcher and saluting.
If you run out of shots, switch to your rifle. A shot to the armor won't do too much, but if you can land a hit in their eyes or mouth, it'll hurt,
Darius continued.
Yes, sir,
Lou repeated. What will you be doing?
Close range support. Screamer rifles out of juice, but I've still got plenty of these bad boys,
Darius said, taking more bombs from his pack, explosive mines with clear adhesive strips on the back. He didn't have to walk around and manually place them. He just turned a dial and let the shaped charges float into the air where he willed, sticking to walls and the floor before their color shifted, becoming indistinguishable from rocks. In seconds, he had dozens of booby traps to slow an advancing horde. Darius didn't have the same pure, focused magical power as Vera, but the power he did have was supplemented by lots and lots of explosives. He glanced at Lou, who was still standing at attention.
Get in position. We don't have much time.
Yes, sir, Lou said for the third time in 30 seconds, turning to scamper up the scaffolding. Reaching up, Darius turned off his earpiece for a moment, speaking so as to only be heard by those nearby. Vera, 10 feet back from the rest of the group, would just barely catch what he said.
Keep an eye on him. He's a good kid, but he's still new to the job.
You're worried he'll break down? Maggie asked.
I'm worried about deploying him in a cave with nowhere to run.
Darius swallowed, giving a paternal glance up to the scaffolding.
But, on the off chance, Vera, if he starts to break down once the fighting gets thick, make sure he doesn't shoot one of us by accident.
Vera nodded, sticking out her index and ring fingers on her right hand, but not finishing the salute. She had power in her hands, a wicked red aura that grew more intense by the second. How many are coming? Another 100? 200? Darius only looked away from his work for a moment, preparing more traps for the petriforms.
Couldn't say from the readout. At least 100, probably more.
Is there a way to check? Vera demanded. If we're fighting 100, I can go all out. If it's more, I need to conserve. I can check, Maggie said, putting a hand to her hilt. Dane? They are coming for you, Maggie. They do not like that you killed me. I know. How many of you? 3. Only 3? That's not very many. 3 siblings.
Oh. Queens.
I want to help. Let me show you. The images flashed in Maggie's head before she could let go. Claws scrabbling forward in darkness. Shrieks and calls. Maggie now knew that they were communicating complex information through those shrieks, though the language was still foreign to her. And 3 hulking brutes shuffling forward, each with their own posse of foot soldiers. 3 queens, Maggie gasped, pulling her hand away. I couldn't get a count of the horde. 300, maybe 4. Blood and stone, Vera whispered.
Damn,
Darius agreed.
I'm resource limited. Once my explosives run dry, I can shoot. But once that's done, I'm just one guy.
What's that sonic weapon you had? Maggie asked. They seemed to hate it.
Screamer rifle,
Darius clarified.
But it's empty, and even if I had more, it can't hurt the buggers, just pisses them off good.
Maggie looked down at herself. She had a saber and a rapier on her belt, as well as her spear. Even if one of those swords was possessed by a malevolent ancient entity, she had weapons to spare. Reaching for her belt, she took out her knife and tossed it to him.
If you don't know how to fight with a sword, you'll get yourself killed trying. And I want that back. I know. Darius finished, flipping open the blade and looking at it. Thanks. It's better than nothing. I don't have much to go for once I'm out of tricks.
Same here,
Vera grunted, focused on pulling energy from the gemstones on her wrist straps, preparing that power for use.
I can't just throw spells forever. This blast will give us an edge, at least, but once it's gone, I'll only be good for bindings.
You're not getting a sword, Maggie shot at her. Vera rolled her shoulder, concentrating more power into her hands.
Don't want one. Your blades screw with my magic.
How long can we hold the line? Maggie asked, looking back at the chaos behind them. Frey's energy had to be flagging, and even Twig couldn't go forever.
As long as we have to, Frey replied. We can't retreat. We hold until there is an opening, then we push through. Vera, you'll be responsible for grabbing Lou and pulling him off the scaffolding when that happens, so make sure you keep that much power in reserve. Already planning on it,
Vera called through gritted teeth. There's still the hole behind us, Darius pointed out. We might get surrounded if they come up through there. Maggie frowned, taking a few steps back to get a better look at the tunnel, staying wide of Vera so that her ritual wouldn't be interrupted. There were marks from petriform claws sinking in for traction as they climbed. Unlike the clean, magically bored hole in the gym, this was dug out by hand. Without Dane, it seemed, the petriforms were stuck doing manual labor. Her hand drifted down to her sword. Can you still do geomancy?
What is geomancy?
Moving the earth.
Yes, of course.
With a shifting of power, the tunnel caved in on itself. It didn't take much energy, just precision. When she turned back to the others, they were staring. Vera spoke up first.
When did you learn that level of geomancy?
I'll explain after the fight, Maggie said, her eyes raised up to the levitation engine, another idea occurring to her. Does that still work? Darius looked back at her from his place on the scaffolding. Why? We could use it to throw something at them. Jury-rigged the spell to turn it into a cannon, Maggie suggested, already planning on how to do it. Send one of these excavators flying at 100 miles an hour, just might slow them down.
No good,
Vera grunted, struggling to contain the magical bolt she'd conjured.
I already thought of that. Levitation runes are still working, but there's no power, and I don't have the juice to throw something that heavy.
Before Maggie brainstormed any more ideas, Frey called out,
I see one!
Maggie spun and jogged the couple steps back to the front line, peering out. A few skittering forms had entered the edges of the light. More shapes moved behind them. Dozens more. A swarm. And, unlike in the school, there were no narrow corridors, no cramped spaces that would prevent the numbers from being brought to bear. The cave was at least 30 feet wide and twice as high, not so gaping as to be an open field, but certainly big enough that they'd be surrounded if they weren't careful. A low, penetrating roar shook Maggie's bones, and she felt Dane thrum on her hip. Deep in the shadows, a hulking figure was taking heavy steps behind its line of disposable troops.
Hold,
Frey said, extending her arm in front of Twig.
Don't rush in. Let them come to us.
Twig grunted. The closest of the petriforms were 100 yards out, skittering forward, taking their time. Holding her hands out, energy crackling between her fingertips like an organic Tesla coil, Vera said,
Maggie, last regards.
What? Maggie asked.
Anything you want us to do, if you die, she said. I'd have asked before, but we didn't get a chance.
Maggie frowned. Just make sure my swords go to warriors who deserve them. If it turns out Mitch or some other petty noble gets their hands on my steel, I'll come back and haunt your ass.
Got it.
Thinking about her steel, Maggie remembered another key detail. One more thing. If you feel the queens trying to use a spell, like they did in the gym, go for the head with either one of my swords or Frey's. Getting to them with one of our blades is the only way to put them down for good. Turning to look at her, Darius widened his eyes. Wait, what? Frey didn't take her eyes off the petroforms, but still sounded shocked. Maggie, we need to have a serious talk about how you know all this stuff that even Lena couldn't tell us, and how your magic grew so suddenly in an afternoon. What aren't you telling us? I'm not keeping secrets. It's complicated and we don't have time, Maggie said. The petroforms were 80 yards out and had stopped creeping forward, forming a dense line. Maggie saw 2 hulking figures in the shadows near the back. She couldn't see the third. Frey looked away from the monsters, shifting her full focus to Maggie. Make time. The queen I killed is living in my saber. I can talk to it, Maggie said. Frey blinked. From the back, Vera shouted, Wait, what? Another booming bellow rattled the walls of the cave. The petroforms charged. Chapter 17. The Storm. Maggie knew the beasts were quick, but the speed with which they crossed 80 yards still shocked her. In maybe 5 seconds, they were within spitting distance, the leaders of the pack lunging forward to start cutting throats, dozens more hot on their heels. A grenade from Lou's gun landed in the dense pack, scattering a few, and Maggie braced her spear to catch the first monster to fly towards her. No! Frey barked. Darius reacted instantly, triggering his traps. Time seemed to slow while Maggie took it all in. The cave echoed with 100 charges released in sync with each other, rumbling like the inside of a smooth-bore cannon. Dust and rock chips flew back at Maggie, the force of the ricochets nearly enough to knock her off her feet. Unprepared for the blast, the petroforms fared far worse. Some took grape shot and shrapnel in the eyes, or down their gaping mouths, and went down. Most took the collective blasts on their armor and were thrown back, knocked off their feet. A few even tossed high into the air. Even petroforms that avoided being hit directly were knocked over by their partners, the dense wave ensuring that no single beast avoided the blowback. A handful of petroforms were already past the edge of the explosive zone by the time that the charges blew, but that just left them without backup. Then, Vera stepped in, raising her hand to call up a bolt of power from Zeus's meaner, nastier cousin. Crimson lightning lashed out, arcing from petroform to petroform, coursing through and chaining from one to the next. The cave lit up like a thunderhead, power rolling through the foot soldiers. It didn't kill many, but their twitching, pained shrieks and slowed movements showed the real purpose: to stun, weaken, and delay the petroforms long enough to give the warriors a chance to cleave them apart. Then, time resumed its pace. The petroform that had leapt towards Maggie landed on her spear, and she twisted and kicked it free in time to spin and cleave the head from another's shoulders. Frey, to her side, wielded her blade like a scalpel, slitting throats and breaking weak points, while Twig looked more like she was chopping wood, splitting monsters in half with every swipe. As they took out the first line, the petroforms in the blast zone were getting to their feet. That was no good. Maggie started to formulate a plan in her head, how to stifle the enemy before they could recover. Without a word, Frey and Twig charged the line. They had no need to think it over. They just moved in unison, leaving Maggie to catch up a second later. She rushed in with her spear and got to work, taking the monsters apart while they struggled to find their footing. The stunned disarray couldn't last long. The 3 of them butchered petroforms while the opportunity lasted, but with each passing breath, the horde found its footing. A blast to Maggie's side knocked a cluster of petroforms to the ground as Lou's cover fire came in. She struck one of them down and then had to retreat 2 paces as 6 more petroforms menaced her. She loathed giving ground, but if they surrounded her, she would die, simple as that. With every strike, she shifted a step back, knowing she'd eventually run out of space. Frey and Twig worked like dancers. With grace and precision, Frey would lunge in and slice a devastating blow, then pull free in time for her hulking partner to shatter skull plates in twain. Even when the 2 warriors grew apart and weren't close enough to tag team each other's foes, their movements seemed to be in tandem, ensuring that neither ever had an enemy at their back for long enough to matter. The petroforms couldn't touch either of them. not while they were both standing. Maggie just had to grit her teeth and go it alone. A staggering grenade from Lou's gun gave her the occasional opportunity to move in and deal a fatal strike to one petriform, but another was always behind it. And it got worse. In the corners of her vision, she saw petriforms scaling the walls, their claws sinking into stone to climb up high, making their way towards the team from an off-kilter direction that was hard to guard from. Proximity charges planted by Darius blew some of them back, knocking them free of the wall and crashing down into their tide of peers. But there were more and more coming. When one fell down, another would climb up. With their armor, being knocked off the wall did little damage and cost nothing but time. Darius still tried his damnedest to keep the monsters back. Shaking a canister on his belt, he waited 2 seconds and lobbed it over the heads of the foremost petriforms where it burst, spraying out a cement-like goop. An object like a flare gun launched compressed nets that expanded and took down 2 or 3 targets at a time, costing them precious seconds as they had to rip themselves free, but that emptied after only half a dozen shots. From there, his bag of tricks ran dry, and he fell back, taking pot shots with an impotent pistol. Another grenade burst near Maggie, too close for comfort. "Watch it!" she yelped into her earpiece, jumping back and skewering a petriform. One monster charged her from the side, and she had to drop the spear, whipping out her rapier and sinking the steel into the weak point of chitin at its throat. She danced back again, losing yet another weapon. Advancing petriforms quickly trampled over the spear, taking it out of reach. Damn! Deep at the back of the line, a queen roared, and Maggie made a mistake that saved her life. Looking at the source of the roar was foolish. It took her eyes away from the monsters clawing for her throat, splitting her attention, making her vulnerable. Roars and crashes and booms were par for the course on a battlefield, and she shouldn't have let herself be distracted by just one more noise. But she squinted into the hazy, dusty darkness, then yelped in surprise. "Get back!" Turning, she dove to the side, pulling Frey down with her as she took cover. Twig, a few paces off to the side, would have to fend for herself. An enormous blob of purple-brown goo flew through the air, just where her head had been, and splashed into stone a few paces behind her. The puddle sizzled and popped, melting into rock like spray paint on styrofoam. Maggie's dive had allowed them to dodge the projectile, but now she and Frey were on the ground, vulnerable. They had milliseconds before beastly claws would begin shredding into their bodies. Then they were done for. "Vera!" Frey started to call, but her plea for help was interrupted by magic. A force grabbed Maggie, and she found herself yanked into the air, Frey flying right next to her. Or not flying, floating. Gravity had been canceled out, and they bobbed in the air over the head of the shrieking petriforms. From up high, Maggie saw Twig off to the side, having made it clear, and Vera far in the back, a hand pressed against the half-shredded maglev engine. "You're clear," Vera called through her earpiece. She didn't have the energy to lift something as heavy as a subway car, but a few Fae were light enough, even with all the magically antagonistic steel that Maggie and Frey carried. A petriform leapt up at them, bounding off one of its comrades. Frey kicked it, spinning back in the air, landing on the ground a few paces back before returning to the fight. "Vera," Maggie replied, kicking away from another jumping petriform, floating a few feet higher with a recoil. "Can you try something?" "What do you need?" Vera asked. "I can't hold this levitation much longer." Maggie flourished her rapier, the last sword she had available. "Throw me." "What? You won't be able to get back," Vera shouted. "I'm pulling you clear." A tug on Maggie's back pulled her towards the front line, but Maggie shook her head, batting away another petriform. "I've got a clean line on the queen." "Throw me!" Vera continued to argue. "I don't have enough juice to keep this going. You won't have time to get back." "Then I'll run out the other side and draw them away." It was their best shot. If one queen died, the others might struggle to control the whole horde, and even if they could control all the little beasts with ease, There'd be one fewer major target, and no more projectiles coming down range. Fine, Vera spat, begrudgingly trusting Maggie's harebrained plan. A surge of power grabbed Maggie and tossed her forward, faster than she had thought possible. She expected G-forces and wind resistance to batter her along the arc of her attack, but the spells that kept the subway cars level worked doubly well on a single elf, giving Maggie's flight a strange, weightless feeling. Petroforms saw her and reacted, but their movements and reaction time were far too sluggish. By the time they could leap up and swipe at her, she was long past the attack. She didn't waste any attention on attacking the small ones. Her eye was on the hulking petroform with a gaping appendage on its back. A fleshy, chitinous cannon, the source of the acid bomb that Maggie had narrowly avoided. It tried to wheel to face her and aim, but it had only an eye blink of time and moved too sluggishly to escape Maggie's Valkyrian descent. In the corner of her eye, she saw the other queen. It had no cannon on its back, but the spiky protrusions on its face reminded her of a rhino's tusks, and more razor lines on its chitin gave her the impression that tangling up close with that queen wouldn't be a good idea. "I'll leave you for later," she thought, raising her rapier to plunge into the acid queen's face. One strike right through its skull, and the acid queen lunged backwards, quicker than Maggie had expected it to be capable of moving. Rather than landing on its head for a killing blow, Maggie's feet struck dirt, and her legs folded up beneath her, the levitation spell breaking suddenly. She tumbled, rolled, smacked her head against the stone floor. Ears ringing, she dropped her rapier while petroforms, the little ones, and the queen encircled her, leaving no escape route. She groaned and pushed herself up to a knee, but her desperate lunge had failed, and now she had no recourse. Maggie had no time to escape, no chance to fight her way out. Reaching for Dane at her hip, she resolved to take a few out before she went down. She was dizzy and unstable, but she wouldn't just give up. She took a breath, braced herself, and gotcha! A ball of magic wrapped around her chest and yanked her up, a sudden jerk into the air that got her clear just in time. Two petroforms nearly missed her and, instead, dove headfirst into each other, yowling in frustration. "Get her back here, now," Frey said. "That was the best I was saving for Lou," Vera panted, pulling back on her magic and floating Maggie to the front line. "Power's running low. Don't expect much more from me. Lou's gonna need to climb down." "On it," Darius said, running towards the scaffolding, his grappling hook out. From her vantage point in the air as she floated to the team, Maggie could see how deep the petroform lines went. Only she couldn't. Even from up high, with an unobstructed view deep into the corridor, wear-light glowing from Vera's spell, there was no end to the lines. Vera dropped her on the ground. The petroforms had pulled back for a moment, possibly confused by the burst of speed, possibly just to regroup and form a more solid line. Frey asked a question. Maggie just shook her head. There were far, far too many. They couldn't make it out, not when they were so horribly outnumbered. "Your sword!" Frey shouted, grabbing Maggie's shoulder and shaking it harshly. "Damn it, Maggie! Draw your sword!" Maggie blinked. Right. Moving to obey, she grabbed Dane's hilt without thinking. The aluminum wrap on the handle had fallen off in the fighting, and she grabbed the hilt, closing a fist around it. Pain. 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 Chapter 18. Pain. July 1951. The forge had flooded. That wasn't a holistic statement. The entire city had flooded. But that city included the forge, and Maggie didn't care about the rest of the city. "It's fine, Maggie. I'll go talk to Hopkins. He'll understand," Cyrus had promised her. "I've been making good on my payments for years, keeping up. The bills have stayed paid. He'll recognize that we can't control an act of the earth." He'd left to go talk to Hopkins. To explain. To give an apology and receive a payment extension. Instead, he'd left behind 2 teeth and received a black eye. Now it was Maggie's turn to go to Hopkins, but she wasn't going to talk. She wanted to kill him. Present day. Maggie felt pain and alien thoughts shoot through her mind as Dane overrode her completely. She was weary, and Dane was energized, given strength from all the petroforms nearby. Dane, no. Stop. You are mighty, Maggie. What are you? You killed me. Stop! Now I protect you. She drew. No, she wasn't in control. Dane drew her saber and charged. Long before. The least of them shuddered back as another blast of fire rocked their carapace. They served their master, true, the one who conquered their mind, their creator, the greatest by far. But there were limits to service. The least of them had seen their siblings fall, seen as the brutal machinations of mortal sorcery bound their minds, sealing and shattering them. The true death, the death that even the greatest by far feared. And those mortals had returned. The least of them would serve. They could send their horde out to face the enemy in perpetuity, letting the chaff die as quickly as they could be spawned. But they didn't want to die. Not to truly die. Death was coming, and they knew it. 1951. Maggie kicked in the door. Damn it. Maggie tried to kick in the door. It was sturdier than it looked, and even a second kick didn't take it down. Before she could kick a third time, someone opened it for her. It ruined her entrance, but she didn't care. She sloshed in through ankle-deep water, making a beeline towards Hopkins, sitting at the far end of his bar and nursing a drink. Someone else spotted her first, and though he surely saw her expression, he smiled at her anyways. "It's the little Cyrus," he called, using his beard to gesture down at the water. "Roll up your pants and have a drink. Sorry, we can't do anything about the water." She looked him over. His face was familiar, but it took her a second to realize that he was Hopkins' son. The two looked remarkably similar, save for the difference in age. Maggie hadn't expected the bar to be in full operation, but apparently, if the water had receded enough to stand, it was low enough for business. A dozen regulars were drinking, playing cards, filling up the bar. Some elves, not bothering to hide the tips of their ears, some humans as well, even a naiad with bluish skin and webs between his fingers. Maggie took out her blade, letting the steel sing and draw the eyes of every patron. It was the first true weapon she'd forged completely on her own. A 1.5-hand sword, big enough to use 2 hands on it, small enough it could be held in one. She liked how it felt in her grip. She even named it Ripper. "I'm not here to drink," Maggie said, her voice almost a growl. "I'm here to fight." Present. Maggie's mind held her thoughts, Dane's, and every petroform's around her. She didn't just know what they were going to do. She dictated it. Dane slashed through petroforms like a windmill. Their charge was furious, and though their siblings fought for control of the nearest spawn, Dane held the other two at bay. Enough that they could slash the chaff down, using themselves, the blade that was also them, slaying Maggie's enemies with fervor. 1951. The bar laughed, and the Hopkins kid didn't even get to his feet. From behind, Maggie heard an older, rougher voice, the voice of the man she hated most in the world. "Child, sit down. Your master and I just had a discussion that got out of hand." "You're a thief!" Maggie shot back, whirling towards him, sloshing the water. He stood at the base of a staircase, looking bored and unconcerned. She noticed when the rest of the bar reacted, all of them flinching just a touch until Hopkins gave them a look of dismissal. "What did I steal?" "You took Cyrus's money," she shouted. "You took his home, his forge. You made him work like a dog just to keep paying you." You ruined him. 20 years of failure. 20 years of barely scraping by, struggling to make ends meet while Hopkins raked in their money. Maggie had finally learned how much Cyrus owed Hopkins, and after 20 years of payments, it was 5 times what he'd borrowed. Hopkins smirked, sipping his beer. Cyrus agreed to every deal we made. Well, you didn't have to make that deal so unfair. Everyone laughed again. Maggie's face burned, and her wet eyes had nothing to do with the flooding. Your sword, she screamed, jabbing a finger at him. You stole your sword. That, at least, got him to raise his eyebrow. I paid for it, Maggie. But you never fought for it, she shot, leveling Ripper at him. It's no true Cyrus steal unless you've fought and proved your worth, and you're not worth more than a piece of trash. Hopkins' face hardened, and he looked across the bar. The sword he'd paid for, a fine piece of steel, was hung above a rack of whiskey bottles. It was a decoration to him. He pointed, and the elf barkeep took it down before pulling a glass of beer from the tap. You want to fight me, to prove I'm not worthy of the blade? He asked. I want to drive my sword through your belly for hurting Cyrus, Maggie thought. Yes. He took the blade from the bartender, swishing it through the air. Then we'll fight. Before. A blast of pure power hit the least of them. It was painful, but they were protecting their master from the evil races of men, the ones who would bring the true death. It was a losing battle. They knew that. Some of the true great ones, the gods even to the greatest by far, had already left this world. Men were growing too wise, and they'd crafted weapons too mighty. This would be their final battle. Present. No, this was before, when... Maggie raised Ripper. The blade shimmered in the bar light. She was truly proud of how the weapon had turned out. She saw her own reflection in the water, rippling every time someone moved, and she looked like a warrior come for vengeance. Hopkins' men, she'd been stupid to think they were mere patrons, watched and jeered. Hopkins himself shrugged out of his vest and downed the pint. I'm going to kill you, even if they kill me in turn, she thought. Make it look like a duel. Knock your guard aside. And Hopkins kicked the water suddenly, splashing it up at Maggie and getting it in her eyes. She winced back and moved a hand up to her face on instinct, trying to wipe her vision clear. And in that moment, he lunged and struck aside her blade. She stumbled back, balance thrown by the water around her ankles, and fell. Landing with a tremendous splash, she dropped her sword and barely had room to even scoot back as he stalked forward, leveling his blade at her eyes. Proof enough? Hopkins asked, while the bar jeered. Maggie glared, reaching out and grabbing her sword from the water. With a furious swipe, she slashed up, knocking his blade to the side, buying her a moment to scream and shove forward. She slammed her shoulder into his chest, and they both fell back, rolling on the floor in the water. A fist hit her head, ringing her thoughts for a moment, and she rolled away, staggering up. She was dripping wet, weighed down by cotton clothes that had soaked through, but she had her sword. Hopkins, similarly drenched, adjusted his grip on his blade. This wasn't a game for him anymore. He was up against an opponent he had to fear. Good, Maggie thought. I want you to be afraid. Dane, Maggie, the sword, the arm holding the sword, the mind, hacked their way through the petroforms. Their thoughts were screaming. It hurt so badly she wanted to scream, but Dane was the one running things, and they didn't see any reason to use her mouth. Dane! I'm protecting you. Dane, you have to stop! Please! Another mind showed up. The third sibling, the one in the walls. It added its mind to the control of the chaff, the petroforms, and Dane's control shook. They still saw the movements, sure, but they couldn't stagger the beasts around them while they cut them down anymore. Not in a 3-on-1. Not while Maggie was screaming to stop it all. They were distantly aware that, behind them, more chaff were digging their way up. The chaff would soon be behind the Fae, surrounding them. One elf, from up high, was firing explosives down into the hole, knocking the petroforms back, but only delaying the inevitable. Elsewhere, a queen, the one with spikes and tusks and razor-sharp chitin, charged forward, breaking through the lines and taking the fight into its own hands. It drove towards Twig, intent on running her down and goring her. Recognizing the danger, Dane began to retreat, unaware of the tears pouring down her face. Maggie lunged, kicking up water as she did, going for a gut blow. Reckless in a practice duel, but a good way to ensure a painful death if it hit. Hopkins sidestepped and knocked her aside with a shove, swinging his blade at her leg. She parried, barely, staggering with a splash. Her hip bumped up against a bar stool, and she looked back, realizing she'd been cornered. More jeers, alongside shouts of encouragement for Hopkins. She struck out again, both hands on the hilt of Ripper, aiming for Hopkins' throat. Again, he batted her attack away with his blade. It took less effort this time, and this time he stepped forward, a powerful fist burying itself in her belly. She gasped. The wind knocked out of her and stumbled away. He had lost his fear, but maybe, before she could even build the momentum for another lunge, he raised his sword and brought the flat of it against the side of her head, smacking her so hard that everything went black.
Run, we have to run. I'm sorry.
The least of them huddled with its remaining siblings, feeling the sharp pain of loss as another one was taken away forever. The greatest by far understood. Their chaff were all but used up. They had no strength to continue the fight, and they'd already lost so much. Though they wanted nothing more than to take vengeance upon the men, upon the mortals who'd bound and brought the true death to their gates, that could not happen. Not today. Maybe not ever. They channeled their power together. The spell to flee would use all their collective might and leave them unable to return under their own power. They would have to hope that another of the true Great Ones would turn the tide, and that they would be found and released. Opening up a hole, they dropped themselves deep into the earth and closed it behind them. I can't win this. I'm sorry. I tried. Maggie blinked, wincing as she found her eyes open underwater. Her face was pressed into the floor, and though she heard splashes and jeers, she couldn't stand and breathe. I know you came to kill me, Hopkins said, his voice clear. His mouth had to be an inch from her ear, but she couldn't look to see. The water was only 3 or 4 inches deep, but when she tried to pull free, a strong hand on the back of her head held her down, kept her face in the water. You thought I didn't play fair, that I didn't deserve what I had, Hopkins said. But I earned this. I earned all of it. And do you want to know how? Maggie thrashed, legs kicking, trying to find leverage to get free of Hopkins' grasp. But she was tired and dazed, and she couldn't breathe. She had no strength left to fight, and even if she had, he was just so strong. I took it, Hopkins hissed. I took it from weaker men who couldn't stop me, men who let me take advantage because deep down, they know that's all they're worth. Men like Cyrus. She bucked and thrashed, but she had no way of getting away. No air. Her vision grew darker. His voice was barely a whisper, but she heard it clearly. And girls like you. Stop! Please. It hurts. I just want it to stop. There's one more thing I can do. Stepping back, Maggie and Dane raised the sword up high and plunged it down into the stone. A shockwave of energy was thrown back. raw magical force of a primordial vintage. The earth shook. The queen's charge rocked Twig, and a tusk drove through the Svaltfar's armor and into her belly. With a buck, the queen tossed her into the wall, cracking stone where Twig hit, and then it readied to charge again. "No!" Darius cried, firing his grappling hook right at the queen. The hook wrapped around its largest horn, and he was pulled towards it, so fast that he seemed to be flying. "Darius, pull back!" Frey shouted. "You can't!" "I'm not out of charges yet!" Darius called back, yanking one last grenade from his belt. Maggie could only watch and hurt, and channeled power through her arms that rattled the earth to its core. The force on Maggie's neck released, and she lifted her head, sucking in air. Cyrus had arrived. His own sword, a blade he'd had as long as Maggie had known him, was on his belt. "Don't hurt her," he said. "Your girl came to kill me." Hopkins stood and wiped his wet hands on his equally sodden shirt. "Why shouldn't I?" "She's young and stupid," Cyrus said. "If she got the wrong impression, that's my fault. Besides, if you kill her, she can't forge anymore." "I've still got you," Hopkins said, reaching out and taking another beer from the elf behind the bar. "And maybe I don't need any more swords." Maggie just panted on the ground, exhausted rage still bubbling up. "Bastard," she half groaned. Hopkins kicked her in the ribs. Cyrus winced. "You can let her go. I'll pay you back for this, along with everything else. If she did something wrong, punish me for it." "How much for the sword?" Hopkins asked. Cyrus pulled the blade from his belt, sheath and all, offering it. "Take it." "Not yours." Hopkins pointed down at Maggie's blade, still shimmering beneath a layer of floodwater. "Hers. Not for sale," Maggie whimpered. In Hopkins' eyes, she saw glee. She'd said the wrong thing. "I think it's time we clear your debt," Hopkins said, snapping at one of his men. "I'll take your sword." A man hopped forward, taking Cyrus's blade. Cyrus let him, the corners of his mouth turning down, the wrinkles on his face looking very deep as he saw what was happening. "If this sword isn't for sale, it must be pretty priceless," Hopkins added, stepping over Maggie so he could bend and pick it up. "That's good for maybe half of what you owe." "I don't have the other half, Hopkins," Cyrus said quietly. "So I'll take your forge and everything in it," Hopkins said. "I know there's some mostly finished blades in there and some good steel. That should settle the rest." Maggie knew what that meant. Cyrus had no money. He couldn't just open up a new forge if his old one was taken away. He was going to be utterly ruined by this. More than just owing a debt, he would truly have nothing. Maggie had done this to him. The fault lay with her. Still, maybe Cyrus had a plan, or some money stashed away in secret. Some way to fix this. "And one more thing," Hopkins said. "This still doesn't settle what your girl tried to do to me." Snapping his fingers at his men once more, he said, "Grab him." Hopkins' men obeyed their orders. "Break his hands," Hopkins instructed. "I don't want this old, washed-up vagrant ever forging again." Maggie held her breath, waiting for Cyrus to pull something out of his hat. Again, Hopkins' men obeyed their orders. Darius landed on the queen's face, leaning heavily against the grappling cable for support as the beast bucked and bellowed. Raising the readied grenade, he timed his throw perfectly, sending the explosive weapon straight down its roaring gullet. The queen's alien face managed to register visual confusion as it staggered back, utterly perplexed as to what it had just swallowed. Then the grenade blew. Nearly all of the force was contained within its impenetrable exoskeleton, and the only escape points for the pressure were overloaded. Dark ichor sprayed from its mouth. Its eyes bulged and then burst out in a grisly flourish, the force of the explosion knocking Darius off its face and onto the ground. Power started to congeal in the air around its face as the queen lurched, motes of wear-light swirling like flies around its empty eye sockets. Despite it all, it wasn't quite dead yet, and the spell that would transfer its consciousness had begun. Then, it blindly lurched forward, driving a razor-sharp tusk into Darius's chest. His body stiffened, his arms twitched, and then he just stopped moving. The queen bucked, throwing him clear of its tusk. He fell to the ground. A knife, a tiny, shimmering point of light in all the chaos, was flung out of his hand. It skittered on the ground towards Maggie and came to a stop with her own maker's mark facing up at her. She got it. She couldn't even turn her head to look. But seeing the blade flash, she knew he'd been going for a killing strike. He tried to take out the queen for good and save Twig in the process. Blood dribbled out of his lips, bright crimson on pale skin. No light shone in his eyes. He'd failed. They'd all failed.
No!
Vera screamed. A pulse of power shot out from Maggie's sword a second time, stronger than the first. The cave collapsed. Chapter 19. Stuck. Twig screamed. The sound hurt. Like all things about Svartalfar, her very words coursed with pure, innate magic that could be contained, but never quite tamed. When Svartalfar spoke, her very essence was projected to anyone that heard. Twig's essence had recently had a massive tusk jammed through its belly. Maggie sat upright, propped up against something rough and stony. Harsh yellow work lights cast stark shadows on the walls, and Twig's excruciating bellows stole the clear thoughts from her head.
Hold her down,
Vera shouted, voice rough and ragged. I'm trying. She's strong. A man, Lou.
Just sit on her,
Frey barked. Her bright red hair had fallen out of its ponytail, and in the heavily contrasted light, Maggie couldn't make out the expression on her dark face, only the fear in her voice.
Keep her legs pinned.
Come on, baby, Vera said in a lower tone, speaking only to Twig. You're strong. You can make it through this. They were in the cave's construction site, a few battery-powered rugged lights set up to illuminate the space. The way they'd come in was blocked by a collapsed pile of rubble, and the tunnels the petriforms came through were collapsed into closed pits. Frey and Lou struggled to hold back Twig's flailing arms while Vera prepared a little magic, and if their grimaces were anything to go by, they felt Twig's pain as much as Maggie did. Worse, even. Maggie had been inoculated to this sort of psychic attack in the worst way, and though this was bad, it wasn't half the pain that Dane had put her through. She could handle it. Getting to unsteady feet, Maggie steeled herself and jogged across the cave, jumping in to assist. The only acknowledgement she got was a terse nod from Frey, signaling that her help was needed. Since Lou couldn't get Twig's legs pinned down on his own, Maggie jumped in, and they held her down together while Frey pinned the Svartalfar's arms, getting her roughly steady. Panicked tears were running down Vera's face as she shouted,
Okay, clear.
The palms of her earthy hands glowed red, readying the spell. The rest of the team pulled back from Twig for a millisecond, and Maggie had to react to do the same as Vera jammed her palms into Twig's exposed, bloody chest. A sharp shock of power coursed into Twig and she bucked, Vera's palm prints burning into her skin, and the gaping wound in Twig's belly stopped spurting blood. Instantly, everyone reached down and grabbed Twig again to keep her from bucking. This was the most violent healing magic Maggie had ever seen, a last resort effort when gentler spells simply wouldn't work.
Again,
Frey said.
Hit her again. No,
Vera snapped, rubbing her hands together and recovering the angry glow. Clear! Another quick release of Twig's body and another shock of magic. A bucking kick sent Lou sprawling, but he scrambled back up and fought to pin Twig's legs again. That's it! Frey screamed. Any more, and you risk one more, Vera said, shaking her head furiously. She can take it. Clear! A final burst and a final set of burned handprints on Twig's chest, and the Svaltfar finally went limp and quiet as her wound closed up, leaving a nasty, mottled scar. Vera slumped back, exhausted. Now that the screaming had stopped, Maggie felt new exhaustion run over her. There was still a bone-deep ache from her ears to her toes, but more than that, numbness and shock were threatening to take her over completely. She looked around the cave. A backpack of supplies had been dropped on the ground nearby, something tactical like Lou or Darius used. Petriform bodies littered the edges of the space. Dozens, maybe more than 100. She couldn't tell in the dim light. Her claymore was off to the side, in one piece, but aside from that, Maggie didn't see any of her other lost weapons. The spear and rapier were both gone. That should keep her stable for a while, but stars know what sort of internal damage there might be, Vera said, groaning as she got to her feet. Now, come on. We need to get to Darius. Frey glanced at Lou, then down at Twig, while Vera started working some other kind of magic, pulling the last dribbles of power out of the gemstones on her wrist bangles. Darius? Lou asked. Yeah, tall guy, pale like a rabbit in a snowstorm. He saved all our lives, at least once, Vera snapped, projecting a ray of magic onto the stone, some kind of elemental scan. He isn't here, so he must be buried. We've got to get to him. He... Lou frowned, scooting back on the ground. Vera... he... Uh-huh. Vera shot an angry look over her shoulder. He's injured, I know. That's why it's urgent. Frey put a hand on the Dryad's shoulder. Vera, he's dead. Vera didn't stop her scanning spell and didn't look back. When she responded, her voice was small, rough, and very tired. Maybe not. You didn't get a good look. Pulling, Frey forced Vera to turn and look at her. The tusk went right through his chest. There's no way he survived that. Maggie stayed out of the argument. She empathized with what they were feeling, but she hadn't known Darius like they did. It wasn't her place to weigh in. He needs us, Vera snapped. I'm not going to give up on him. You felt it, Frey said. Same as me. He's gone. He's not, Vera said. He can't be. Twig pulled through. Maybe... Stop. Frey stepped closer, getting right into her friend's face. Vera, pull yourself together. You can't waste your power right now. That's an order. Vera's body stiffened, and after a couple seconds, the magic in her hand winked out. You're ordering me to give up on our friend. I'm ordering you to conserve your power, Frey said. We may still need to fight our way out of here. We need you. Nodding slightly, Vera lowered her hands, balling them into fists. After a lengthy breath, she raised them again, resuming the scanning spell. Fine. I'm going to look for a space in the walls that we can tunnel through. Vera, Frey started. The Dryad shot her a look full of poison. They both knew that she was still searching for Darius, but Vera wouldn't give up the pretense. Frey shook her head and turned, looking at Maggie. You want to tell us what happened back there? It's complicated, Maggie said. Eyes narrowing, Frey said, uncomplicated. When I killed the queen, its consciousness jumped into my sword. The magic it was working was a spell to transfer its mind to a new host, but the workings in the steel screwed it up, so now Dane lives in... She looked down, noting that her saber was in its sheath on her belt. She didn't remember putting it there, but she couldn't remember much of the last moments of the fight either. They live in here now. That's as simple as I can make it. Frey glanced back at Vera, who was still obsessively sending magic out into the stone, looking for signs of life that wouldn't be there. Returning her attention to Maggie, she asked, "Dane?" "I named them," Maggie admitted. "When I hold the sword, I can hear Dane's thoughts, and they can hear mine." "And Dane just told you what the other queens were up to?" Maggie shrugged. They seemed willing to answer my questions, and then aggressively willing to help there at the end. I'm not saying they're not dangerous, but Dane seems to work for whoever gives them instructions. Frey seemed to consider that for a moment, rubbing at her cheek in thought. "Okay, I'll accept that for now. I just need one thing." "Vera." The dryad didn't take her attention away from her work. Frey had to turn and bark at her. "Vera! I need you." Vera turned and snapped. "What?" "You've been listening?" Frey asked. "Yeah." "Come check Maggie out." Vera fumed, but she approached nonetheless, holding up her hand. "Hold still." Maggie winced away from the hand, despite the instruction, but Vera's touch was gentle. A thumb to her temple, an index finger on her forehead, and a tiny spark of magic. After a second, Vera gasped and pulled away. "Fuck me, that's a lot of trauma." Maggie's eyes widened. "What?" "Psychic trauma," Vera clarified. "It's like, honestly, it looks like the after effects of a nasty possession. You say you've been listening to this thing's thoughts." "Yeah, it hurts, but—" "Stop!" Vera shot. "Blood and stone. Your mind looks like someone poured diesel in a gas engine, then lit a match and set the whole fucking thing on fire." "Setting aside the actual physics of that," Maggie said, "what does that mean for me?" Vera thumped the center of Maggie's forehead with her finger. "It means you need to stop letting an ancient into your brain. Hopefully the holes in your head will heal, but I'm honestly surprised at this point that your soul isn't leaking out your ears." Turning to look at Frey, she said, "She's telling the truth, at least. You can't fake those scars. Can I get back to work?" Frey nodded curtly, not looking away from Maggie as she moved to the next topic on her agenda. "Lou?" He stood up straight. "Yes, ma'am." "How much field experience do you have?" "None, ma'am," he conceded. "I'm new." Scowling, Frey looked down at Twig. "Well, you'll need to learn in a hurry. We need to take stock of our supplies." "What do we have?" Lou blinked a couple times, looking like a deer in headlights. "Weapons, gear, anything you've got, anything you were able to scrounge," Frey snapped, finally turning to face him. "I dropped my gun," Lou admitted, stammering. "Lost it under the rubble. I've got a sidearm, but it's not going to do anything against those things." "Communications?" "My compad wasn't working before." "Check it again." "Ma'am, Lou looked over at Maggie, looking for a little help. "I can't really do anything. I'm not." Frey grabbed his arm, pulled him close, and looked him in the eye, speaking softly. "Listen, one of us is dead, and another is unconscious. We can't count on Vera right now, and 1/3 of our available Wayland steel is a psychic hazard to touch. Right now, there's absolutely nothing standing between at least 6 queens and the whole city, and nobody to warn them. We absolutely cannot squander our resources, and you are a resource, do you understand?" "But no objections. We either keep focus and get out of here, or 100,000 people will die as a start." She let him take that in for a moment. "Maybe we can get the humans to help, contact the Wizards' Council, bring in more firepower from another Fae stronghold.
but we need to get a warning out first. Just hold it together for a few hours.
Maggie felt a sinking feeling in her stomach, but she felt the need to ask. The city's got defenses, right? Frey looked over at her.
You're looking at them.
What about law enforcement? The justice of war has to have...
They've got nothing, Maggie, Frey said. When's the last time we went to war? Maybe there's some individuals who can fight pretty well, but there's just not the munitions or the infrastructure in place.
Maggie didn't have an answer.
Maybe Blanche will pull something out of her head. She's a crafty old bet,
Frey conceded.
But it won't last, and if they don't know what's coming, any defenses will be killed in the cradle. We need to warn them, and then prepare a last stand to buy time for the evacuation.
Looking down at her sword, Maggie paused. We aren't living through the day, are we? Lou shivered, looking back at Vera nervously. Frey drew her own blade, holding it up in the harsh light. The ripple patterns in the metal shimmered, and she smiled.
What you do is your business. I'm not leaving until everyone makes it to the surface, one way or another.
If we can leave at all, Lou said.
We're stuck in here until the rescue team can dig us out. Do your inventory, Frey snapped. See if you can't find some explosive charges left over, something to blow our way out.
There's the maglev engine, Lou said. Could we use that? I don't know, levitate the rocks out of the way. Maggie pursed her lips, staring past Frey. I've got a better idea. Frey glanced back, following Maggie's gaze. One of the excavators had been torn apart in the melee, but another sat upright and fairly intact.
Good thought, Frey said, but the petriforms got to it first. It's dead.
Maggie unbuckled her armor, letting the chest plate drop to the ground. Rotating her shoulder, she said, Then it's a good thing you've got a mechanic. Chapter 20. Tunneling. All right, girl. Maggie ran her hand along the excavator's aluminum frame, feeling out its energy. Let's get you working again, okay? She lacked her full suite of gear, but she'd swiped a multi-tool and a flashlight from Darius's bag, and the crane itself had a basic complement of wrenches and tools.
How long will this take?
Frey asked, watching from a few paces back. I don't even know if I can fix her, Maggie admitted. But give me 10 minutes to diagnose the problem, and I'll give you a firmer answer.
All right.
Frey turned, walking over to Twig's side, crouching next to the slowly breathing Svaltafar. Maggie tuned out her worries, climbing up the 2 steps to the cab seat. Turning the key, the engine rumbled to life. A good sign. The instant she touched the controls, though, the bucket scoop shuddered and slouched, unresponsive. That gave her a hunch of the problem, but one spanner was still caught in the works. Shutting off the engine, she clambered down, peering under the hull. She commented. The earth beneath was dry. Only a few drips of oil darkened the surface. What's wrong? Lou asked. She's behaving like her hydraulic fluid ran out, Maggie said, but I don't see a spill. Could it be something else? Could be. Clicking on her flashlight, Maggie got a look at the underbelly, tracing hydraulic cables. Sure enough, several were ripped open, explaining the lack of pressure, but not the lack of spill. Crouching, she moved closer, getting a look at the tear in the hose. Lou crouched, watching her. Figure something out. She took a cable in her hand, twisting it between her fingers to inspect the small marks in the rubber. Tooth marks. I think the petriforms drank the hydraulic fluid. Can you fix it? He asked. If I can salvage some replacement lines from the other excavator? Sure, Maggie shrugged, straightening. But we'll need more hydraulic fluid. How much?
Lou,
Frey snapped, looking up from Twig.
Leave her be. She needs to work.
No, Maggie raised a hand, palm forward, before Lou could leave. I don't mind. I'd be talking to myself anyways. And to your question, I can look in the other excavator, but I'm betting they drank that too. We'd need gallons of the stuff, so a few dregs won't help. His shoulders slumped. I don't suppose it can run without the fluid? A substitute would be fine. In a pinch, you could pour cooking oil into the reservoir and run okay for a decent while before it started to have hiccups, but it's not like we have any cooking oil on hand either. She stood back, scratching her chin. I don't see a way around it. Nevertheless, she kept working, clicking off the flashlight. She wouldn't admit failure until she had no other choice, and for now, she still had other work to do. The other excavator had been rocked on its side. The fall had twisted off the arm and gouged an impressive mark in the tunnel's stone wall, but that proved an asset. She had easy access to the machine's underbelly. She'd be able to strip the necessary parts, and by the look of the greasy stain beneath the foundered machine, it hadn't been drained completely of its hydraulic fluid. A surprise, but Maggie wouldn't argue with good luck. Crouching, Maggie pointed her flashlight at the spill to see how much might be left. As she got close, an arm lashed out towards her from beneath the machine, swiping at her legs. She yelped, tumbling to escape the petroform's reach. Though Maggie rolled into a defensive stance and got ready to fight, she quickly saw there to be no need. The petroform was stuck beneath the machine, hopelessly pinned and bleeding its slick, oily blood from between the gaps in its carapace. It wasn't hydraulic fluid at all, but petroform blood. Frey materialized next to her, sword ready, but Maggie raised her hand. It stuck. The broken machine had fallen on the petroform with enough force to completely immobilize it, but the impossibly durable chitin had kept it alive. The one free arm twisted back, scraping at the metal, trying to pull itself free, but it lacked leverage and made no headway. What do we do? Lou asked, hesitantly. We'll kill it in a minute, Maggie said. First, I need a bucket, or hell, a sack would work. Anything with a wide mouth that can hold fluids. Sure, I think there's something we can use. What are you thinking? Frey asked, her gaze never leaving the beady-eyed monster. Maggie brushed the toe of her boot through the oily puddle of ichor the petroform had left. I think I've found our source of oil. Ugh, Lou winced, wrinkling his nose at the recently dead petroform stench. It had an earthy sort of decomposition scent with undertones from their oily ichor, not as unpleasant as it could have been, but Maggie had to agree with the overall sentiment. With a spare bit of hose, they secured the petroform by its feet, on the top of the downed excavator. Maggie shoved it over the side so that the body dangled upside down, then hopped to the ground level, sliding an open plastic toolbox beneath it. Frey and Vera had pledged to help with the work, but at the moment were having a hushed conversation on the far side of the cave. Maggie didn't speculate on the topic of their conversation. She had no interest in gossip. Do you think we'll get enough from this one? Lou asked, kneeling next to the petroform's bound heels. I doubt it. Maggie was using her claymore, the last bit of her steel on hand that didn't cause migraines. She hefted the blade and pushed between two plates on the petroform chaff's throat. Oil began dribbling out, running over its face and into the box. We're lucky there's a plentiful supply. He glanced over at the petroform bodies littering the corners of the confined space. Most of the bodies had been buried beneath rubble, but even the fraction of the petroform army that they'd cut down before the collapse had been enough to leave behind a large pile of dead. And once we're done, what comes after this? She looked over her shoulder, staring for a moment while she waited for the oil to drain. She thought of it that way. Oil, not blood. We run. The city won't be safe for long. And then we get the humans to help? Lou asked, climbing down from atop the ruined excavator. Maggie pursed her lips, giving him the easy answer. Yeah, then we get the humans to help. Lou looked back at her, brow furrowing into annoyance. Okay, I get it. That's a stupid idea. Maggie looked away, ostensibly to check how much oil had poured into the box. No, we can go get them. It's not a bad idea. I just don't know if they can stop it. Not the wizards by themselves. Maybe all the humans if they bring in their armies. It's that bad. Thoughts of a distant battle flashed in Maggie's head. She looked at him. When I was in Dane's head, I saw their full strength. Their real queen. Nothing should have as much power as this thing has. We just don't have the sort of weapons around to fight something like it. You said your sword can kill one. We can make a big sword, or, I don't know, a harpoon gun. Not enough steel, Maggie said, and not enough time to prepare it. A harpoon gun wouldn't do the trick anyways. We'd need a nuke, or one of those javelin space missiles. I'm sure there are people who know more about ancients than me. Maybe they'll have a real solution, but we just need to get out and run. Lou seemed to deflate a bit, shoulders slumping. Maggie sighed. Work was better than panic. Help me get another one over here. He nodded, walking after her over to the nearest pile. Before she selected the next petriform to harvest, though, Lou straightened. Hey, look. While she followed his gaze, he crouched, picking up a small object. It was covered in oil and grime, but Maggie recognized her knife instantly. She brightened, taking the tool from him and flipping out the blade. Still in good condition. She'd want to clean it, eventually. But for now, she just wiped it off on her pant leg and tucked it into a pouch on her armor. Thanks. Feeling a bit better, she looked down at the bodies and selected one of the petriforms whose chest had been caved in, leaving no exit wound to bleed out. She wondered about the amount of force it had taken to do that damage, turning to glance at Twig's sleeping form. How do you get involved with this outfit, Lou? The monster squad saved my life, ma'am, he said, taking its arms while she grabbed the legs. That's how you met Darius, I take it? Maggie asked, picking it up by the legs. When his crew came to save you? It wasn't Darius's at the time, Lou clarified while they dragged the beast across the cave floor. He was still a foot soldier, and I was just a kid. Born here, but my parents moved back to the homeland when I was young. About a year after we moved, there was a troll, and... Maggie shuddered. Trolls were bad news, especially when kids were involved. They got you out, though. Darius did, personally. Rappelled in and grabbed me like something from a comic book, while the rest of the squad killed the beast. Frey was with them, too. I wanted to do what they did, traveling the world, saving people. So I started practicing till I was good enough to join, and Darius let me in, provisionally, once he was in charge. I'm not getting much of a cut yet, but I don't really care. I don't think anyone here's in it just for the money, Maggie said. It's not that kind of job, Lou agreed. He looked at Frey and Vera on the other side of the cave, in thought for a moment. Why do you ask about why I'd joined? I figured it was something like that, Maggie said, checking the draining petriform still hanging. The flow had slowed to a dribble, but they'd gathered most of a gallon in the process. Look, Lou, you don't always get a hero showing up at the last minute to beat the monster and fix everything. Not everyone gets saved. Not everyone gets rescued. As often as not, the bad guy wins. We can't change that. Ma'am. Lou stopped and turned to face Maggie, looking her in the eye. His face was harder than it had been before, no longer uncertain. There were 5 of us. She furrowed her brow. Before I showed up, or... Oh, he's not talking about us. The squad didn't find where the troll was hiding for 2 days, Lou said. The other kids didn't make it. Jeannie tried to keep our courage up, keep us all brave. She went first. The troll ate her, one limb at a time, while she was still alive. Then Arthur, then Mel, then Danny, all my friends. I think the troll saved me for last because I cried the most. I was the most afraid. I was dessert. Maggie fought the urge to visibly gag and looked away, climbing the side of the excavator so she could untie the current petroform and let it down. So, you get it, then. Sometimes there's nothing we can do. Lou moved to catch it, to drop the body to the side. I didn't learn to fight so I could stop every bad thing in the world, he said, grunting slightly as he took the petroform's weight. Just to stop what I can. It's always worth it to try. Kneeling, Maggie reached down. Pass me that one. He moved to give her the arm of the fresh body, and she pulled it up, arms trembling with the weight. While she got its feet tied down, Frey walked over to them, gaze drifting to the drained corpse to the side. Is this going to work? We won't know until we try, Maggie admitted. But we can harvest enough, and I already salvaged the hoses we'll need from the old wreck. I think it'll work. How much longer? Hopping down, Maggie wiped her hands on her shirt. Less, if you and Vera get over here and start helping. It looks like we'll need to bleed out about 10 more of the petroforms, then we'll have enough to give it a try. Frey began rolling up her sleeves. Let's get started, then. Chapter 21. Behind Enemy Lines. Rumble. The behemoth machine roared to life, engine growling as fiercely as any monster. Maggie held her breath, waiting to discover the results of her craftsmanship. She'd double and triple-checked the hoses, ensuring there were no leaks or chewed-through cables she'd missed that would start spurting fluid the moment she turned the machine on. They couldn't afford to spill it all out and start over. Now was the moment of truth. Either the petroform's oily blood would serve as hydraulic fluid, or it wouldn't. No point in delay. Pulling the handle, she raised the bucket. It worked. Experimentally, she checked the range of motion and level of control, testing every piston. It got the job done. Now, she only had to dig. They didn't need a clear, open road. They just needed enough of a path to slip through. A gap in the mountain of collapsed rubble, wide enough to fit Twig's limp form. Even with that modest goal in mind, though, it took time, moving dirt and stone one bucketful at a time, scraping out a path. It took 2 hours. A more skilled operator may have done it faster, but Maggie was the operator they had. She got the job done. With one final shuffling of the debris, the pile at the top shifted, opening a hole with a space to walk through. She reversed away, waiting for a moment to ensure she hadn't just unleashed a landslide. "We're through," she called, though the announcement was largely unnecessary. Everyone had seen, and were already packing up to move. Lou served as their pack horse, hauling Maggie's armor and all the excess baggage. Maggie kept Dane sheathed on her belt, but passed over her claymore to Vera, freeing up weight so that she could help carry Twig with Frey's assistance. "We know the petroforms can dig, and they've had as much time as us," Frey directed. "Don't get sloppy. Be ready for an attack. Vera, keep your senses ready. Lou, tell us the moment you've got a signal." Shouldering one side of Twig, Maggie waited for Frey to relieve the weight, then began to hike up the debris. The tunnel beyond the debris was disturbingly dark. The new construction hadn't even yet installed emergency lights or anything to keep the path visible, so Maggie conjured up her simple light orb, checking the corners and edges of the tunnel for fear of petroform attackers. No ambush struck. They staggered down the tunnel, towards civilization, towards the helpless city. They reached the fork, where a strip of red emergency lights at least outlined the shape of the corridor. "I meant to tell you," Maggie said, addressing Frey while they shuffled forward. "I saw how you fight. You're a master." Frey glanced back at her. "You did well yourself. Monster slaying is a different style from dueling, but I'd have never known you were a rookie at this before." "I practice as much variety as I can, so I know what skill looks like there," Maggie said. "But what I mean to say is, you deserve that blade on your hip. Cyrus would be proud to know you're carrying it." Frey nodded, considering her words for a moment. "I appreciate." Lou's tablet brightened. "I've got something." Frey stopped for a moment. What? Distress call from the squad, Lou explained, scrolling to read the message. Just scouts, it sounds like. Not a heavy assault, but they don't have the tools to fight them, Maggie finished. How far? Just this way, Lou said. Where we came from. Maggie glanced at Frey, who chewed on the problem. Lou, send the squad our location. Get a vehicle here ASAP. Lou pressed a button, but before he could send the message, a speaker crackled to life. Darius, is that you? What happened? Over. He hesitated. This is Lou. Can you send transport? We're down the tunnel from you. The message popped with static. Say again. Over. Negative, Lou. We're pinned down pretty bad here. You'll have to find another route back. Where's Darius? Over. Stepping out from beneath Twig's arm, Bray snatched the device from Lou's hand. This is Olaf Frey. We need transport for 5. Now. We've got wounded. Make it happen. A half-second passed. Copy. Frey pushed the communicator back into Lou's hands, returning to Maggie's side and taking Twig's weight. We should be ready for a fight, Vera said, stretching out her arms. Frey set her jaw. How much magic do you have left? I'm out of reserves, so just whatever I can pull from the air, Vera said. I can give it a good burst, but I make no promises. All right, Lou, come take Maggie's place so she can get her armor on. Maggie hesitated, making room for Lou. Frey, you'll take point, Frey cut off, simply. You're better rested than me. Your claymore has more reach than my longsword, and you understand them better than any of us. Down the length of the tunnel, 2 points of light appeared. The squeal of skidding tires echoed down the cave a moment later, and the headlights grew closer and brighter, approaching at alarming speed. The roar of the vehicle's engine bounced off the walls, turning to a white noise that almost concealed the chittering shrieks behind it. What the bellow couldn't conceal was the white-hot blasts that shot out from the back of the vehicle, tiny glowing suns that burned where they struck, marking every target with heat and light. Each petroform that took a hit carried that blow with it, outlining the writhing shape of the pack. Maggie counted stars. 5, 10, 13, 16, 17. Probably a few more that hadn't been tagged. Not the largest pack they'd faced, but their fighting force had been reduced to Maggie, Vera, and Frey, and they were all exhausted. Taking her blade from Vera, Maggie hefted the enormous sword and took a defensive stance. We're running? She asked, as the constellation of monsters neared. We're running, Frey confirmed. Vera, what have you got to hold them off? Some rubber bands and a box of toothpicks, Vera replied. If you mean magically, I can hold off 1 or 2 for a few seconds. The headlights grew, leading the pack of screeching starlight, and Maggie finally made out the silhouette of a flatbed truck. The target flares stopped firing. In the back of the truck bed, a crouching figure with a weapon shaped like a long, skinny box on their shoulder started firing. A score of brilliant flames spouted from the weapon, corkscrewing through the air like fireworks for a split breath before turning and launching directly towards the points of light. Each missile struck home, concussive blasts shaking the cave and driving the monsters down. Though a few scattered petroforms were still unhit, the pack at large had been staggered. As the truck pulled up, screeching to a stop, the mercenary who'd fired the rockets dropped her weapon and held out her arm. Get in! They didn't need to be told twice. Frey and Vera hefted Twig up into the truck's bed. As a pair of petroforms closed, Maggie slapped one down with her sword, shearing through its chitin, and Vera knocked the other one away with a magical punch before vaulting the bed and getting into the back. Maggie turned to join them. To free her hands, she tossed her sword into the bed, then got a foot on the bumper, but before she could clamber inside, she heard a screech. She turned, slipping off the truck and landing on one knee, shaky and unprepared. One petroform had escaped both the missile assault and the flare gun, and now it had her, leaping with fangs bared, ready to kill. A blast of Vera's power tossed it to the side, and a pair of hands grabbed Maggie's collar and armor, towing her up. I've got you, Frey said, grunting as she and the other mercenary pulled Maggie to safety. The mercenary yelled, "All in!" and the truck sped off, pulling into a tight spin that knocked Maggie prone, rolling in the back of the flatbed. By the time she got to her knees and surveyed the scene, the targeting flares had begun to fizzle out, shifting down from bright pinpoints to softly glowing embers, and those embers had scattered as the petriforms regained their feet. Though the concussive force had been impressive, the petriforms were only dazed, not killed, and now they blocked the way back. The truck idled for a moment, rolling slowly towards the throng. "Have you got another one of those?" Vera asked, glancing at the boxy rocket launcher. "Nope," the mercenary replied in the middle of a head count. "Where's Darius?" "Not coming," Frey muttered darkly. Setting her jaw, the mercenary nodded and banged on the back of the truck's window, picking up a rifle from next to the empty rocket launcher. "Gun it!" This time, Maggie shifted her weight to prepare for the sudden burst of speed and kept from toppling. Reaching down to the floor of the cab, she picked up her claymore, stepping over Twig to get to one side to watch their flank. "How are we breaking through?" Vera asked, as the dim twinkles of clustered enemies formed a wall ahead of them. "Ram through them and pray," the mercenary said, standing into a firing stance and taking pot shots over the top of the truck. "That's about the best we've got." "Vera?" Frey asked, over the echoing pap-pap-pap of the rifle. The dryad shook her head. "I'm out." "Lou?" Frey demanded. There was no time to finish the question with, "Do you have anything?" He started to shake his head. There were only a couple seconds left before impact, before they'd be swarmed, and no time remained for subtlety. Maggie reached down, grasping the handle of her saber for a quick mental conversation. "Dane, do you see them?" "Yes, enemies. I'll deal." A psychic pulse slammed Maggie like a shotgun blast, and she went down into a sea of black. Chapter 22. An Errand. December 1968. "Merry Christmas," Maggie said, stepping into the chilly apartment. The whistling wind outside had found little holes and cracks to work its way inside, and they couldn't pay for heat and a roof at the same time. "I picked up dinner." Cyrus looked up from the couch. "What is it?" "Roast chicken. She paused. A soup kitchen had been giving out meals for the holiday, but Cyrus wouldn't accept charity. "I did some odd jobs to pay for it." "Okay." Cyrus got up heavily, moving to the kitchen table while she set out the food. Lately, he'd spent most of his time on that couch. The apartment only had one bed, and though Maggie had proposed they take turns on the mattress, he refused. "I got a lead on some work," Maggie said, unwrapping the chicken from its butcher paper packaging. "Working on Cadillacs? You know the Green Lease building?" He nodded, holding his arms close to his chest. In the chill winter, with the heat on the fritz, wearing gloves indoors didn't seem unusual. Maggie knew it had nothing to do with the cold. He wore them to hide his broken hands. "The shop manager laughed when I came in looking for work, but he gave me a shot. I think just to watch me struggle, but I surprised him. It's mostly a bunch of lifting, moving heavy stuff around, but I stuck it out, did a good job. He said if I can do that, he'll give me a shot on the cars." "Good," Cyrus said. Maggie set out tin silverware. She nearly stayed silent, but couldn't help herself. "You're sour today." Cyrus picked up a fork in shaky hands. "It's cold." "You used to like the cold," Maggie said, "when it didn't make my fingers ache." He didn't snap, but his words were as bitter as the chill air. Maggie winced, but knew there was something else. "What is it?" He didn't say anything, but his eyes pointed to a letter on the couch. Maggie stood and moved to read it aloud. "Cyrus, I'm glad to see you're doing better. When did you start forging again? Do you think you could fit a friend of mine into your schedule? You seem to be quite prolific, though if you don't have the time, I understand. Sincerely, Elmond." She looked at Cyrus, confused. "I don't understand." "My steel is for sale again," Cyrus said. "Someone with a surplus is selling them under my name." It's the boy. He's taken up his father's business. Oh. Maggie dropped the letter back onto the couch. She hoped that Hopkins would get old and die soon, leaving the business open, but now his son had simply taken up the mantle. I'm sorry. I was a fool, Cyrus muttered. I should have known. All his friends, all the favors. He was just making a stockpile. Walking back to him, Maggie said, I'm sure Hopkins— Don't say his name! Cyrus slammed his fist onto the table. The sudden rage and energy shocked Maggie to her core, and she stepped back in alarm. Cyrus groaned and cradled his hand, jaw trembling with the self-inflicted pain. She took a deep breath, calming herself. Let me see it. He shook his head. It's just a little pain. I'm used to it. Present day, deep below. Earth moved, shifting and sliding. Whether rock or clay or silt, it all gave way under the sheer might of the Great One. Too long. It had been trapped for too long. With the way set and the enemy tested, now, finally, it arose. Around it, its chaff moved. Extensions of itself, clawing and burrowing through to make room for it to shift. Once it reached the surface, it would wreak destruction and devastation the likes of which hadn't been seen in millennia. Soon. Soon. Maggie sat up in the back of the truck, rubbing her head. Tires squealed and Vera screamed in her face, apparently not for the first time. Let it go! Gathering her bearings, Maggie realized she was grasping for her sword, which Vera held away from her, handle wrapped up with a handful of rags so she didn't touch it directly. Blood and pain seeped from her right hand, where she'd been holding the blade in a death grip in her attempt to hang on to it. The truck barreled through a narrow gap in the barricade separating the tunnel behind them from the subway station ahead. Maggie felt a prickling sensation along her spine, like a trail of ants, and distantly felt the urge to try and snatch her sword from Vera's hands. They came to a stop, and a whistle blew. The mercenary shouted, Medics! Maggie dismissed the thought of Dane, hopping over the edge of the truck, reaching over to grab her claymore, while a half-dozen members of the monster squad hurried over to them. Where do you need me? Hesitating, the mercenary took a heartbeat to stare at her. Go with a medic. She felt fine. She could fight, so why— Vera grabbed her shoulder, towing her towards a tent off to the side. You don't fight until we know you're not possessed. What the hell were you thinking? That we needed a way through. It worked, didn't it? Maggie snapped, pushing Vera away. I'm fine. You collapsed. Vera whirled on her. You— Stop! Frey cut in. In the full light of the subway tunnel, Maggie saw how fatigued she looked. She'd gone through a whole additional wave of battle that Maggie hadn't been there for. The defense is under control. Vera, you need to recharge. Maggie, you need to manage your trauma. If that petriform comes crawling out of your brain, we'll be down the fighter, and we can't afford to lose you. You're no use to us possessed, or dead, or worse. Maggie swallowed a bitter response. As soon as they clear me, I'll be back out fighting. We need to buy every minute we can for the evacuation. And I'll be right beside you, Frey promised. Turning her gaze back to Vera, Maggie said, I want my sword back. I won't touch it, but it's my handiwork, and you've got no right to it. If it'd been Vera alone, Maggie suspected the dryad would have spat in her face and come up with a wordy insult. With Frey there, Vera raised the blade and pushed it into the scabbard on Maggie's belt. Frustrated but accepting Frey's logic, Maggie stormed to the medical tent. The structure was 20 feet long, made up of a few curtained-off areas with beds for field surgery. Rolling carts and flimsy chairs occupied the other half of the tent, supplies for quick bandaging and simple magical recovery. Resting her claymore against one of the chairs, she unbuckled her armor, slipping it off her body to get comfortable for the weight. Twig's care came first, with Vera at her side. Healers had to confirm that Twig was stable before the enormous Faltafar could be carried away to the proper surgeon, someone who could really fix the damage that had been inflicted. Next, Frey, who Maggie had almost forgotten was injured for how little she showed it to the team. The captain stepped aside behind a curtain with 2 medics, and Maggie felt the static crackle of magic in the air as Frey got her own healing, her own regeneration. Maggie couldn't just sit around. She wasn't incompetent, despite Vera's assertions. Searching the rolling cart inside the medical tent, she found alcohol, salve, and clean bandage cloth. She cleaned off the gash she'd inflicted on her own palm while fighting for control of Dane. Once clean, she applied the salve, feeling gentle healing magic begin to work its way into her skin. A bandage over her hand would keep the cut from gushing any more blood, and remarkably, that was the worst physical injury she'd suffered. Everything else was minor scrapes and bruises. She bounced her foot on the ground, a pins and needles antsiness driving her to move. She felt the energy of the petriforms, innumerable hands and claws and heartbeats that just barely brushed against her thoughts, a constant reminder of just how overwhelming the enemy forces had grown. She considered the defenses she'd seen. Their handful of skilled mercenaries, herself, Frey, Vera, and Twig, most of whom had been brought to near uselessness after one comparatively small battle. More foot soldiers who lacked even the basic weapons to hurt the petriform chaff. An image flashed in her mind of the titanic leader of the petriforms, the beast wrought on the scale of a movie monster. They were up against a god. She had no other word for the scale of power. The beast below them was a god, and Maggie only knew of one way to counter a god. Leaving her claymore, she stood and stuck her head out of the tent, peering side to side. Frey was with the healer, and Vera was still by Twig's side, so there was nobody to confront her about leaving. Maggie stepped out and walked across the subway platform, towards a tunnel where she could skip to the next station down and catch a ride. She'd just have to hope that the other cars were still running, that she could get to her destination. The back halls were packed, fae of every stripe, clutching luggage or valuables or their children, all forcing their way in the same direction. The city had safety features, of course. Elves had been living underground for millennia. They knew how to do it safely. But all the same, they weren't prepared to evacuate the entire city in a matter of hours. The elevators could only take so many people at a time, and the stable portals to other fae strongholds had an even narrower band of traffic, limited by the available magical energy. Maggie wondered how the evacuation was being handled on the surface, if illusions or other tricks were being used to hide the sudden influx of people coming up through the dozens of discreet exits throughout the city above. It didn't matter. Discretion would be gone soon anyways, once a genuine kaiju tore its way through the ground and began a rampage. She didn't have her armor, but the sword on her hip still gave an air of authority, and her determination helped her further, giving weight to her words when she shouted, "Urgent business! I need through!" Some folks stayed in her way. Most parted, squeezing against the walls to give her room to pass through the hallways. If anyone completely blocked her path, she shoved them aside, and nobody who she shoved aside gave her enough trouble to matter. Coming out to the next subway stop, she was pleased to see that they were still running, parallel cars running in opposite direction. All were packed, crammed full with every passenger they could accept, but Maggie shoved her way onto the next southbound car. Someone tapped her on the shoulder. "Excuse me." She glanced back, slightly surprised to see a man with rounded ears. Some fae got cosmetic surgery to make it easier to live amongst humans, but in his case, she guessed he was some particular variety that just had rounded ears. A changeling, perhaps. Facing him as the subway doors shut, she asked, "Can I help you?" "What's going on?" he asked. "All we know is there's an evacuation." "I heard it was monsters," another said. "Ancients, rising back up from the deep." Maggie's poker face might have fooled a human, but not a subway car full of fae, trained to watch for subtler details. Once she saw their faces fall, she gave up trying to hide the truth. "An army," she clarified. "We're fighting to slow them down, so that everyone has time to get out." That tingling feeling traced along her back again. Closer, like a singular point of fire up ahead. "Then what are you doing here?" someone else asked. "The fight's the other way, isn't it?" Maggie frowned, pushing past them, walking towards the head of the car. She had to shoulder through others, and even at the front, she had to peer through 2 sets of tinted glass, one to the conductor's compartment, another to the front. Still, outlined in her vision as though by a heads-up display, she saw a faint shape crawling up. "Stop the car!" she screamed, slamming a hand on the glass. "Stop the car! Now!" The conductor looked back, confused. "Lady, I'm not—" He didn't see the petriform in the dark tunnel ahead, but Maggie sensed it with her psychic vision. It lunged up, and though it wasn't moving particularly fast, the car had built up an incredible head of steam, and when the chaff soldier met glass lost. The conductor never stood a chance. The lunge of the petriform was tangled by the suspending fields of magic that prevented air resistance from shaking the car apart, but it quickly got its bearings, and its claws and teeth were more than sufficient to rip him to shreds. The conductor died in front of Maggie, and then the petriform was on its feet with only a glass door separating it and the subway car full of people. And the car was still building speed. Chapter 23. The Subway. "Get back!" Maggie raised her fist and glanced over her shoulder, swallowing deep breaths of air to fight back fear. The car was packed, and even with the passengers stampeding to get away from the beast, there just wasn't much room to move. The only thing that stood between them and the beast was her, and if panic grabbed them, they had nowhere to flee to. They needed order. In a quick bid at keeping calm, she snapped at the changeling. "You! Call ahead. Tell them to clear the tracks. We're not stopping." "What?" he began, but Maggie lost his question as the petriform finished with its first victim and faced her, the only figure standing that posed any sort of threat. She reached for her knife, strapped to her. She'd taken off her armor. It still sat in the medical tent. The only weapon on her person was the sword on her hip, and Dane threatened to burn a hole in her mind should she touch it. But without a weapon, she couldn't kill the petriform, and if it got through her, everyone on the car would die. She inhaled and braced herself, ready to move. Lights flashed by the car, strobing her face, but the maglev canceled out the inertia that otherwise have pressed them all against the back of the car. Something in the control panel had broken. There was supposed to be an emergency stop, but they were still going, and if they continued to build speed... The petriform lunged through the plexiglass door, right at Maggie. She dropped, rolled to the side, and let the beast fly past her, lunging after it a second later. It had roughly the shape of a human, 4 limbs, a head, so she just had to hope that grappling principles still applied. That, and she had to hope her training held up. The chaff snapped at a passenger, raking out its claws, but Maggie got on its back, wrapping her arms around it in a full Nelson, her arms wrapped beneath its elbows and behind its head. She leaned her weight back, and while it flailed, it didn't have the reach to strike her with its claws. Together they fell, monster and fey, rolling on the ground. Though its chitin was lighter than it had any right to be, its full weight still crushed her chest, and she gasped for air, struggling to keep the hold while her vision started gathering spots. "Weapon!" she gasped. The gaps between the chitin were vulnerable, but only as long as she held it, and her grip slipped further with each passing breath. The subway shook suddenly, rocking as it shot down a turn in the tunnel. Maggie's laced fingers came apart, and the beast slipped free, scrabbling to the side so she couldn't reclaim her purchase. She got to her feet, wobbling a moment, sucking in air. Her fingers twitched over Dane's grip, wanting the comfort of a blade, but she'd only black out the moment she touched it. The petriform stayed back for a moment, weary. Maggie had shown teeth and gotten its attention. She hoped she'd picked up a reputation amongst the monsters, that their hive mind had begun to fear her. If it feared her, that didn't keep the chaff from lunging straight at her. She grabbed around the base of her blade, ripping the whole scabbard off her belt and smacking the Petriform's arm to the right, giving her room to sidestep left. Even through the leather and metal of the sheath, her thoughts tingled with alien energy and she nearly dropped the weapon. But at the last moment she kept her grip and simply let the sword slide free, so she held only the sheath itself. Pushing forward, she caught its teeth with the scabbard, jamming up its jaw for a moment. Then it bit right through, leaving her with only half the tool. It forced her to the ground, and she got her hand under its throat, so it couldn't bite her face off. Gah! The changeling bellowed in sudden, inexplicable pain, distracting Maggie for a split second. Teeth sunk into her left shoulder, ripping out a chunk of flesh and spilling hot blood over her arm. She screamed through clenched teeth, but a second later, the Petriform yelped and fell off her, oily ichor adding to the spray of vital fluids on the subway floor. The changeling stood up straight, gritting its teeth through migraine pain, holding Dane in both hands. He'd severed the Petriform's right arm at the elbow and stood poised for another strike. A part of Maggie screamed within her head, saying that she needed to warn this man, tell him to drop the blade, but she struggled to form the words between a jaw that had clamped shut from pain. Staggering up, she got to her feet just in time for another rattling shake to nearly send her down. The Petriform wavered in kind, watching both its opponents uncertainly. The subway wasn't supposed to shake. If they were taking enough force to overwhelm the magic keeping them in stasis, then their speed had to be absurd. It wouldn't matter if the chaff killed them all. The train was liable to shake itself apart if it kept accelerating. The strobe of lights lining the tunnel were beginning to blur, so close together that Maggie's brain couldn't process the individual points as anything other than a constant stream. The floor shook, and the Petriform limped sideways, off balance without its hand. The changeling by her side grunted, jerking forward with the sword, swinging with both hands like he held a woodcutter's axe. The Petriform dodged, and a second return swipe proved no more useful. The man clearly had no experience with swordplay, but he at least knew which end to stick them with. The Petriform had its claws and teeth, and the rapidly accelerating subway car was threatening to rip itself apart if it got any faster. 2 threats, each alike in lethality, but Maggie could only deal with one at a time. "Keep it busy," she instructed, lunging towards the waist-high control panel installed beneath the now-shattered windshield. The top layer of controls and electronics had been sheared away when the Petriform entered through the windshield, but there had to be some kind of electronic control to kill the engine. Wait. No. That's not right. She didn't have time to complete the thought before she heard a warning, saw a shadow in the corner of her eye, and ducked. Claws raked her back as the Petriform got on her, drawing more blood, but she shifted her weight and got out from what would certainly have been a lethal hold. The Petriform landed face up on the panel, legs braced against the edges of the shattered windshield. Intensely vulnerable, but Maggie had no way to kill it. No magic blade to shear through its armor and no impact strong enough to pierce its almost indestructible chitin. Only one option showed itself. Kicking off the doorframe behind her, Maggie threw herself toward the Petriform like a linebacker, using her weight to drive it out the window. The two of them tumbled into open air, into the loose perimeter of the maglev barrier. A fraction of the wind force slapping the subway hit Maggie, and she thought it might flay her skin away. The force was so great. Velocity fought gravity so that they stuck to the front of the train like magnets, the ground whipping beneath them with terrifying speed. They passed over a maglev engine, the source of their incredible momentum, and as it charged them up for the next stretch of tunnel, Maggie felt a surge of even greater power press her to the car, limbs and flesh tangled up with the equally stunned monster. They were upside down, and it lay on top, in front of her, wriggling to spin so it could face Maggie and bite her face off. Seizing the initiative, she got her good arm under its own, so that its claws couldn't rake again. Locked together, her face was pressed into its own so that it had no room to turn and bite. Eyes an inch apart, she stared wide-eyed and sidelong at the monster, hoping to sense fear in the glowing red pit on its face. It snapped its jaws, and she twisted, her heels skidding against the car for leverage, moving both their bodies closer to the base of the train. Her muscles strained to keep it restrained and keep conscious against the intense acceleration. Another engine whipped beneath them. To pass another one so fast, they had to be traveling at supersonic speeds. The petriform shifted, pressing her bad shoulder against the car, inflicting pain. Maggie roared, pushed back, her own legs scrabbling for traction, something to push off of. With one last surge of effort, she ducked her head and shoved her bad arm under the petriform's throat, screamed to fight the pain, pushing with all the determination in her body. The petriform went down, legs still hooked around Maggie's chest, head flying beneath the bottom lip of the subway. Its free, undamaged arm felt around for a grip, claws sinking into the aluminum car to try and force itself back up. Maggie screamed, unable to hear her own voice over the rush of wind, and pushed back, holding it down with every ounce of strength left in her body. The petriform noticed its doom just a moment before impact. The next maglev engine, solid and immovable, rushing right up to them at absurd speed. The chaff looked at the enormous piece of brass and flinched, scrabbling desperately to move, but Maggie's pin held. Several tons of brass collided with the monster's face, shearing its head cleanly from its body. Maggie's body slackened, her surge of energy leaving her. The petriform's body stayed stuck to the front of the train, limp and dead, but she had no strength to clamber back inside. Something grabbed her leg. She flinched, thinking of the monster, but a glance showed the changeling towing her up. Another set of hands grabbed her legs, and another. The car's passengers pulled her into relative safety, setting her against the back wall. "The engines," she spluttered. "Wires got crossed somewhere. They're getting a bad signal from... They're just being told to keep going faster." "What do we do?" the changeling asked. Rather than explain, Maggie forced herself to her feet, lurching over the control panel. She could see the wiring inside and quickly located the power source. She seized the cables and jerked them free, killing the flow of energy. With the controls utterly destroyed, they'd stopped sending the bad signal to keep accelerating, or any signal at all. The engines would recognize the issue and trigger the emergency brake, slowing them to a gentle stop. The lights around them moved slower, first to distinct flashes, then to points she could track with her eyes. She wobbled. "My sword?" she asked. "Where?" "Dropped it," the changeling admitted. "What was that? I could hear it screaming in my head." "Just get me the sword. Don't touch it with your bare hands," Maggie said. She had no scabbard to hold it, so she undid her belt with one hand, fiddling with the buckle. With a strip of leather, she made a lasso that could slip around the blade, securing it tightly and giving a way to carry the weapon without holding it. The changeling returned, carrying the blade gingerly, using his shirt as a glove. Maggie slipped the belt loop over it, testing her carrying pouch. "You need a medic," he said. That's a lot of blood." Maggie shook her head. "I've got places to be." The subway car slowed to a stop, ending in a station, where engineers would get in and diagnose what had gone wrong. Maggie looked out the doors as they hissed open, pleasantly surprised. They'd ended up at the market square in Old Town, right where she wanted to be in the first place. Unsure how long she had before she'd faint from blood loss, Maggie staggered out of the train. She just needed a couple minutes. After that, she expected her contribution to the fight would be over. Chapter 24. The Bargain. In the chaos of the evacuation, Maggie's broken, bleeding form barely qualified as an oddity. She got looks, concern and uncertainty, and likely a bit of fear as the fae around her wondered what had dealt her wounds. Maggie didn't care. She dragged her sword with her, letting it rattle against rickety stairs, parting the crowd with nothing but determination and a wickedly unamused glare. Maggie only hoped that her target hadn't fled yet. As little regard as she had for the Lenanchi, She had to believe that the self-styled goddess wouldn't abandon her temple. She may have been arrogant, insanely self-absorbed, and utterly annoying, but she was no coward. Maggie limped through the market square, up the many old staircases and wooden platforms in Old Town. As she got further from the tram stop and exits, the place thinned until only a handful of stragglers remained. She saw a few younger elves running from a store with bags packed full, taking advantage of the crisis to score a few trinkets. Judging by how long the lines were to leave, Maggie couldn't blame them. They couldn't make it out either way, so might as well find something else to do. Coming into sight of the temple, Maggie braced herself and shuffled forward. April, 1970. I've come to bargain. Maggie knelt before the goddess, head down. The Lananchi embodied all the dignity and grace of the Fae, all their wisdom and cleverness poured into a single entity. She deserved Maggie's reverence, and beyond that, stories suggested that she didn't take insolence well. "Little Maker," the Lananchi purred from her golden throne. "You took your time getting here." Maggie hesitated. They'd had no appointment, and she'd arrived at the crack of dawn, before any other supplicants could arrive. Glancing up to meet the goddess's eyes, she asked, "You've been expecting me?" "For some time now. You've let your anger fester." The Lananchi smiled, as though to say, "I know why you're here." "I'm not here for revenge," Maggie replied. "Hopkins is a human. He's old. I don't need your strength to put down a dying dog. I've come for Cyrus." "Cyrus is old as well," the Lananchi pointed out. "But say what you've come to say, Little Maker." "His hands are broken," Maggie said. "They hurt. He can barely use them. I've talked to some healers. They say it's beyond their fixing. The bone's healed badly, and new spells can only do so much. You've got the old magic, and you know it better than anyone else alive." It was, perhaps, flattery. The Lananchi did not even claim to be the only ancient fae running around. Maggie hoped that honeyed words would sweeten the conversation and lower the price. "Why not come to me sooner?" the Lananchi asked. "Or another healer when the wounds were fresh." "Hopkins would just have broken his hands again," Maggie explained. "I had to wait until Hopkins left his prime, until he no longer had the power or inclination to preserve his legacy with revenge, and until I felt ready. I've been practicing my swordplay. If he tried to come after Cyrus or me now, I can protect us." The Lananchi sat back, resting a leg over her knee. "What do you hope to accomplish?" "Without his hands, he hasn't been able to work," Maggie said. "He was an artist. I want him to craft his art again, to take back his legacy, to be the man he was before I ruined it all. Before his hands were broken." The Lananchi considered her plea quietly, and Maggie held her breath, knowing her mentor's fate hung in the silence. "Does he have a forge?" the Lananchi asked. "An artist needs tools." "A small one, but yes," Maggie said, nodding. "I put something together." "Good." The Lananchi showed teeth, the expression too hungry to really be called a smile. "I want my payment from him, not from you. The first sword he makes, once his hands are restored, will go to me." "Of course," Maggie bowed her head. "Absolutely. Thank you. April 1970, a couple hours later. "I'm home," Maggie called, excitement bubbling through her words. She wanted to see for herself what she'd accomplished, to tell Cyrus how she'd helped him. "Maggie," he replied, sitting up. He had energy. He looked eager, hopeful, a look she hadn't seen on his face in years. "You'll never believe your hands," she confirmed, running up and throwing her arms around him in a hug. "I know. I did it." He pulled back slightly. "You? How? Maggie, this is wonderful." "I went to Lena." Maggie beamed at him. "Made a deal. Now that Hopkins is pretty much retired and his son is moving on to other business, we have a chance to build things back up again." His eyes sparkled. "Maggie, you didn't have to do this." "It's for you," she said. "I would have done anything for you." Cyrus looked down at his hands. They were whole. Old still, a little wrinkled and weathered, but no scarring, no bent fingers or signs of injury, no tremors, no pain. "What did you give her?" "A sword," Maggie said. "I'm doing enough work at the car shop now. They let me set up a little forge in the back. It's not much, but we can work there. Lena just asked for a blade." "She's a fair customer." Cyrus nodded, scratching his chin. "You could do worse than to make a sword for her." "Well," Maggie trailed off, unsure how to put this. "She asked for a blade from you, whatever you make next." Cyrus fell silent, and the smile vanished from his face. He looked down at his hands again, then up at Maggie, and he was mad. She'd seen him cranky and temperamental. That even seemed to be his default expression of late. But she'd never seen this. Anger. Fury, even. He spoke in a whisper. "You sold me out." "I didn't sell you out. I can do almost all of it," Maggie said. "I'll do all the prep work. You can just finish it off. I'm still your apprentice, just like old times, and—" "Do you have any idea what the hell you did?" Cyrus demanded, his voice raised. "Ruining me with Hopkins wasn't enough. Now I'm indentured to Lena as well?" Maggie stammered. She'd expected a little frustration, but "It's just one sword. What's the problem?" "You," he started. "The problem is that you've got no more regard for my work than Hopkins. So I'm just a workhorse to you? Only good for making trinkets?" "No," Maggie said. Her eyes were wet, and she had to suck in a breath to stave off tears. I... "What did you promise her?" Cyrus demanded. "Exactly." "She would restore your hands, and whatever blade you made first, she would get it," Maggie said. "Please, just—" "Then I won't make anything. Simple." Cyrus threw up his hands, his whole, uninjured hands, and turned to walk away. "I can throw away my dignity or give up smithing before it's even come back to me. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you." The sarcasm in that last sentence dripped from the words, and Maggie stumbled back as if struck. All his bitterness, all his accrued anger and seething regret, it had finally bubbled to the surface and revealed the truth. Maggie had failed him. What can I do?" she asked. The tears had started to flow. She couldn't stop them. "I'm sorry. Let me make it right. I just—" "Leave," Cyrus said. "Get out of my home and don't come back." Maggie stood in the door of the throne room and glared venom at the pseudo-goddess sitting 20 feet ahead. Blood trickled from a cut on her head she hadn't even felt, and she didn't wipe it away as it dribbled down the bridge of her nose. The Lenanchi looked golden as ever in her towering goddess form, smirking from on high in her gilded chair. "Little maker," she said, "have you come to bargain?" "I've come to drag your lazy, cowardly ass to the front line," Maggie spat, dragging her sword forward. "And to even the scales between us. Your city is about to burn. If you claim to belong here, you'll leave this room you're hiding in, take that ridiculous great sword of yours, and come fight. So help me, I will drag you there myself, if I have to. The threat rang hollow, given that Maggie could barely stand, let alone drag someone twice her size anywhere. Rather than point out this obvious fact, the Lenanchi just said, "What scales have I left uneven?" Maggie raised her belt, showing off the dangling sword. "I deceived you through ignorance yesterday. This is Dane. When I killed the queen, I did so with this sword, not the one that I gave you, and it trapped that queen inside the blade. You should know that the blade I gave you doesn't have the provenance you were told." The Lenanchi's eyes widened a fraction of an inch. She'd been taken by surprise. "You stole an ancient's mind." "By luck," Maggie admitted. "But yes, and it's given me information even you couldn't dream of knowing." Standing, the semi-goddess stalking across the floor, looming above Maggie like an adult talking down to a child. She looked at the sword cautiously, dangling in Maggie's hand. "You're not the first to come here, you know. 2 justices of your tribunal came, beseeching me for aid. I'll tell them what I told you. I'm no mercenary, and this city is not my home. I'm here for my supplicants, and my supplicants seem to be fleeing." Maggie walked forward, stumbled, dropped to one knee, not in reverence but in weakness. Her vision had begun to darken, and she fought through a wave of dizziness to stand, to glare up into the Lenanchi's eyes. Bullshit. The Lenanchi had 1,000 ways she could have hurt Maggie. A backhand slap had neither elegance nor much power, but it conveyed her message clearly. Maggie had towed the line of disrespect one too many times. The blow rocked Maggie back and knocked her to the ground. Her vision swam, and for a moment she thought she might pass out for good. When the haze cleared, she was at least conscious. "You don't get points for hurting me," Maggie coughed, glaring up at the towering goddess. "May as well be striking a child." "Children, at least, learn better." The Lenanchi loomed. "I'm leaving shortly. Say what you wish, little maker. Or at least do me the courtesy of bleeding elsewhere." Maggie wiped her mouth. Her sleeve, already bloody, didn't do much to clear away the red dribble down her chin. "You're not a god. I've seen a god. I've been in its head. I've glimpsed the sheer power that a real god can bear. And in contrast, you've got nothing but parlor tricks." She pushed to her feet, an effort requiring Herculean strength. "So, what happens when everyone else sees what a real god can do and realizes you're a pretender? What are you going to do when that god starts putting down rivals?" "Your army of ancients won't win the war," the Lenanchi replied. "Too many enemies, and humans have developed truly marvelous weapons." "Maybe," Maggie conceded. "Even their armor might not withstand a nuke. But by then, we're talking millions of deaths, tens of millions. And wouldn't your reputation see better days if you were seen to kill another god instead?" "With parlor tricks?" the Lenanchi asked. Maggie shook her head. "With a truly marvelous weapon." The Lenanchi started to respond. The words were lost as Maggie finally felt the blood loss and fatigue hit her. She wobbled and fell to one knee. A hand touched her arm, pulled her up, laced magic through her veins that strengthened her. "I didn't ask you to do that." Maggie shook, rotating her shoulder. It felt whole, no pain, not even the stiffness of a recently healed wound that hadn't yet been stretched out and returned to full function. Her other cuts and welts and bruises had faded, leaving her feeling whole and strong, if not rested. "No bargain was struck," the Lenanshi conceded, and no debt incurred. Consider it a gift in hopes of a future agreement. Maggie glanced down at the puddle of blood she'd left on the floor. I'm not sure you'd need a debt. There's enough blood here for you to do whatever you'd will with me. Smiling broadly, with malicious amusement, the Lenanshi said, I don't need your blood. I have one of your swords. Now, speak. Maggie swallowed. That was an uncomfortable reminder that she only stood here and spoke freely because of the Lenanshi's paper-thin principles. These next words were going to hurt, but she couldn't maintain her pride, not when the stakes were this high. I'll make your damned sword, precisely to your specifications. That'll mean you have 2 of my blades, the sword I gave you and the new one. On top of which, I'm sure you'll capitalize on the fame that comes with saving the city. That should be more than enough payment for what I ask. The Lenanshi examined Maggie. And what, exactly, do you ask? Issue a challenge. Maggie walked past the Lenanshi, towards the throne. The greatest by far is waking, but they are cautious. They're using their queens, their children, to test us. If we're too weak, they'll have no reason to come out and face us directly. With your strength, though, we can lure out the beast and kill it, once and for all. The greatest by far. The Lenanshi's body shifted, slightly, with almost feline curiosity. Where did you hear that name? Maggie looked down at the sword, Dane, where she'd left it on the floor. They told me. They showed me the battle where the ancients were driven from the earth. It's not the proper name, it's what they think of themselves as. The Lenanshi hesitated. No being alive remembers that far back. I do, they do, and there's more. I can see them. She looked down, around, focusing on the pins and needles sensation that tickled her senses. Dane got in my head, and I know where the petriforms are when they're close. I hope, it'll let us set a trap. The Lenanshi blinked her feline eyes, waiting for Maggie to continue. We have to pose a threat, Maggie explained. Fight back. Resist. Well enough that they need to come and face us, and when they do, we bring out your weapon, the Lenanshi concluded. And you gain the renown that comes from killing a god. Maggie stood up straight, facing the Lenanshi, and then the debt between us is square. The Lenanshi looked past Maggie and held out her hand, a spark of old magic cascading through the air. Dane flew into her hand, and the Lenanshi gripped the blade tightly. Currents of magic danced through her fingers, perceived by Maggie as a shift in the air. It's beneath me to deliver that challenge, the Lenanshi purred, thinking as she held the blade. I'd lose respect in the eyes of this ancient if I were to come onto the front lines like any common foot soldier. Then send someone, Maggie started. Surely you've got a vassal you can... She realized the intention. Swallowing, she nodded. Do whatever you're going to do. It'll hurt, the Lenanshi warned. You're not strong enough, not now. You'll need to be reinforced if you are to be my champion. Maggie ground her teeth. I can handle pain. Do it. Acid and ice erupted in her mind, a psychic assault stronger than anything Dane had put her through. And for the 3rd time that day, Maggie collapsed. Chapter 25. Champion. Dane, can you hear me? Maggie, yes, hello. You went away. Hush. We're low on time, and I have a lot I need to tell you. But where did you go? You hurt me, Dane. But it's okay. You can't hurt me anymore. I'm stronger now. Maggie gripped the hilt of Dane. Her head didn't so much as tingle. The pain was gone, the lingering wrongness. She tried not to let that worry her. She also tried, less successfully, to ignore the comments and whispers around her. The subway still ran, despite the near catastrophe before. There just wasn't time to stop the subways when people needed to evacuate, and Maggie had chosen to ride it back to the front lines rather than walk. It meant she had a moment to sit and speak with Dane, but it also meant far more eyes on her than she'd have liked. Maggie didn't mind working with a Lenache, but the gold armor felt like a little much. It wasn't real gold, of course, though she couldn't identify the material it had been constructed from. The hardened plates were light and moved easily, with a slight flexibility that reminded her of plastic, except that plastic couldn't deflect a bullet. In form, it had many similarities to her old combat armor, but the plates were thinner, lighter, and covered more of her body. The helm had an old Greek style to it, with a point coming down between her eyes, and magic woven into the material ensured she could see and hear as clearly as if she had no helmet at all. Maggie felt ridiculous, like an actor in an over-budget fantasy film. She also saw the necessity for the gilded, garish armor. She was the Lenache's champion, and people needed to see it. She'd still drawn a line when it came to a cape, insisting it'd slow her down in a fight. While she finished her painless mental conversation with Dane, the subway slowed to a gentle stop. With the magical field canceling out air and resistance, she barely felt it. Magic made perfection. Maggie stood, marching out of the car, hand on Dane's hilt. She held her head high, projecting confidence. She wasn't embarrassed or annoyed to bear the Lenache's sigil on her chest. She was here to save the city. Close enough now to hear chatter and shouts, Maggie picked up her pace, closing so she could make out the monster squads yelling. "They're coming again! Get in position!" Pop, pop, pop. A series of explosions drowned out the voices, the sound of the seeker missiles disrupting targets. Behind the crackling booms, a roar of challenge came, not as loud, but just as fierce. Through stone walls, Maggie saw the position of every charging petroform. Dozens of chaff, not an enormous wave, but enough to pose real danger. Can we take them? Yes, of course, yes. Breaking into a run, Maggie bolted through the tunnel, throwing open the service door. The tunnel had been thrown into deeper chaos since she'd left. The gate to the wider tunnel was thrown open, twisted metal pulled halfway off its hinges where their defense had been breached. Faye, in black armor and armed with rifles, took crackling shots down the tunnel, focused high-caliber fire to slow the tide. Maggie felt their shots landing on the chaff like little pinpricks on her skin and knew they wouldn't be enough. A couple had the disruptive sonic rifles as well, to delay the petroforms in the back, but they took only occasional shots at key targets, conserving whatever ammunition the curious weapons fired. Nobody acknowledged Maggie as she ran up behind the firing squad, searching around for Frey, for Vera, for anyone who might throw more power down the tunnel. She didn't see them, but she didn't wait for them to show up either. Raising Dane to the sky, she let the ancient into her mind and went to war. The petroform queen merged its thoughts with Maggie's. Braced for it by old magic, Maggie's mind allowed the ancient in seamlessly. Her understanding of the petroforms crystallized. She saw through the chaff's eyes, heard through their ears. They became a part of her as surely as her own limbs. These are the Ripper Claws. Maggie's thoughts melded with Dane's, and though the information came from them, the idea that formed came from the two of them. Ripper Claw is stronger than me, able to control more chaff, but I can take some. Her body continued to march forward, towards the front line, but her body's motion ran on autopilot. Maggie, Dane's, thoughts were on the fight. She became more than an observer, seeping into 6 of the petroforms' minds, only a quarter of the pack, but enough. She selected her soldiers with care. Ripperclaw's chaff were unprepared for a sudden strike from behind, and as she leapt upon them, they melted with little resistance. Maggie, Dane's claws sank into their bodies, slicing through the armor with ease, leaving oily corpses in the wake of her. By the time Ripperclaw reacted, half of them had been destroyed. She felt the mental strike come and braced herself against it. The other queen wanted its control back, and so, as their chaff battled in the tunnel, their minds met in an equal clash. Maggie, for once, had the advantage. She had all the strengths of Dane's ancient nature, but that strength was bolstered by her own mortal mind. She was as alien to Ripperclaw as the ancients had been to her, but in the mental conflict, she had sure, stable footing. She couldn't steal more bodies, but nor could Ripperclaw seize control back. She held her ground, while her elfin body pushed past the front barricade. She saw herself through her chaff's eyes and heard the pulse of the battle through their ears. One of her died as Ripperclaw faced her fairly. She didn't care. The chaff were disposable. She could always get more. So long as she foiled Ripperclaw's forward attack, she didn't care. Maggie traded herself viciously, body for body, until the last of her fell, and she was back in her own body. Only 2 chaff remained. She could have wrestled for control of them, perhaps ended the fight in a mental battle, but she chose not to. Extending Dane in challenge, she waited. Ripperclaw charged at her with the 2 chaff bodies. Maggie slew the first in a single decapitating blow. The next, she took apart, one limb at a time, until it was a helpless body and head bleeding out rapidly onto the ground. Planting her gilded boot on its face, she looked down into the chaff's eyes. "You are no longer the power you once were," she hissed. "Crawl back into your hole, and maybe in another age you might find vermin pathetic enough for you to dominate. Otherwise, face me and die." Raising Dane, she plunged the blade into the chaff's head, severing the mental connection between it and Ripperclaw. Sheathing Dane, Maggie returned to herself almost completely, though she kept a finger on the hilt. She wanted Dane's clear vision of the other petriforms to supplement her own to see any potential ambushes, so she kept up that light touch, turning back to the battle camp. The collected Fae in the tunnel were staring. Commandos in the monster squad, in black armor, and scattered mercenaries and city peacekeepers. The team who'd been preparing to repel the wave Maggie had slaughtered stood to the side. "I hate this," Maggie thought, before calling aloud. "The Lananshi has chosen her champion to defend our home in her name. Kansas City below will not fall, not while she has an ounce of power to throw against our enemy." Silence, followed by hushed whispers. Rounding the barricades, Maggie faced the team she'd upstaged. At the head, a tall Fae wore a helmet over his face and held a claymore over his shoulder. Her claymore. "You," she snapped. "Frey gave me leave to use the blade," he interjected, before she could say anything else. Taking off his helmet, he revealed a relatively young face, with streaks of red in his brown hair. He couldn't have been older than 30, not much older than she'd been when she started apprenticing for Cyrus. "I'm a practiced duelist, and—" "Not my question," Maggie interrupted. "Where is Frey? I have urgent information about the coordination of our defenses." "We're being hit on all sides. Frey's in the next tunnel down, leading the defense there," he explained. "But she's not in charge." "Then who is?" Maggie asked. "The Justice of War," he said. My mother. I'm Vil Waldman." A few pieces fell into place, not the least of which was why he'd been given the blade over anyone else. "Right. Where's the central command post, then?" "Sea tunnel," he explained. "Runs parallel to this one. You can get there through a maintenance shaft." "Thanks." Maggie stepped closer, adding her final comment under her breath. "Still, if we weren't in a life-or-death situation, you'd be picking your teeth out of the dirt right now for touching that weapon without my permission. You do my sword proud, or we'll have words. Understand?" "Noted," he replied, in a tone that matched hers. But if I may, I'd have touched it anyways. You're not half as scary as Mom.
Fair. Maggie stepped back, speaking up. Call ahead. Let them know I'm coming. And to... A force gripped her from behind. Shackles of pure power that wrapped around her body and spun her around. Vera faced Maggie, her wooden expression hard, power flowing freely from her fingertips. She'd recovered her strength, then, and found a new grievance to level at Maggie. Don't fight, she warned. I don't want to hurt. Maggie ignored her and flexed her arms. Spells woven into the Lananshi's armor fractured the magic that bound her, and she stepped towards Vera. We don't have time for this, and you can't stop me. Maybe I can't, Vera conceded. Maggie almost missed the implied, but they can. Her eyes widened, and she drew Dane, spinning to smack away Vil's strike. Even the Lananshi's armor wouldn't deflect a blow from Cartwright's steel. With Vera on one side and Vil on the other, the fight was 2-on-1. Only there were 2 of her as well. She fused with Dane. Against Fae, they weren't half so useful as they were against ancients, but their mind still enhanced her reaction time and reflexes. She spun to smack away a binding spell from Vera, parrying another heavy sword blow in the same motion. Why? Maggie roared. The ancient's controlling her, Vera called. Stop her at all costs. Maggie hesitated, but had no time to question Vera's theory, too busy parrying another blow from Vil. He attacked relentlessly, and any time Maggie might have had an opening, she was forced to bat away Vera's magic. A high-caliber, armor-piercing bullet struck her on the gilded helmet and bounced off. Another struck her on the leg, hitting the thinner plate with bruising force. She had no time to deal with the hail of bullets, not while she fought off attackers on both sides. They couldn't win, not without going on the offensive, reducing her attackers, thinning out. No! Maggie shouted, fighting off the mere idea. That idea had come from the Dane, half of her, brutally calculating the most optimal path to victory. I don't want to fight, Maggie shouted as she avoided a sweep of the claymore. Vil had better reach than her, but the advantage would be strongest only if Maggie Dane tried to go on the offensive. Then help me, Vera called back. Fight off the ancient. I know you're in there, Maggie. You just need to take back control. Maggie Dane's eyes widened, and with a flourish, she pulled off her helmet and wheeled on Vera, facing her. What? She knew she was exposed for a headshot, but Vera held up a hand, eyes darting cautiously between Maggie Dane and the Monster Squad snipers. Okay, Maggie. You've got this. Put down the sword. Get the monster out of your head. Vera, Dane isn't controlling me, Maggie said, gripping her blade half out of stubbornness, half for fear that Vil would try something. They're helping me, but I'm in control. Why would I have fought off those chaff if I wanted the ancients to win? You're yourself, Vera asked, taking a step closer. Your will isn't being subverted. You're certain. I'm certain, Maggie replied. Then why? Vera let the start of the question hang for a moment, preparing her words for a surgical strike that would reveal the truth. Are you wearing armor and bearing messages crafted by the Lananshi? Maggie blinked. What? Your attitude towards her isn't a secret, Vera said. I know, Maggie. She would rather eat glass than work with the Lananshi. You might pretend to be her, but I know you're the ancient in her body. Are you kidding? Maggie threw up her free hand, exasperated. Vera, I'm not that petty. The city's on the line. Do you really think I'd give up a chance at winning this for my fucking pride? Vera hesitated. Honestly? Jesus. Maggie sheathed Dane, pulling her hand away. There, I'm not touching Dane anymore. Are you satisfied? Raising her hand, Vera took a step forward. When Maggie flinched away, she added, I just want to take a look at your head. If you're really Maggie, you'll let me do it. Maggie rolled her eyes. Just be quick. We don't have time for this.
Stepping forward, Vera touched the side of Maggie's head, extending a mental probe. A moment passed. Then several. Vera's frown turned to frustration, then confusion, and then finally relief. She blinked, stepping back. Wow. What? Maggie asked. You're you, Vera said. Whatever our auntie did, it's some complex shit, but you're definitely you in there. Great, thanks. Maggie glanced back at the mercenaries behind her, then to the general defense troops who'd formed a ring around their fight. Is everyone satisfied? Can we go back to saving the city, please? You can't blame me for being cautious, Vera chided. Even if I could, there's no time to argue over that, Maggie admitted. The Lananchi chose me as her champion and tasked me with defending the city. Sounds like a bitter pill, Vera said. How do you swallow it? Gritting her teeth, Maggie reluctantly gave credit to the Lananchi. She has a plan that seems like it'll work. I need to explain it to Walmond, get all our defenses pointed in the same direction. Vera nodded to Vil, who began chattering into his earpiece. Once that process had begun, she asked, What's the plan? Kill the lead queen, scatter the rest. That simple? Maggie shrugged. Simple doesn't mean easy. Vil tapped on her shoulder, and Maggie turned. Gesturing at his earpiece, he explained, They're waiting for you. Once you... Pausing, Vil tilted his head, listening intently. What is it? Maggie asked. He spun, ignoring her, snapping at his team. Defensive positions, now! Spinning, he gestured to Vera. Get Twig out here. She's not ready, Vera replied. The medics are still... We need the big guns, Vil shot. We need everything. Maggie spun to face the tunnel. Don't worry, you've got me. Chapter 26. Battleground. Gripping Dane, Maggie surveyed the scene. In the handful of minutes since she'd let go, the situation had changed dramatically. Pinpoints of light scrambled down the tunnel, skittering in a new, overwhelming horde. Curious, Maggie thought, as the tactical decisions of the ancients flooded into her brain by way of Dane. The ancients had found the point to mount their offensive, following their alien logic. They hadn't sought out a weak point to easily break through. They'd specifically chosen the hardest, most reinforced point, with the intent to shear through the Fae defenses and leave them helpless, defeating a duelist by breaking his sword in half. If the Fae could make a stand anywhere, it'd be here, where Maggie fought with Dane, reinforced by several talented warriors and a Cartwright blade. Hundreds of hostiles incoming, Vil said, listening to his earpiece. 487, Maggie corrected, carried by 3 queens. 3, Vera said. Why not more? Just be glad they've got restraint, Vil chimed in. Maggie, you've got point here. What can you do? Dane can take control of some of the chaff, Maggie said. 3-on-1. It'll be a hard fight, but we'll pick our targets and disrupt the charge. As for me, myself, I can rip them apart as long as I don't get overwhelmed. Right. We'll keep your back clear. Vil turned and gave quick instructions to the squad with him, who hustled to a nearby tent to get equipped. So, you're here, Maggie said. Where's the monster squad? Split mostly between tunnels A and D, Vera chimed in. Mostly D, since they've not got any Wayland steel to back them up. Maggie gripped her second blade, considering. Cartwright, steel, whatever. Vera self-corrected. We need to kill the queens, Maggie said. That's the bottleneck for them. They've got tens of thousands of chaff ready to go, but they can only control so many foot soldiers at once, and only in a certain range. Killing the chaff is like shooting at bullets. They'll just get more. Take out the queens, though, and the chaff will scatter. Vil's team returned with short, sturdy riot shields strapped to their arms and pistols on their belts. What are you carrying? Maggie asked, nodding to the pistols. The nearest soldier pulled out the gun, revealing the full scale of the double-barreled hand cannon. Borrowed these from Darius's supply. Breaking it in half, she showed off the shells inside. You know dragon's breath rounds? Seen clips of it on the internet, Maggie replied. These puppies make dragon's breath look like sparklers. Burn at about 2500 Celsius, sustained heat. It'll cook just about anything you point it at. We'll have roast ancient for dinner, another added, grinning, deflecting anxiety with humor. Maggie felt dubious that the heat would do any better against the ancient's armor than a slug, but nodded. The shields were the important thing, to keep petriforms off her back until she could bring them down. The horde approached. Ripperclaw. Maggie Dane spoke aloud, as much for her own benefit as the soldiers, scanning her psychic vision to determine their foes. The Weaver, the quickest. We'll have to punch through them. Her knowledge received uncomfortable glances from the others. I'm assuming their names are literal, Vera suggested. Anything we should know? Ripperclaw will be near the front. They're dangerous, but I'll try to engage them directly. Maggie Dane explained, her consciousness only half in her body. The quickest will hold back, unless they see an opening. In case the name didn't make it clear. They're fast, Vera finished. We get it. Last is the Weaver. We probably won't see them at all, Maggie Dane said. They hide in the tunnels, control their chaff. Remember, we don't want to kill the queens unless it's with one of my blades. Don't engage just because you think you can get a lucky shot. How long till they get here? The question came from Vil, directed into his earpiece, but Maggie's intelligence was more accurate than his, and she answered automatically. We'll see them in about 3 minutes. She turned to face the barricades, extending her mind. Dane, I'll need to focus on fighting. You'll be stealing the chaff on your own. I can do that. They'll be working together to stop you. Are you sure? I'm sure. They'll be working together to stop you, too. Can you take them on your own? The thought gave Maggie pause. Dane's voice sounded more human in her head, more comprehensible, maybe even with a touch of snark. Was it because they'd adopted more of her speech, or that she'd adapted to understanding them? Just buy us space and give me room to fight. Maggie Dane hopped the barricade, marching forward. Through Maggie's eyes, she saw hundreds of minuscule red dots skittering closer, all in pairs. The chaff's eyeshine. The glow came to her from the ground, the walls, even a few climbing across the ceiling. She felt their claws gouging out chunks of stone as though it were wax, gripping for traction as they moved forward. Dane, you see, yes, I'll get the ceiling. Do you see the ones on the ground? Smartass. I've got the high ones, she said aloud, raising her blade, standing off against the monsters. Vera fell into Maggie Dane's right, and Vil to her left. Around them, the warriors with their shield hand cannon combo fanned out, protecting their flanks. Barricades won't last long, Vil commented. In response, Maggie waved her sword forward. Dane could do one thing better than all the other petriforms, and she took judicious advantage, calling up 2 steep walls of stone that jutted from the ground. Instead of portable barricades, they had 2 rock walls that funneled the petriform chaff towards them. She took a breath. How's that? He whistled. That'll do. One more thing, Vera said. Any last regards? Only if I die doing something embarrassing, Vil said, tripping over my underwear into my own sword, maybe. Make whatever killed me sound heroic. I've already sold out everything I care about, Maggie added. I guess, if I die, it'll embarrass the Linanshi, her champion failing in the first real battle. That's good enough for me. Noted, Vera said. A roar split their conversation, and the petriforms came into view. Twig nose, Vera said, rather than finishing her statement. They had to focus on the fights. Behind the squalling mass of beasts, a greater form rose up. Monstrous and terrible, a hulking figure twice as tall as the others, with 6 razor appendages as long as one of Maggie's great swords protruding from its 6 matched arms. Ripperclaw. I always hated them. Keep your energy for that one. Vera spoke low enough that only Maggie could hear. You're sure you can take it? No, Maggie admitted. But if I can't, we're screwed. The stone barricades flanking them wouldn't do a thing if their defensive line fell. There was nobody else around to hold the petriforms back, unless they held on for long enough that Frey could get there. The darkness didn't matter to Maggie. She knew precisely the position and movement of every petriform in the area. For the others, the moment when the petriform chaff came into view of their spotlights would be terrifying, as hundreds of chitinous forms bubbled forward like lava flow. Maggie braced herself for the dance of steel. The wave crashed into them. She moved. Her psychic vision, provided by Dane, served as a kind of premonition. She knew every move the chaff would take before they took it. She knew every twitch of their bodies better than they did. No feint could get past her, and no dodge could escape the razor slash of her blade. She was only vaguely aware of the efforts around her. Somewhere in the background of her thoughts, she felt Dane's battle, ripping control away from the other queens, turning the chaff upon themselves. Bodies fell from the ceiling, both her chaff and theirs, crashing into the swarm but not disrupting the flow. Each slash of her arm felled a petriform. Her muscle memory, ingrained through countless hours of practice, merged with the inhuman precision of her battlefield awareness. It no longer even felt like fighting. She simply placed the blade where it would kill. Her flanking party fared more poorly. Their presence was vital, even with all her advantages. She couldn't parry attacks from both behind and in front at the same time, and being swarmed would mean death. Still, the half-dozen warriors could not match the tide. Vil cut Icarus slashes through the petriforms near him, and with support his lethality proved significant even matched up against Maggie's prodigious pile of corpses. But the others had little luck. Shields bashed away slashes and held back the petriforms, but the gouts of napalm fire that erupted from their guns had only a marginal effect, occasionally blinding or stunning the chaff, more often just billowing over their armor. One of the elves to Maggie's left bashed a petriform forward, and when it staggered and shrieked in response, they jammed their hand cannon into its mouth and pulled the trigger. No matter the durability of their chitin, their flesh was just flesh, and the petriform went down in a burning heap. The warrior cheered in triumph, jamming his shield forward to deflect another charging chaff. That petriform got a hold of the top of his shield, yanked down, and jerked it free of his grasp. With the shield down, it created a gap in their line, a chip in their armor. Another beast leapt in, past its comrade. No! Maggie turned and lashed out her mind, trying to seize control of the chaff before its claws struck home. She wasn't strong enough. 3 chaff made it over, firmly in the control of Ripperclaw. 2 men went down in the blink of an eye, petriforms ripping them apart to ensure they stayed down. Maggie only then managed to paralyze those petriforms, and a moment later a blast of magic from Vera launched 2 farther back into the swarm, but it wasn't soon enough to save the elves on the ground. Reinforcements arrived. Twig hadn't had time to don her armor, but barreled into the fight anyway, relying on her furious strength and nothing else. Grabbing the final petriform, she screamed, the sonic blast rippling through the battlefield and staggering everyone, chaff and Fae alike. Even Maggie winced back, though the Lenanchi's reinforcements to Maggie's psyche protected her from the worst of it. With a Herculean roar, Twig pulled until a petriform's arm simply detached from its body, then tossed the beast back into the horde. They had another ally, but it still wasn't enough. They couldn't get to the queens, and fighting the chaff was a bad bet in the long run. Dane, we're losing. Too many. I can't handle all 3 on my own. Then don't. Until now, Maggie had been merging her mind with Dane, or letting Dane into her thoughts. Now, she forced her way into them, becoming one with the alien mind. Her perception blinked. No longer was she facing off against a horde. Now she was struggling to control herself. She was the Horde. The same Horde that Ripperclaw, that the Quickest, that the Weaver was fighting with. The sensation was not unlike trying to move a limb that had gone numb, attempting to will it into submission against anesthetics. Forcing her will, she told the wave to turn back. She couldn't think of each chaff as an individual. They were too many. Rather, she had to turn the tide as a unit, moving a hand rather than single fingers. She also saw, instantly, why Dane was the least of them. Dane couldn't hold off even one of the other queens. Dane's mind was a puddle. Weak. Pathetic. I'm not thinking that, Maggie realized. Her own consciousness had brushed up against another, framing her thoughts to be in line with a hive mind. They were right, though, that Dane was weak. The fight was hopeless. The Petriforms would win. Maggie pulled her mind free and shook her head. She realized only then that she'd fought her way into the thick of things, out of the line of shields and into the swarm, surrounding herself while she overtook the chaff. Now that she'd retreated her thoughts, though, the Petriforms shook off her mental command to retreat, and the chaff turned and swarmed her. Startled, Maggie dove back into the alien consciousness, turning away the attack once again. She had to focus her thoughts, to ensure that the Petriform hive mind didn't totally consume her. I am my own mind. She slammed the ideas to the forefront of her thoughts. I am fighting for the world of mortals behind me. I will win, and I will not allow myself to be controlled. Her hold on the chaff slipped, but as it did, they didn't fall under the other queen's control. Rather, they seemed to be aimless for a moment, without direction. Maggie realized, with a start, what had happened. The mental link was a two-way street, and her thoughts of independence had fractured the other queen's control. Her plan came in an instant. If they had any courage at all, they'd fight me alone. No chaff. But the greatest by far has them scared. Cowards who can't fight their own battles.
It's not cowardice, it's strategy.
Weakness, masquerading as tactics. Fight me.
No. Yes.
Maggie slammed her willpower into it, sending the idea down the mental chain that linked her to the Petriforms until she felt a shift. Not capitulation, just hesitance. A direct fight, equal on both sides, no chaff. If Maggie falls, there's nobody left to defend the city. Prove your strength, or fall under the greater warrior's blade. She thought it one last time. It was half an attempt to bend their will to hers, to make them agree, and half an offer of compromise. A moment later, the alien mind replied.
Agreed.
Chapter 27. 2 on 1. Maggie allowed herself to re-enter her own mind as the chaff separated, pulling back to line the walls of the cave. Don't follow me, she said to her Fae retinue, glancing around. With a start, she saw that her allies were 10 paces behind her, still guarding the exit, unable to follow her that deep. She'd been alone this whole time. Glancing back, she repeated the instruction. I'm going to go kill a queen. Don't try to help. I promised a fair fight. If you intervene, they'll begin the battle anew. Her allies muttered to each other, but Maggie had no time to explain. Flicking Dane out to the side, she turned and stalked towards the end of the tunnel to where her opponent awaited. She had no certainty as to whom she'd be fighting, but it seemed likely that Ripperclaw would take the opportunity. To the extent that the queens were distinct entities, Ripperclaw had the aggression of 10 other queens, and twice the brutality. Indeed, the queen loomed as she approached, 6 razor swords for arms casting a vicious silhouette. Away from the lights her people had set up, she had to rely more and more on Dane's supernatural vision, and when she drew up 20 paces from Ripperclaw, she wouldn't have sensed the other queen at all had it not been for that second sight. The Quickest scurried up on 6 legs, true to its name. It seemed to vibrate with barely contained energy, and its form was halfway between one of the chaff, quick and light, and the heftier, tank-like structure that Dane had once occupied. 2 queens. Not a fair fight at all, except... Maggie glanced down at Dane. There were 2 of her as well. "I'm about to die," she said aloud. In response to her own call, she added, "So, I'd better make sure I take them down with me." She was no monster slayer. Her practice had all been in dueling, battles of sword versus sword against an opponent roughly her size and shape. Though Dane provided some precision to her strikes, this was so far out of her wheelhouse that she felt she didn't have a chance. On the other hand, when had Ripperclaw or the Quickest had the opportunity to fight a mortal champion armed with a blade? Surely they'd be at the same disadvantage. A thought, a memory, flickered through her mind. Primordial beings, mortals armed with crackling power and raw, ancient magic, standing their ground against ancients. None had swords, but clubs and axes and other similar weapons were visible amongst them. The Petriforms had fought mortal champions aplenty, and if the illusory memory was accurate, they'd ripped those champions apart. "Thanks, Dane," Maggie thought, half sarcastically. It was good that her false hope had been dashed, but she felt discouraged all the same. The chaff formed a ring around them. Some things didn't change, no matter how many eons passed, and an encircling ring for ritual combat was one of those things. Maggie knew that if she fell into the chaff, they'd shred her like tissue. Ripperclaw extended their 6-arm blades and roared, and in the same moment, the Quickest lunged. Maggie snapped her mind into sync with Dane and began the fight. She still had one advantage up her sleeve. The Lenan Shi had given her more than just armor. With a whisper of will, Maggie leapt into the air. She didn't have Vera's experience as a spellcaster, but she could activate artifacts easily, and a dozen crystalline artifacts embedded in her greaves gave her incredible mobility. Soaring over the Quickest's lunge, she reversed the pull of the crystal, flying back down, sword first, with lethal purpose. She landed on the Quickest's back, plunging her blade deep into the meat over its bony shoulder. Shoving on the handle, she twisted, turning the wound to a truly grievous blow before pulling the sword free. The retreat was barely in time. Ripperclaw charged behind her, slashing, and Maggie barely spun and parried its strike in time. Blocking every attack simply wasn't an option, but as she batted away the first, she had a realization. As the second slash came down, she overrode her instincts to block with the flat of her sword and met it edge on edge. In any duel, steel on steel, all she'd accomplish was chipping her own sword. When it was steel on bone, though, her sword won handily, ignoring the magical reinforcement that gave the bone its bite. Ripperclaw's 6 blades turned to 5 as a razor arm fell to the ground. Then the Quickest bucked, bringing its feet down, and she had to leap back. Caught off guard by her own enhanced abilities, she jumped so far that she nearly fell into the ring of chaff, into the certain death that they would offer. Before she found surer footing, the Quickest was on her, barreling forward on all 6s. Maggie dodged sideways, hoping it would carry itself forward into the chaff, but it spun on a dime and continued bearing down on her without losing steam. Recognizing that she couldn't flee directly, Maggie leapt over it, but this time the beast was ready. It leapt in kind, following her up, and they met in midair. On the bright side, Maggie learned that her armor worked as advertised. The Quickest's clawed foot raked against her chest but found no purchase, skating off the armor like a file on tempered steel. Maggie was thrown backwards in the air with bruising force, but her organs stayed internal. Then, Ripperclaw struck her from behind and proved that the armor did indeed have limits. A slash down into her shoulder hit a weak point where the armor was thin, and, though the material arrested the bone blade's momentum, it didn't protect her fully. Blood shot from the wound, spilling out as Maggie slammed into the ground. Blinking, her eyes focused on a dark bit of hair in front of her. One of her braids had been slashed off. Okay, that's it. She couldn't face them both at once, and she couldn't corral either into a one-on-one fight. She needed to finish one off, fast, and then take the other one down with more caution. At least, thanks to Dane, She saw both of them without needing to turn and look. Huffing, Maggie pushed to her feet, feigning early exhaustion. The quickest couldn't help but take the opportunity, and it lunged, jaws first, at her. She had planned to spin and strike, but its speed was too great. She barely ducked in time, landing on her belly as the quickest flew mere inches above her. Without time to go on the offensive, she rolled to dodge the heavier blows coming in from Ripperclaw. Ripper was, at least, more cautious of fighting her face to face, and as she turned and raised her guard, the beast backed away, not wanting to lose another bone sword in a fair fight. Maggie smiled. She found a weakness in each of her opponents. Uncertainty against a fair fight for Ripper, overcommitment for the quickest. Darting a glance over her shoulder, she baited out an attack from Ripperclaw and thrust back once it had committed. She didn't manage to totally shear an arm this time, but she did remove the tip, reminding Ripper of her advantage. If the beast came at her fully and stopped trying to preserve itself, she'd never stop all the attacks before being cleaved apart. But it knew her sword could kill it permanently, and it feared that end. Then the quickest lunged again, a bony, toothy missile, and an attack that couldn't redirect itself once in the air. Maggie dropped, once again, but this time she spun her blade in her hand and drove it up beneath the crook of her elbow, bracing it against her body so that the tip caught the quickest's body right at the shoulder. Its momentum carried it over the blade, driving the steel edge down its lightly armored chest, belly, and leaving right at its groin. Maggie winced sympathetically, even knowing it was the enemy, even knowing it didn't appear to have any sort of genitalia to be ripped open. Aside from sympathetic pain, though, the attack had cost her. Her sword had cut the beast, but it had met resistance along the way, and the unsharpened rear edge had jammed into her armpit with all that weight. Even the Linanshi's armor didn't disperse at all, and as she pulled the blade clear and rose to face her opponents, her left arm went numb and slack. Fortunately, the left side was her offhand, but even so, she'd be handling the rest of the battle with just one arm. The quickest writhed on the ground, bloody ichor spilling out from its body, and Maggie felt the magical pulse begin to build. It had decided to tap out and leave, giving up on the duel. Through Dane, Maggie felt Ripperclaw's uncertainty. It had lost an ally and 1.5 of its sword limbs, and its opponent was still standing with a furious grin. Moving to the side, the monstrous warrior beast placed itself between her and the quickest. "Trying to make an escape path, huh?" Maggie asked aloud, more for the sake of speaking than in any attempt to communicate. Rushing forward, she activated the magic in her greaves, crouched, and leapt up. As soon as Ripperclaw leapt to meet her in the air, she canceled out the magic, reversed it, and rolled beneath them, lunging at the quickest. Not quite helpless, the quickest kicked away and tried to run, but its strength had flagged, and it slipped on its own ichor. Fear rang in its alien expression for a millisecond before Maggie drove her sword, Dane, up into the base of its bony neck. The magic pulsed. Died. And Maggie felt a sudden splitting pain. Dane? What? Fighting. Can't. The quickest hadn't gone nowhere. It had gone into the sword, and now Dane had to share room. But unlike Dane, the quickest wasn't simply complying with Maggie's wishes. She dropped Dane. They'd have to handle this fight on their own. She couldn't fight a mental battle while dueling with Ripperclaw. Then again, she couldn't duel without a sword. Going for her belt, Maggie thumbed her knife open, but it'd offer a fairly paltry defense in comparison. Grinning, because Maggie had learned to interpret the Queen's expressions, and she recognized its grin, Ripperclaw bore down on her. She couldn't just slash away its arms now. It rained down attacks with one arm after another, and Maggie had to scramble back. She could only go so far, and she quickly realized her reliance on Dane had made her inattentive. In the shadowy cave, without the second sight from Dane, she almost didn't realize she was running right into a wall of chaff. She lunged to the side, blocking one slash on a bracer, and stumbled clear. Struggling to reach for any tool, Maggie used the one spell she could cast without effort. A ball of amorphous light spawned in the air above her, flashing in Ripperclaw's face. They didn't recoil, but the light made Ripperclaw hesitate for a split second, and Maggie rolled free, stumbling on her hands for support as she got away from the monster. Scrabbling against the stone floor of the tunnel, she tucked her knife into her belt and prayed she'd maneuvered them to the right section of the ring. Ripperclaw leapt at her, and Maggie felt what she'd been reaching for. Gripping it tightly, she swung the severed bone sword that she'd chopped off Ripperclaw's arm mere moments before, directing the point up into its chest. No point trying to hit the heart. She didn't know if or where it'd even be, but the attack hit true. 4 slashes came down on Maggie, hacking into her armor and opening 4 wounds, but the bone sword had the same reinforcement as the Petriform's armor and punched through cleanly. Ripperclaw roared and recoiled, and Maggie let the beast lean on her, supporting its weight as it pushed claws into her flesh. She released the bone sword, grabbed her knife, and jammed the weapon up into their throat. The steel would take them down and ensure they'd stay down. Ripperclaw faced her, scowling, tightening the grip. It hadn't had the strength to cut her armor apart completely, but its remaining razor claws dug into her, and she had to fight not to scream. She'd won. Now was no time for weakness. Squeezing the handle of her knife, she shoved it up a little harder, and Ripperclaw finally fell limp. Its bulk pulled Maggie forward, and she had to jerk to get her arms free, feeling blood pour as the gashes were exposed to air. Panting for breath, she stumbled towards Dane, still on the ground, hoping that her ancient had won the fight and that she wouldn't have an uncooperative sword. Reaching down, she grabbed the hilt. The ground split from beneath her, and Maggie fell into a sudden new pit. Only 10 feet around, but deep enough that the landing hurt, legs falling to the side beneath her. She landed in a heap, and only through a miracle did she retain her grip on Dane. That was good, because it returned her second sight, allowing her to see the 8-legged monster raise up and prepare to lunge down at her with a mouthful of razor teeth. The Weaver, Maggie realized. It had been waiting this whole time, and now it had her on the ground. It didn't care about the honor of the duel, only about finishing Maggie off. She was vulnerable, bloody, woozy, and she took up all of the Weaver's attention for a split moment. That's all Twig needed. Flying through the air, launched by a magical springboard, she came down on the Weaver's back, wielding Maggie's claymore. One attack was all it took, between the enormous blade and Twig's incredible strength. The Weaver's shell cracked and split, its body buckling. And, with it gone, the nearest and strongest voice to control the chaff was unambiguously Dane. The quickest's mind didn't seem to be in the sword at all, though Maggie sensed a few fragments of a consciousness that had been ripped apart. You killed the quickest? Easy. I know how to move in this place. They didn't. I'm not least in here. Good to know. Gripping Dane, Maggie gave the command, and the chaff began to rip each other apart. Chapter 28. The Trap. May 1976. The sun shone brightly on the casket as it lowered into the earth. It should have been raining, but the sky didn't care about one man's funeral, no matter how important the day felt to Maggie. Hopkins Sr. was buried in a local plot south of downtown. She'd come to spit on his grave, to scream, to find catharsis in his ultimate demise. She found that there was no joy, just a hole in the ground and an expensive wooden box. He hadn't died by revenge from an enemy, or as the result of any of his many vices, but at the hands of a rickety ladder and a dead light bulb. Maggie stood close to the edge, looking down. She intended to say a few words, to make it clear how much the man had been hated. But it didn't matter. He would never hear them, and the gathered attendees who'd come to see off an old criminal wouldn't care. Come to dance on his grave? She glanced back. His son, Hopkins Jr., was the spitting image of his father, albeit a few decades younger. She sneered at him. I don't dance. You've got a fair chip on your shoulder, Hopkins said. He outplayed your old man. He wasn't my father, Maggie said. Not what I called him. Shrugging, Hopkins continued. Point is, we walked off with more swords than he knew what to do with. Biggest collection of Wayland steel in the world, I think. Congratulations on your inheritance, Maggie replied bitterly. Don't sell them for cheap. You'll never get another one. I heard Cyrus is better, Hopkins inquired. Hands all healed, right? Maybe he needs some money. Fuck you, Maggie snapped, the echo of her shouting match with Cyrus rebounding in her memory. Fuck you, fuck your father, fuck your money. She didn't see Hopkins in front of her anymore, neither junior nor senior. She saw Cyrus screaming at her, enraged and furious that she'd made a bargain on his behalf. Maggie couldn't recall what she'd said, only the fury on her old mentor's face before he kicked her out of his life for good. 6 years had passed. She still looked in on him once in a while to see how he was doing. He hadn't made a sword since. Any blade he made would go straight to the Lenanshi, and he refused to give payment for his hands being made whole, not if it was a deal that Maggie had struck without his consent. I have something for you, Hopkins said quietly. I thought you might show up, so I brought it along. I just said, I don't want your money, Maggie seethed. Not money? Hopkins turned, nodding to someone behind him. Maggie knew the funeral was populated by plenty of weapons, men and fae alike. Hopkins had dipped his fingers into all sorts of supernatural pies. Still, she felt the urge to deck Hopkins, to lay him out with a solid punch and damn anyone who tried to gun her down as a result. A moment later, one of Hopkins' flunkies returned with a gleaming, straight sword. Her own maker's mark sat on it, polished and clean as the day she'd made it. Ripper. My father took this from you, Hopkins said. I respect his business decisions, but that was a step too far. It's yours by right, and I won't have it in my collection. Maggie accepted the blade. It was the one she'd brought to kill Hopkins when the city had flooded, the day Cyrus's hands had been broken. Your collection, she said, fixating on the detail. We made a fair penny selling your old man's swords, he said casually, but we kept plenty for ourselves. They're priceless art, of course, and he earned them fair and square. Your old man chose to work for mine. He chose? Maggie spat. You had him over a barrel. You extorted him for everything you could take. The bargain was freely struck, Hopkins replied. Dad earned his swords. You can pretend otherwise, but that doesn't make it anything but the truth. Maggie looked down at the blade in her hands, then tossed it into the open grave. He took it. He can keep it. Present day. Maggie's ankle burned as she limped back to the barricades, her functioning arm thrown over Twig's shoulder. They'd won the battle. More importantly, they'd sent their message. The Queens weren't strong enough to win this war on their own. If they continued to spearhead the assault, Maggie would break into their thoughts, goad them into losing battles, and pick them off one by one, assuming the healers could get Maggie patched up, at least. Vil carried the claymore with delicacy, handle wrapped up with 2 gloves. If Maggie's experience with Dane was anything to go by, it'd take Weaver a while before it started thinking consciously inside the claymore, but they didn't want to take any chances. One psychically traumatized warrior was enough. Clambering over and around the oil-slick corpses of fallen chaff, Maggie smiled. They just might have a chance at winning this thing. She arrived at the front lines and was ushered in by the security team. Vera got to her side, already searching for injuries to heal. Come on, let's get you to the med tent and get this patched up. Here, Maggie said, passing the bony razor sword she'd severed from Ripperclaw off to one of the armored fae. This can cut through their armor. Get someone who can put a handle on it and then get it to one of our warriors. Hell, get someone out there and cut off the other 5 blades of Ripperclaw's corpse, too. We're going to need all the weapons we can get. While she limped towards the medical tent, another familiar face caught her attention. Blanche Walmond, Justice of War, decorated in ancient ceremonial armor, held over her shoulder a battle-axe with a blade the size of a hubcap. Maggie recognized the maker's mark of Wayland steel. True, millennia-old Wayland steel at once. There was a reason Blanche had become Justice of War, and it had nothing to do with political maneuvering. "Cartwright," she called out, nodding to Maggie in acknowledgement. "What's going on?" "It's a long story," Maggie replied, wincing as she tried to raise her uncooperative arm in a face salute. "I'm here as the Lenanchi's champion. 3 more queens are dead, and we've got about 6 hours to prepare before the whole city is swarmed. Sorry, I would have filled you in before acting, but the enemy was at our gate and we had no time." Blanche glanced for a moment at Vil, her son, before returning attention to Maggie. "You killed 3 queens." "I killed 2. Maggie gestured at Twig to give her credit, then immediately regretted the motion as her shoulders split with pain. Twig got the 3rd one. Twig beamed, but gave a non-committal shrug as if to say, it was nothing. "Don't pretend to be modest." Maggie rolled her eyes. "You said 6 hours," Blanche cut in. "Why 6 hours?" "Because that's how long it'll take for their army to reassemble," Maggie replied. "They're still buried deep in their own tunnels. When they saw me and Dane on the front lines, they tried sending everything available at us, hoping to take out our strongest weapon. Me. I won, so now they're going to regroup and bring out the big guns." "So, instead of holding them off at a standstill while we evacuate, you've goaded them into overwhelming us," Blanche finished. "Evacuation doesn't matter," Maggie said. "If they get through us, it doesn't matter whether our people are on the surface or in our city. They'll all be slaughtered. Kansas City holds 500,000 people above us that'll die too. Nothing shy of a nuke has enough force to bring down the greatest by far. I could use Dane to collapse some more tunnels, but they'd just find another place to dig through. It'll come down to a fight, and delaying that won't help." Blanche scowled. She probably didn't like being backed into a corner and forced into action without getting a chance to give input, but Maggie needed her to suck up her personal hang-ups and listen to reason. "You've got a plan, then?" Blanche asked. Maggie listened to her senses for a moment, tracking her innate feel for what actions the petriform hive mind took. Vera was pulling away her armor to take a look at her injuries, undoing the straps that held the Lenanchi's enchanted plate to Maggie's body. "They'll hit us with the chaff and queens, first," she said. "Draw out all our defenses." "And a couple of queens does plenty," Vera said, wincing as she got a look at Maggie's chest and shoulder. Maggie glanced down. She was one big bruise running from her armpit all the way down to the side of her chest. "I can patch this up, but if there's nerve damage, it won't come back with a quick spell." "Just do whatever you can," Maggie said, wincing as Vera lifted up her arm inquisitively. "The point is, they want us to put everything on the line so that the greatest by far can take us all out in one ultimate attack. Once they get here, then, we kill them, trap their mind, and the rest of the chaff will fall into chaos." "We kill it," Vera said skeptically. "How?" Maggie told her the plan. Vera, Blanche, and Vil all stood in stunned silence for a moment. "How much damage could that do?" Vil asked, finally. "It's not a question of damage. It's one of fallout," Maggie replied. "We want to kill the petriforms, but we don't want to destroy the city in the process. We'll need to contain the blast somehow. This all assumes we can hold off the rest of their forces and force their leader to attack." Blanche took on a neutral, distant expression as she thought it over. "It's an awful risk." "There's 6 queens left," Maggie said. "Many thousands of chaff, but they can only control so many at a time. With the right tools, we can win that battle." "Our petriform-killing weapons are slim," Vera said. "Your blades, though we've lost a few in the rubble, so that count is down to 3. Frey's got her sword. Blanche has her axe." "The bone swords we get from Ripperclaw will help against chaff, too," Maggie pointed out. "But it can't trap the queen's minds," Vera concluded. Is that enough? Blanche shook her head. There's a few more bearers of Wayland steel in the city. 1 volunteered his blade. 3 more are offering to fight themselves. That's 9 in total. And whoever uses the claymore will need aluminum-lined gloves so they don't go insane. Vil added. 6 queens. 9 swords. Maggie shook her head. You're wrong. We've got dozens of weapons, maybe more. I just need to take a trip to the surface to get them. All eyes turned to her again. You've got a stash at your fort you didn't tell us about, Vera demanded. Next time you think I overjudged your ego, it's not my stash, Maggie replied. And it's not at my forge. We're going to have to pay a certain human a visit and convince him to share his Cyrus steel. Hopkins Jr. had grown old, for a human, but he still lived in the city, and he had kept his collection. The life's work of Maggie's master was going to save the city. Chapter 29. Arsenal. A team of Monster Squad mercenaries spread out behind Maggie in a V, following her lead through the tide of fleeing Fae. Lou was the only one she knew the name of, though she recognized 2 others by face. Around every exit, the refugees packed in so tight there was almost no air to breathe. No organization, no structure, just desperate, panicked people trying to get away before the monsters came. Parents pulled their children along. Kids clutched at their favorite toys for comfort and some kind of certainty in the chaos. The corridor to the elevator stank of sweat and humidity as the air circulation failed to keep up with such a thick press of bodies. They couldn't understand what was going on. Not the kids, not even the adults. Nobody had an idea of what was coming. Maggie barely had her mind wrapped around the basics, and she had a direct psychic connection to the enemy. She felt the panic subside in whoever saw her. The Lenon Shee's armor, however demeaning in Maggie's eye, worked as a beacon of hope. Maybe it was just seeing anyone who looked like a warrior. Maybe it was the specific idea of their patron god sending a champion to fight. It didn't matter that Maggie wasn't truly anything special, that she'd lucked into her position by owning the right tools and happening upon a connection to the enemy. They saw her and had hope. Maggie didn't want to fail any one of them. "Let me pass," she called out, as the thick press of people grew so dense she could barely move through it. People tried to help, to get out of her way, but there was only so much room to back away. Maggie had to turn her body sideways, shouldering through the thick mass of Fae. The 6 of them reached the elevator. It wasn't close to the biggest in the city, just a little service elevator, but every exit was being swarmed, no matter how small. Even the stairs were packed, though that route meant climbing up a veritable marathon. Turning to address the crowd, Maggie wondered what she would say. They'd let her through. Maybe some of them wondered why she and her team had needed to leave so urgently, but nobody'd stopped her. "We're going to go get weapons," she declared, "and when we get back, we're going to stick it to the monsters." The elevator dinged. Empty, of course. Nobody was trying to get into the city. Maggie got in, followed by her accompanying team. Before the doors shut, a mother foisted her child forward. "There's room," she insisted. "Take her with you." Maggie couldn't see any issue with it. She nodded. Sure. The kid was crammed in between a forest of legs, but she fit in the elevator car. The doors shut, and the car shuddered slightly, then began to rise. Glancing down, Maggie said, "Hey, kid. I'm Maggie. What's your name?" The girl mumbled something, holding her arms over her chest. She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9. The different varieties of Fae progressed through the first stages of growth at about the same rate as human, so a rough guess based on height was accurate across the board. "I didn't catch that," Maggie replied. "Luna?" she whispered back, looking up. Her expression was the hybrid of terrified confusion that only kids could have. Kids who'd never lived through a crisis and whose only understanding of pain came from skinned knees and missed birthday parties. Not every child even got the opportunity to experience that ignorance.
But Maggie's heart broke for the kid. The girl didn't have any of the tools to handle what was happening, and nobody could explain it to her because none of the adults in her life knew what was going on. "Luna," Maggie said, "do you know anyone who's had their home sprayed for pests?" The kid nodded.
"Yeah, my auntie. She had pixie flies."
"And you had to leave while they took care of the flies, right?" Maggie asked, wincing at the mention of pixie flies. Those were a nasty bug. One bite could leave a sore spot for weeks. Because the chemicals they sprayed were bad for you.
"Uh-huh,"
Luna said, giggling a little.
"Her house looked like a big clown tent. Mom called it a flea circus."
"Well, this is just like that," Maggie explained. "But it's the whole city, and the bugs are a little bigger. We just need to get everyone out for a little while so we can deal with them before you come home. Okay?" The kids started to nod, but hesitated.
"Why is Mommy so scared?"
"We're adults," Maggie said. "When you get bigger, little problems seem to matter more. Don't worry. Me and my friends are going to deal with all the bugs." The elevator dinged, and they arrived on the surface, coming out into a parking garage downtown. An elf in street clothes looked them up and down. "You were the Monster Squad people, right?" he asked. Lou looked down at his armor, then at his peers. "No." "Point taken. Guessing you don't need help getting out of the city is my point," he said, glancing down at the kid. "Come on, sweetie. Do you have an adult coming up, or are you alone?" "Her mom's coming," Maggie confirmed. "Watch out for bugs, Luna." Luna giggled, walking over to the elf.
"Thanks, Maggie."
Maggie smiled at the kid. She wondered what steps were being taken to hide their traffic. Tens of thousands of people fleeing up through a few dozen bottlenecks into the city had to make some kind of impression on the locals. Then again, it was a weekend evening, and the city was going to be hopping. Her people knew how to blend in amongst mortals, and their numbers would stand out as little as possible. "Vehicle?" she asked, returning her attention to the task at hand. "Parked over this way," Lou replied. "Hold on." Maggie sighed, waiting a moment while he took out ceramic tokens from a belt pouch, distributing them to the team. One by one, each member snapped their token, letting the pottery crumble to dust in their hands. With each, an illusion wrapped itself around them, bending light around their clothing and their weapons. Ears morphed from pointed to round. Carbon fiber armor melted into black leather, and rifles on straps warped into backpacks and satchels. They got moving. The vehicle on hand was a bland gray minivan, the kind that wouldn't stand out. Lou offered Maggie the keys, but she shook her head. "Arm's still stiff. Veer didn't have time to fully patch it up. You drive." He shrugged and got in the driver's seat. "Just tell me where to go." "Ward Parkway," she replied. "South of the plaza. He's got a mansion there." They pulled out of the parking garage. Maggie watched out the window as they drove, the skyscrapers, the city. She'd watched it grow in the past century, its ups, its downs. Her home wasn't far, either. Her shop was just a stone's throw away from downtown. She could swear she heard a wolf howl in the distance, calling at the full moon, though in the city she had to be imagining it. The state of the moon was probably not a coincidence. The solar position caused waves in magic, and the full moon was a night of particular power. The perfect time for a fundamentally magical being to bring its strength to bear. The moonlight and the neon city lights let her see everything. The people, the life, her home. If they failed, if the greatest by far destroyed the city below and broke through to the surface, all of this would be gone. Even if it could be stopped, the deaths would be on the scale of Hiroshima. The city would never recover. The plan was Maggie's. She'd coaxed out the straight fight. If it went wrong, the deaths would be on her hands. Not that she'd be alive to regret it. Hopkins Jr.'s mansion wasn't enormous, but it probably cost a few $1 million even before the housing prices in the city went to the moon. Lots of red brick and fancy architecture, advertising his success to the neighborhood. They pulled into the driveway, and Maggie pulled her focus back to the task at hand. One of the monster squad leaned forward. "Are we going to need to dodge mortal authorities when we leave?" "Hopkins won't call the police," Maggie said. "Maybe his own people. He's old school. We'll be in and out before there's a problem. Only threat we'll need to deal with is Hopkins and his men." "He's that dangerous?" Lou asked. "His father fought like a demon. Can't imagine the son is any weaker. Still, 6-on-1, your armor can stop a bullet, right?" She glanced around and got nods in return. "Shouldn't be a problem then." Pulling up the drive, Lou put the car into park. They got out, eyeing the security camera over the garage door as she walked up to the entrance. She'd fantasized about doing this a couple times, but the fantasies didn't include a fully equipped tactical squad of mercenaries. She wanted to slam a boot into the door and kick it down. But realistically, she wasn't going to make it through solid oak and a steel deadbolt with her foot. A 50-pound battering ram, though? That'd do nicely. The door shattered inward, and the monster squad spread out, guns drawn. The front room was ornate, with an open plan and a double staircase that spread up to the second floor. The team fanned out, checking rooms. They'd have to search until they found Hopkins' collection. He'd surely have it on display. It was simply a matter of where. "Spread out, 2 to a room." "Hold it." The lead of the squad glanced up the stairs, reacting to a creak of footsteps on old wood floors. Maggie moved her hand to the hilt of Dane. She'd lost the last time she fought a Hopkins. This time, Hopkins stepped up to the top of the stairs. There wasn't going to be a fight. Maggie realized this in an instant. In her head, Hopkins might have been old, but he was still in his prime, ready to fight. The true Hopkins, though, was past 80, leaning heavily on a cane. "Maggie," he said. His voice, at least, was the same as she remembered, the same as his father's. "You look the same as the last time we spoke." "I'm not here to talk," she said. "We're here for the swords." He nodded, a crooked smile growing on his face. "Will you be renting or buying? I suppose I could be persuaded for the right price. I hear your people have pots of gold or some such. Perhaps not renting, not buying. Taking," Maggie said, moving up the stairs. Hopkins' smile turned bitter and amused. "All your words about how my father was a thief. And yet—" She pushed past him, glancing through the office door behind him. Cyrus's life's work was on display. Every surface was lined with blades, so much that the wallpaper beneath was hard to make out. Blades gleamed, dozens of styles, each a work of art in its own right. "Up here," she called. The squad moved together. Hopkins was ignored, sputtering. Moving in after Maggie, he snapped. "These are mine. My father earned them, by right, and I don't give a shit," Maggie replied, stepping up to him. "We need your blades, or people will die, so I'm going to take them. If you don't like it, you're welcome to try and stop me." Hopkins' eyes burned, while the monster squad began bundling up swords to carry away. "That's a lot of words for might makes right. That's your solution. Whenever you're losing, just try to hit your problems with a stick. Same as when you tried to kill my father. You just can't stand being outplayed, can you?" "I haven't been outplayed," Maggie spat. "I've stopped playing. I spent years, decades, my whole life respecting your rules, living up to the standards set by you and your father and Cyrus. And you know what it got me?" He started to reply, but she didn't wait for a word to escape his lips. "A legacy in the eyes of people I don't know, and a whole lot of wasted time. I'm done caring about what you think the rules are. I'm done caring what men like you think about my legacy." Ignoring his rage, she walked to an office wall and began collecting swords. Hopkins wasn't worth another second of her time. Chapter 30. Last Regards. The 6 of them paraded to the forward camp. Beautiful swords with exquisite handles were bundled together like cordwood. They had so many to carry that there just wasn't a better way.
Depositing her bundle on a table, Maggie cast her gaze around for Blanche. Instead, she found Frey, talking to a team loaded up in a pickup truck, with several large animal crates set in the back. As soon as Frey noticed her in turn, she made some parting comment and left the team to their work, jogging over to coordinate with Maggie. Before she could ask the obvious question, Maggie gave her a proud answer and a face salute. 97. Mostly swords, but there's a few oddballs in there. A couple axes, a couple spears. How's... Seizing Maggie, Frey pulled her into a tight bear hug. Maggie, I'm so glad you survived. Maggie blinked. Wait, on the subway or in the battle? Sorry, my near-death experiences are getting a bit jumbled. That didn't seem exactly good, but she'd been too goal-focused to really consider much else. Both? Either? Pulling away, Frey's expression settled on a grim smile. I've lost a lot of friends today. Maggie replied seriously. And we're going to lose more by tonight. I heard Twig nabbed herself a queen, Frey commented, turning to inspect the bundles of swords. Good. Gods. The other members of the monster squad added their bundles to the pile. Frey looked at the pile, incredulous, and mouthed the words, 97. We're going to run out of swordmasters. If they can swing a blade, get them, Maggie said, glancing over to the barricades where the truck had been a moment before. Where were they headed? Scouting mission, Frey replied, unusually coy. I can tell you how close the petriforms are, Maggie said, reaching for Dane's hilt. Frey raised a hand and shook her head. Not what they're scouting. Maggie eyed her. You're being unusually coy. Were those sham worms in the back? Are they digging trenches? Dane's geomancy is pretty impressive. I can dig out whatever we need. Just allow me this dramatic flourish, Frey replied, looking Maggie up and down. Your armor is certainly making a statement. Chuckling, Maggie looked around the space. Don't tell me you're jealous. Frey laughed. No, just inspired. You're sure on your timeline, yes? Maggie tapped Dane, briefly sensing the positions of the petriform army. We've got roughly 4 hours before the battle begins. Frey nodded, settling back into melancholy. Then rest. Pray if you pray. I can help, Maggie said. I'm a mechanic. The trap is set, Frey replied. Your idea is solid, but it wasn't hard to implement. Building barricades? Dane and I need to save your strength. Don't go burning through your reserves if you don't have to. How about I help distribute the swords? Maggie suggested. I can't just sit around doing nothing. We've already got a list of sword fighters, Frey said, and Blanche's people are contacting them. We'll just be coming by to pick one up. And I'll help ensure they each get the blade that suits them best. Maggie stuck out her chin, stubbornly insisting that she help. Even if she wouldn't be doing much more than inventory management, the other option was to just find a tent and nap. Frey sighed. Fine. Just don't start an argument if someone you think is unqualified comes over. Maggie hesitated. There's a noble, one of the old families. Name is Jake. Is he on the list? I don't think so, Frey said. Then we shouldn't have a problem. Maggie smiled and got set up behind the table, laying out all the swords with love and care. She remembered most of these being made. Some she'd shaped herself. In fact, on a few she'd done most of the work to make them, though Cyrus had overseen everything and the maker's mark on the side bore his stamp, not hers. While she worked, she took in the sights in the impromptu war camp. The center of the tunnel was being cleared away, so that traffic could flow clearly down the corridor without being blocked by the tables and defensive barricades they'd set up. The raised platforms where pedestrians would normally wait for the subway were being built up with emergency medical stations, supply dumps, and defensive arms. There were 12 tunnels, but the bulk of their defenses would be here, in the longest, straightest stretch of the subway. The design of the subway didn't matter to the petriforms. They'd be just as happy attacking anywhere else, but the fact that Maggie had taken up position in this tunnel did. They didn't fight like mortals. Conventional strategy dictated that it was best to attack where your enemy was weak. They favored facing hard defenses with overwhelming force, buckling the place where their enemy was strongest. Normally, Maggie suspected that could work for them. If they smashed through the hardest defensive position, the surrounding defenses would fall, and petriforms could refill their ranks forever. They were used to having unlimited, infinitely replaceable soldiers, and though they'd finally encountered an enemy that could take them out permanently, they couldn't change thousands of years of instinctual tactics on a dime. An older Fae she didn't know stepped up to the table. "Sven Bullock," he said, "I'm here to get a sword." "Style?" Maggie asked. "I'm a duelist, primarily," he said, glancing over the options and pointing out a straight sword with a flared hilt. "What about that one?" Maggie passed it over, pausing to add, "The balance on this one is slightly forward, for chopping." "Noted." He took the blade from its sheath, rippling metal gleaming in the tunnel's work lights. After a few practice swipes, he nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you." By the time he stepped away, a line had begun to form. Maggie worked her way through the history of Cyrus's forge while the tunnel buzzed around her. Welders glowed and threw sparks as tunnel doors were reinforced. Magic swirled as defenses were prepared, and the subway station's levitation engine was given some attention, tuning it up for the battle to come. "Next," Maggie said, after passing off a long rapier. "What style—" "Vera!" Vera grinned, stepping up to the table. "I'm handy with a spear. What have you got for me?" "I thought the blades impacted your magic," Maggie asked. "So, give me something light and small, and I'll take a few hours to tune my spells around the metal," Vera suggested. "There'll be so much of your steel in the tunnel that magic will be on the fritz anyways, no matter what I do." Walking down the length of the table, Maggie picked out a narrow spear with a fine, small point, ideal for light thrusts or even throws. "How's this?" "That'll do nicely," Vera said, eyeing the spread. "You think this'll be enough?" Maggie looked around the tunnel. The whole city had come together. Anyone who could fight was taking up a weapon. Anyone who could work was building barricades or setting traps. "We have to draw out their leader. It's the only way to end the battle for good. If this isn't enough, nothing will be." Vera's expression turned somber. "Better be enough, then." While they exchanged words, Twig walked to the end of the table. Not waiting for Maggie to make a suggestion, she hefted the biggest battle axe available, gripped the handle, and grinned. A thumbs up in Maggie's direction was all the conversation they needed. The truck that had departed an hour prior, while Maggie spoke with Blanche, rolled back in. The driver stepped out, bearing a satisfied expression, and whistled at Maggie to get her attention. "Hold on," Maggie said, stepping away from the table to jog over. The driver was dressed in Monster Squad tactical gear, and his pointed ears were directed straight up. He was feeling triumphant, though she couldn't guess why. "Good scout?" "Hold on," he said, holding up a finger. "Blanche said you'd want this." Walking around the back of the truck, he reached between the animal carriers, hefted an object, and carried it back to Maggie. Her spear, the one she'd lost in the battle at the construction site. The handle was cracked into splinters, but the head was in excellent condition. How do you get this?" Maggie exclaimed, taking the broken weapon. 3 sham worms and a little luck," he said. "They sniff out refined metal like bloodhounds, and chewing through the stones what they're bred to do. You can get a new handle on it, right?" "Easy," Maggie said. "No chance you found the back end? There was a pointed tip there, too." "I thought you might say that," the driver said, passing over the back piece of the spear. The wood was in even worse shape, and there was a dent in the metal, but the rear point was in solid enough shape to repair. Maggie grinned. "Thank you. Thank you." Turning, she half-jogged back to the table, addressing Vera. "Can you hold down the fort here?" Vera looked around. "Everyone can pretty well pick weapons for themselves. What? Is that your spear?" "They dug it up for me," Maggie said. "I need to go make a handle. I'll be back as soon as I can." "Incredible." Vera stared.
Indestructible steel really comes with its advantages, huh?
Maggie hesitated, pursing her lips. Not indestructible, just hard. If I could make indestructible swords, I'd make indestructible armor. Vera smirked. You've used that line a few times, eh? Common mistake, Maggie confirmed. There's no such thing as truly indestructible metal, armor, anything. Everything breaks if you hit it hard enough. Looking down the tunnel, Vera swallowed. Let's hope that's true. Chapter 31. Defeat. Last regards, Vera said, scanning the well-lit tunnel for any signs of movement. Maggie didn't need to scan. The petroforms had breached 15 points in the tunnels surrounding the city and were gathering into massed forces to attack 8 of the tunnels. She kept her fingers on Dane, constantly announcing her own position to the petroforms. Maggie wanted them to come to her. "My home, in Ireland," Frey said. "In the cupboard above the sink, there's a bottle of whiskey from 1892. I've been saving it. Have a glass for me." "I don't really need anything," Lou said. "Just make sure Mom gets my check. Should keep her comfortable for a good long while." Twig sheathed her axe and tapped her chest, signing a few things. Vera translated. "She wants a Viking funeral, longboat, fire, the works." Clearing her throat, Vera made her own request. "I'm guessing there won't be much left of our bodies, but whatever you can scrape together of me, bury below an oak tree." Maggie sighed. "I've got 2 things. First, I never took on an apprentice. Always planned on getting around to that later. I've told Dane how I make my swords. So, find someone who can talk to Dane without bleeding out of their ears, and make sure it gets passed on." "What's the second?" Frey asked. "Cyrus lives somewhere in the city," Maggie said. "On the north side, last I checked. Find him, tell him what happened. He deserves to know how many lives he's responsible for saving." The 5 of them nodded and stepped forward. Behind them, 30 more warriors armed with Cyrus's best blades stepped forward as well. Behind them, anyone with a lick of magic that might be useful in a fight. And then riflemen, armed with armor-piercing rounds or the sonic screamer rifles that the petroforms hated, grenade launchers, nets, anything that could harass the petroforms and slow them down. The other tunnels were fortified, protected, to prevent a flank or a rout. A stampede of fleeing civilians pushed into their tunnel could crumble their front line as surely as any organized attack. Maggie didn't expect that to happen. The real fight would take place here, in this tunnel, because she was here. "Should have eyes any moment," Maggie said. "I'll try to draw them into another straight duel, but I don't think that it'll work again. Just keep them off my back." Deep in the distance of the tunnels, rippling shadows and unmistakable motion. Kneeling, gripping Dane, Maggie plunged herself into the alien mind for the final time. She and Dane fused into one, and then they melded with the petroforms on the whole. Maggie felt their thoughts, translated as best as her mortal mind could fathom. Ambition, hatred, unending hunger. Fear gripped her as she tried to assert her will over the chorus of alien thoughts. If she died in this battle, there'd be no coming back. Maggie took that fear and she threw it at her enemies in the same moment that the battle began. Around her physical body, warriors met the petroform army, cutting through monsters that crashed against them in a wave. In her mind, she forced the queens to feel emotions their alien minds had never experienced. Grabbing her terror with both hands, she wielded it like a weapon, cutting through the thoughts of strategy and coordinated attack that made the petroforms so deadly. The queens felt it all. The understanding that they could die in this battle, and with that death, there'd be no coming back. That they'd be erased from history, remembered only as an inconvenience. Their attempt to hide millennia ago, the calculated risk to avoid one enemy, had only led them into the hands of another overwhelming foe. chaff, directed by their queens, faltered. They became briefly directionless and buckled against the force of Maggie's fear. Their charge turned into a slog, a meat grinder, sword against claw, where steel had all the advantages. She saw through the eyes of a queen, firing organic torrents of acidic artillery, and then watched as Vera spiraled through the air on a torrent of magic, spear held in a tight grip. Maggie seized that queen, cramming terror down its throat, overwhelming any precise defenses. Vera took advantage of this hesitation and launched her spear straight through its eye. In an instant, the mental connection to that queen severed. Another queen, the one that had killed Darius, with a rhino-like horn and an ill temper, tried to charge. Maggie grabbed it, filled it with terror, convincing it that its charge would lead only to death. It ground to a stop, rocky feet skidding on the stone floor of the tramway tunnel, contemplating a hasty retreat. Before it could decide, a vicious axe sweep from Twig took off its horn, and a second blow split its skull in twain. The queens could not handle this assault on their minds. None had the will, the power to fight Maggie off, and she felt a presence, and Dane quivered in her thoughts. The greatest by far. Maggie's terror continued, but her grip on the queens vanished. The mental force of the Petriform's master picked her up like a giant inspecting an ant, dragging her away from the battle.
What are you?
Maggie stared into the greatest by far, an endless pool of power, the source of the Petriform's reincarnation, an ancient, primordial power that had once ruled over the earth. I'm the mortal that's going to kill you, Maggie thought. You should have stayed in the dirt where you were safe. The wave that rippled through Maggie's mind had no good analog, like nails scraping against her eardrums, yowling for her attention with mental agony. And, at the same time, she got the mental image of a sultry laugh, humor so alien that her brain could only understand it as anguish, as sheer, unstoppable pain. She tried to recover her terror and throw it at the queen, but it bounced off. The greatest by far could not be compelled to fear death. Maggie was only a nuisance, and one that had been dealt with by taking her away from the battle. That was it, then. It didn't care. No matter how much Maggie wanted to live, she could not force that same anxiety into the mind of an ancient with this much power. They were going to lose. As the greatest by far continued its psychic assault, torturous seizures racking her nerves, all Maggie could think about was her failure. She wasn't just going to die. She was going to fail completely, ruining everyone and everything she'd ever cared about. If they lost, Dane wouldn't be recovered from the rubble, and the secrets of Wayland Steel would be taken from the world. She'd ruined Cyrus, too. At least in the hands of Hopkins, Cyrus's blades were safe. They could have been used elsewhere, distributed, and built a legacy in the future. She'd spent them all on this one engagement. She'd given in to the Lenanchi, throwing out her dignity and her pride, capitulating to the hateful, self-styled goddess. Once they lost, Maggie would be nothing. She'd be the warrior who fell, who gave in, who buckled. She gave up her drive, her legacy, her standards, all to win, and she'd still lost. It was one thing to tell herself that those standards were false, and another thing to look down the face of death and realize what her changed stance had cost her, what it had cost everyone. She'd thought herself clever, but in the end, her weakness and her misplaced confidence was going to doom the world. Through the eyes of the chaff, she saw herself kneeling on the ground, clutching at Dane, surrounded by her friends. Twig had a vicious wound over her chest. Frey was desperately batting away attackers to keep Maggie's, still semi-conscious, form safe. Vera was blasting away with stored magical energy but running out of power by the second. They were going to die protecting her, too. Maggie's heart sank into her chest. The pain was nothing next to the all-encompassing catastrophe that had been her life. And that was the weapon which Maggie turned against the greatest by far. mere survival was not enough to breach the ancient's confidence. It had known mortality before and come away stronger for it. Maggie needed everything. Her uncertainty, her doubt, her belief in her own uselessness, and the futility in fighting. Forcing that out, she grabbed on and held for dear life, pushing the thought out into the greatest by far's mind. Your name's a joke, Maggie thought. The greatest by far. And nobody's even going to remember you ever existed. She had no sense of the battle, no idea how it was going, whether they were winning or losing, whether her friends and her master's steel had been enough to turn away the queen. But it didn't matter. Whether they were losing or not, the greatest by far felt the fear of defeat, and that overrode any perfectly logical overview of the fight. In its eyes, they were losing, and Maggie was the cause. There was only one solution. Maggie had to be destroyed. Her allies, too. And, if Maggie was strong enough to fight off the lesser queens, only the greatest by far could win that fight. Its anger turned on her, a psychic, magical assault intent on melting her brain. The trap was set. Maggie let go of Dane. Her attachment to the hive mind vanished, leaving only a residual glimpse of the petriform's motion. Gasping, she stumbled back, catching her breath. Lou grabbed her shoulders, stabilizing her before she fell to the floor. "Are you okay?" She nodded. Around her, warriors pressed back the line of petriforms, while gunners and spellcasters kept the wall and ceiling clear. It seemed like they were winning, though there was no way to be certain without accessing her mental connection to the hive. Panting for breath, she said, It's coming." His eyes widened. "That's too soon. You're sure?" The ground began to rumble. At first, Maggie thought it could be the shake of earth being dug through, but she soon recognized it for what it was. A deep, guttural roar that rippled through the earth. "I'm sure," she gasped. "We don't have much time." Nodding, Lou grabbed the whistle hanging around his neck, stuck it between his lips, and blew for all he was worth. The ear-splitting sound cut through the battle, and the shape of the battle changed, warriors suddenly moving back. It was time to retreat. The greatest by far would be tearing through this tunnel soon, and nobody wanted to be around when it arrived. Either the trap would work, and the fallout would be fatal, or it wouldn't, and the ancients would be fatal instead. Either way, they had only one objective left. Run. Chapter 32. A truly marvelous weapon. A few hours earlier. "They'll hit us with chaff and queens first," Maggie said, explaining her plan to Vera, Frey, Twig, and Vil. "Draw out all our defenses. They want us to put everything on the line, so that the greatest by far can take us all out in one ultimate attack. Once she gets here, we kill her, trap her mind, and the rest of the chaff will fall into chaos." "We kill her," Vera said, skeptically. "How?" Maggie had been building the plan in her head for the past couple hours. The idea had occurred to her after surviving her fight on the tram, and she'd been working out the kinks in her head until she arrived in front of Blanche and got the opportunity to share. "Our transportation system runs on a loop," she said. "The tram cars ignore air resistance, and the acceleration is capped purely by how much power we put into them and how long they can stay in one piece before the speed shakes them apart. I propose that we put all of the city's power into one set of engines, beef up the spell with everything we've got, and then start accelerating one car." A beat passed as they all thought about it. "You're talking about a railgun," Vera said. "A railgun with a 10-ton payload," Maggie confirmed. "The car I was riding earlier broke the sound barrier several times over, by accident. If we do it all on purpose, load it up with all the mass we can, toss in some of my steel to trap the big one's mind, and send it out for a few hundred circuits around the city, it'll build up enough speed to punch through anything. Their armor is strong, but it's not impenetrable." Vera, Blanche, and Vil all stood in stunned silence for a moment. "How much damage could that do?" Vil asked, finally. It's not a question of damage. It's one of fallout, Maggie replied. We want to kill the petriforms, but we don't want to destroy the city in the process. We'll need to contain the blast, somehow. Present day. Maggie raised her spear, backing away from the line of petriforms. Many of the chaff had been cut down, but many more were still fighting their way through. They needed to flee back to a safe distance, behind blast doors and earthquake spells, but doing that without being overwhelmed was proving difficult. They were supposed to be deeper into the battle before the greatest by far came. They'd wanted the queens dead, the army scattered. Maggie's goading had worked too well, and now they risked going down with the queen. "With me!" Vera screamed, raising her hand and channeling power into the air. A colorful band of energy pooled in her palm, and the other druids and casters on the battle reinforced it, using Vera as their conduit. Maggie gave what power she had, though her casting ability was only enough for a few light spells and basics, and was pathetic next to the collected might in the room. With their strength, Vera threw up a wall of pure magical force. Petriforms slammed into it, clawing their way through. Panting, Vera staggered, with Twig catching her. Twig had at some point taken a cut across her chest, but she moved as though she were totally whole, carrying Vera away from the front line. "Only hold a few seconds," Vera gasped, overwhelmed by the power she'd just channeled. "Run!" Nobody had to be told twice. The army of warriors turned and began to run up the subway tunnel. The hallways all had secure fireproof doors, but those wouldn't be nearly enough on their own to contain the shockwave they'd planned. So, they'd been built up with additional layers of steel plating that would be folded down to cover the exits while the bulk of the force vented safely down the subway tunnel. Those steel plates and fire doors were going to be little more than a delaying tactic against petriform claws, so even if the warriors escaped, they were going to be fleeing into hallways that would momentarily be death traps. Avoiding it all, Maggie barreled straight down the subway tunnel, illuminated only with red emergency lights that contrasted with the starkly lit battlefield. The tunnel would be absorbing the bulk of the kickback from impact. If they didn't get to the next terminal in time, they'd be sitting ducks. But Maggie wasn't thinking about herself. She was the target. If she made herself obvious, and the gilded armor from the Lenanshi made her plenty obvious, the chaff would chase her and leave the other warriors alone. Vera's ward fell, but the side hallways remained unmolested as the Fey warriors and Monster Squad mercenaries ducked into them and got clear of the blast zone. The entirety of the horde, every single petriform chaff, every surviving queen, all of the greatest by far's collected power, charged after Maggie. The one hitch in her plan was, unfortunately, loyalty. The random warriors Maggie had never met knew to flee down the tunnels. Frey and Lou and Twig, still carrying Vera, all chose to stay with Maggie on her flight down the tunnel. Her friends wouldn't leave her to flee alone. They'd moved in a unit, totally ignoring her attempt at self-sacrifice. Damn it, she thought, casting a glance back at them. Thanks, but damn it. She felt a temptation to reach for Dane, but once she did that, she didn't know if she'd be able to pull herself out again. The greatest by far would surely try to destroy her, and even in a best-case scenario where Maggie resisted the psychic assault, she'd be out of her body, forcing Twig to carry her or leave her behind at the mercy of the swarm. A shriek and a swooping shadow alerted her to an attack from above, and she spun in time to see an enormous, bat-winged queen diving at her back, eyes dotted with malice. She spun on her heels and leapt up, her jump enhanced by the Lenanshi's armor, driving the spear into the monster at a joint between one wing and its body. Its wing folded, and it crashed into the tunnel floor, taking Maggie's spear with it. But it came up screaming well ahead of the rest of the swarm and began running on 3 limbs towards them. Maggie spun herself around in midair, sank to the ground, and continued running, hoping that would be enough to slow the queen down. Lou hesitated, fumbling at his bag. Maggie thought he'd been struck with panic, but he came out with a device the size of a large pistol with several runes decorating the back and aimed it at the queen. Blinding electricity lashed out, stunning the queen, and he unclipped the Cyrus steel tomahawk from his belt, charging, swinging right at the blinded, wounded queen's face. Scratch one for Lou. His blow dropped the queen, and a pulse of aborted power told Maggie that the beast had gone down for the count. Now, though, the swarm was right on his heels. Twig stepped back and snatched his collar, dragging him forward and pushing him ahead of her. His legs pinwheeled for a moment, finding traction, and he launched into a stumbling sprint while Twig took up the rear, Vera still thrown over the Svaltfar's shoulder. Far, far behind, a resounding crack of fractured bedrock echoed through the tunnel. A petriform lunged from the front of the horde, and Twig spun, knocking the chaff out of its attack with a titanic backhand. She continued her spin and kept running, but she'd lost a couple paces in the maneuver. Ahead, barely visible, Maggie saw the bright halogen lights of the next station. Once again, she found herself too far from safety, monsters on her heels, with neither the time nor the speed to reach rescue. And then, past the station, deep down the tunnel, she saw a flash. No time remained, and the swarm no longer posed the greater threat. Maggie screamed, reaching for Dane. "Get down!" She dove for the dirt. Twig dropped a moment later, cradling Vera protectively, and Frey tackled Lou to the side just in time to keep his body intact. Maggie, fused with Dane, wrestled for psychic control of the petriforms as the subway car blasted past them. A sonic boom blew out her eardrums, but the car went by so quickly that she couldn't see it. She only got an instantaneous white flash in her vision before it whipped past her. Then, her mind finished melding with the hive. She felt the subway car rip through the swarm, slowed only fractionally by the bodies in its way that tore into the undercarriage. It had so much momentum that nothing could stop it at this point, even as the drag on the bottom of it set it spinning. Without air resistance, even the spin didn't stop the car, and the shock wave of those micro-impacts knocked everything nearby to the floor. The greatest by far reared its enormous head at the far end of the battlefield. It had punched through the floor, so enormous that it couldn't even fit its head and shoulders into the tunnel, and was tearing through the stone to make room for itself. It only had a millisecond to react, to see into Maggie's mind and recognize the attack coming at it. And in that time, there was no room to retreat to safety. Maggie capitalized upon this stunned behavior. With the greatest by far's focus shattered, Maggie and Dane took control and grabbed every petriform within 100 paces, every chaff body, and she began to build a wall with her hive. She swarmed over her friends, protecting their bodies with a stony cocoon of the near-indestructible chitin, guiding the chaff to lock arms with one another so that they couldn't be blasted away. Layer upon layer upon layer, the whole swarm, a bunker made of living armor. The subway car hit the Queen, striking with the force of a nuclear explosion. All that power concentrated onto a singular point right between the greatest by far's eyes. The hive mind fractured and broke, sending the chaff who survived into chaos. Maggie still felt and controlled the petriforms closest to her, her living wall, but nothing else. She realized with a start that she, or rather Dane, had become the center of the hive, the strongest point through which all mental communication was relayed. With a half-second remaining, she continued building her chitin shield, and then the brutal shock wave of the explosion struck her chaff, her last line of defense. If she hadn't already been deafened by the subway car's passing, the impossible boom that rumbled through her chest would have done so. The outer layers of chaff were instantly sheared away, bodies rendered to pulp beneath their armor, buffeted out of the way for the next layer of petriforms to absorb. Maggie felt something else protecting them, a magical ward, and through her own eyes she noticed Vera's trembling hands as the druid raised a shield to reinforce their defenses. With her friends, she huddled through the shockwave, surrounded by the bodies of monsters. More petriforms were torn away, and she felt heat making its way through, conducted by the air, cooking the whole subway tunnel. Gritting her teeth, She put everything she had into Dane, funneling one last spell through them. With all the geomancy at their disposal, she conjured a stone wall, a bulwark that jutted instantly from the ground. She couldn't stop the storm of power that was washing over them. Any solid barricade she built would be torn apart, and even if it was strong enough to block the blast wave, it'd only divert the power into the rest of the city, condemning the other warriors to a gruesome death. Maggie didn't try to stop the force. Instead, she built a ramp, a smooth grade that threw the wave over them, creating a pocket of calm air to weather the blast. There was nothing else she could do. The tunnel grew hotter, and Maggie began to fear that they'd be cooked alive regardless of how durable a barrier she had built. Vera squeezed Twig's hand, forcing out every last inch of power she could into her barrier. Twig said 3 words in response, her lips moving, and though Maggie couldn't hear the words, she felt the power in them, and Vera's spell trebled in strength, enough to withstand the heat. Finally, mercifully, the shockwave passed. They were alive. They had won. Chapter 33. Amends. A month later. Maggie's new truck had all the bling. Strictly speaking, Blanche hadn't needed to do more than replace what had been damaged. That had been the deal, after all, and if Maggie wanted a better truck, she could have used the money from the 2 swords that ended up in the Lenanchi's hands. In light of Maggie's above-and-beyond performance, though, Blanche had convinced the budget committee to splurge a little. It had the silly omnidirectional camera display, all sorts of sensors and steering aids that she disabled pretty much as soon as she got it home, and enough horsepower to tow a mid-sized whale. Maggie felt like she was driving around in a spaceship for all the computers involved, and she was surprised to admit that she probably couldn't fix half of it. She'd have to start learning to work on computers soon if she wanted to keep up with the changing times. In addition to the truck itself, the tool suite was to die for. She had no problem working with old, weathered tools, and she'd miss some of her old equipment, but it was hard to argue with brand new, top-of-the-line gear. With the parts on the truck, she felt confident she could repair anything from a bicycle to a Sherman tank. The heated and cooled seats did seem a little gratuitous, but Maggie wasn't going to complain when it was the dead of winter and she was freezing her ass off. Parking the truck, she turned off the engine and reached for her pocket, digging out a small plastic case. Popping the latch open, she retrieved a pair of molded hearing aids. The healers after the battle had managed to accelerate the healing, but the boom that torn through her eardrums had caused permanent damage that magic couldn't fully undo. Inserting the hearing aids and tucking the processors behind her ears, she then touched the amulet around her neck. She'd finally, begrudgingly, picked up a charm to veil her pointed ears and make them appear round. Hats rubbed on her hearing aids and defeated the purpose of wearing them, and her aversion to magical shortcuts had conceded to the practical necessity. The truck locked itself automatically as soon as she stepped into the snow, sensing that her key was in her pocket. She rolled her eyes, but smiled. She'd never have paid for the luxury suite herself, but it was hard to say no when it came as a tribunal expense. Trudging through the ankle-deep snow, she wrapped her coat closer around her body, making her way to the little bar on the edge of town. It wasn't the most convenient, but they had an excellent selection of Irish whiskey, and the person she'd invited had preferences she knew well. Stepping inside, she shrugged off her coat and hung it up on the rack by the door before looking around. Cyrus sat at the far end of the bar, already nursing something rich and dark. Maggie walked over to him, pulled up a seat, and flagged down the bartender. "I'll have whatever he's having." Cyrus chuckled, swirling his glass, muttering something. She glanced back at him, having completely missed the words. The bar was pretty dead, with only a handful of patrons at the back, but it was still easy to miss words and the hearing aids only helped so much. She'd begun practicing to read lips, and it helped to see the person's face while they spoke, but she was also getting pretty used to asking, "What?" "Your taste in whiskey," Cyrus repeated, a little louder. "It hasn't improved." Smiling, Maggie looked her old mentor up and down. He was getting on in years. His hair was white and almost gone, and deep wrinkles with dark liver spots dotted his face. "It's good to see you." He mused. "You chopped your hair off." Main braid got cut off anyways, and these kept picking up my hair swishing around. Maggie gestured with a thumb towards one of her hearing aids. "Drove me up the wall, so I finally cut it down." "Reasonable." He nodded. "It's funny," Maggie continued. "I always assumed hearing damage would set in sooner or later. I just never expected it'd be a byproduct of killing an elder god." Cyrus snorted, a grin flashing on his face for a moment before it grew somber again. "You said we needed to talk." "I came to ask for your blessing," Maggie confirmed. He asked a question, raising an eyebrow at her, and Maggie had to focus for a moment to interpret the sounds. "Finally getting married, eh?" It was a joke. The little turn-up at the corner of his mouth when he made a wry comment hadn't changed, not since she first met him. His conversation patterns in general hadn't changed much, in fact, making it easier to follow along with his speech even as she missed a word or two here or there. Maggie shook her head, pausing as the bartender slid her a drink. She took a sip. It just tasted like whiskey to her, but she never had much of a palate for the finer distinctions. "I want to take on an apprentice." "You don't need my permission to take on an apprentice," Cyrus said, shaking his head. He'd begun speaking loudly, with a space between his words, so Maggie could follow them clearly. "You're a master smith, all on your own. I'm out of the field. I have been for 50 years now." "You're still the smith who saved the city below. Practically a household name now," Maggie replied, putting on an exaggerated comic voice. "Say, how'd we fight off that army of ancients again? Oh, right, it was Cyrus." Cyrus sipped from his glass. "That was a good trick." "I didn't do it for you," Maggie said. "We needed weapons. You made the best ones." "I'm not giving my blessing because you shouldn't be asking for it," Cyrus said with an air of finality to it. Maggie sighed. She'd go ahead with her plan anyways, but this conversation hadn't ever been about his blessing. She'd wanted to mend the fence between them. "All right," she said. "In that case, can I ask you a question?" "Nobody's stopping you," he said. "I don't know who to pick yet," she said. "I was hoping you might have some insight into what makes a good apprentice." He chuckled. "All these years, and you're still asking the wrong questions, kid. Too focused on the outcome, not thinking about the process." "All right, then," Maggie said, tipping back her whiskey dramatically. It burned pleasantly. "It's been a while since you've dispensed your cryptic wisdom. Hit me." "Don't pick the apprentice you think is going to learn the quickest or the easiest or the best," Cyrus said, shaking his head. "You're not taking someone on to teach them to make swords. If I just wanted someone to make swords, I'd have picked a dozen other kids over you. Your apprentice isn't there to learn. They're there so you can teach them." "I'm not following the distinction," Maggie said. Cyrus paused, finished his drink, and signaled the bartender for another. "You were right. You were always right. I was wrong to work with Hopkins, and I was wrong to give up the forge. And if I was given the chance to try it all over again, I'd do the same damn thing I did last time. I'm a stubborn old goat. I can't change my ways. But you could." Maggie stared. These weren't the words she'd expected, and she almost assumed she'd simply misheard. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "Are you not listening?" he asked, snorting out a half-laugh. "I'm a stubborn old goat. Took me 50 years, 3 whiskeys, and an apocalypse just to get here. I couldn't have taken my swords from the Hopkins kid. I couldn't have done a thing about the ancients." Maggie's eyes glistened, but she didn't reach up to wipe them. She still hated looking emotional in front of Cyrus, no matter how long they'd known each other. He put a hand on her shoulder, You don't pick the apprentice who will learn to copy you the best. You pick the apprentice who can be better than you." They both smiled, and then they both laughed, and then they pulled each other into a hug. The two of them talked for hours, catching up. Maggie told him about her business, about her life, about the ups and downs, how she'd come to own the old auto shop she'd begun working in all those decades ago. Cyrus told her stories, some that she'd heard but forgotten, some old tales he'd never mentioned before, some events from his life since she'd seen him last. Their old grudges melted away, and before either of them knew it, the bar was making last calls and it was time to leave. Maggie embraced Cyrus. They made promises to see each other soon, and she trudged back out to her sci-fi spaceship magic super truck. She wanted to go home, but there was one more stop she had to make first. Popping out her hearing aids, she stashed them in their case, then started her vehicle, detouring to the south well past the city limits, far enough away that even the tracest magical energies from her shop would be diffuse, far enough away that they'd be dormant. She had an old acquaintance with a few acres out this way. He'd owed her a favor, and she'd finally taken him up on it. Pulling onto the driveway, she detoured onto a back road towards where she'd buried them. An old oak tree marked the spot, and she pulled up to it, parked, and got out. It wasn't deep. It didn't need to be. Scraping aside the snow with her foot, Maggie felt around until she located the brass ring handle. With a heavy pull, she yanked the chest open, revealing the contents buried inside. 3 petriform chaff, curled up in fetal balls, asleep and dormant. She was close enough now that they'd started to twitch and move, just a little, responding to her presence. Walking around to the back of her truck, Maggie grabbed 2 bottles of engine oil and a bucket of scrap iron left over from projects around her shop. She brought them over, dumped them into the chest, and sealed the lid. The petriforms didn't need much to survive, but Dane had informed her that they'd need to be fed every couple months or they'd wither away. Walking back to her truck, she opened the back door, reached in, and picked up Dane. With their minds connected, the link to the chaff was opened, and the beasts came awake. Sensing the food inside their storage chest, they went to town on it, devouring the oil and metal ravenously. They'd need a few minutes to get settled when they were done, leaving Maggie and Dane a moment to speak. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" Maggie wondered. "I don't understand." "Yes, you do. You say you wanted to help me, but that's not it at all." Maggie smiled. She learned to tell when Dane was trying to lie to her. "I do want to help you." Dane finally thought at her. "You helped me. It's fair. We are friends. Friends help each other." "But," Maggie thought at them, waiting for the other side to drop. "But this sword will rust someday, and I'll seep free. Maybe I'll rust sooner than the others. The others are all sealed away in mortal vaults. I'm not. Because we are friends, and I help you. And if I get free, that makes me the greatest. I will be the one in charge. No more servant, no more least. They'll be trapped, and I'll be free, and I can grow as much as I want." Maggie snorted. "I never would have guessed you were so conniving, Dane." "Thank you." Wasn't a compliment. Yes, it was. Dane had a point. The world would be safer if Maggie took Dane down to the city below and put them with the other swords, sealed behind wards and heavy vaults, without any chance to tarnish. If Dane's mind got free, and they could form themselves a new body, then however long it took, 1,000 years, 10,000, 1,000,000, they'd be a scourge upon the earth, just like the last hive had been. But Maggie wouldn't give up her sword. She liked Dane. But it was more than that. Without Dane, she couldn't control the chaff. She couldn't access their consciousness. and she would just be another mediocre warrior with nothing special to offer but her swords. Maybe it was greed. Maybe it was pride. But for now, Maggie was going to keep her own personal ancient. She had a hunch she was going to need it.
This is M.N. Jolly. I'd like to give special thanks to V. Ramage for sensitivity reading certain sections, Rachel Ellen for advice and feedback with arms and armor, beta readers Jason Miles, Savannah, Chris Punch, Renee Davison, Sue Watts, and Jenny Morrow. My supporters on Patreon: Amanda Jolly, hi Mom, Core, Miranda Coulter, Tanja G, Ma Regal, TK Vincent, Jennifer Singleton, and Kevin Dillmore. And you.
This has been Starsteel, Maggie Cartwright, Book 1. Written by M.N. Jolly. Narrated by Katie Hageman. Copyright 2022 by Max Nelson Jolly. Production copyright by Max Nelson Jolly.